Don't worry about. Come on, Rob, Chairman. Rob is here. You're there. Welcome to the stream. This is the pregame show, as you want to call it, right before the trial. Exciting. Hello, Lily, Issa, and Chairman. I see you there. I think we had a great day yesterday. A fantastic day for me. Absolute win all around the board. Hello, Janie Davis. Hello, Kathy. I have to buy some groceries, Kathy. I have to buy some groceries. Yeah, I have to buy some groceries. I want to change it. I don't like the way that looks. So give me a second. We're going to do a quick review about yesterday. That too big? That's pretty good. I'll keep it this big for now, and then I'll change it when we get to the trial. Good to see you all. It's always a pleasure. I'm exhausted. And yes, we had fun yesterday. We had fun, Carmen. So here's the thing. Hello, MMA King, and hello, Rhonda. Good morning. Hope all is well, or good night, or good evening. I don't know where you are around the world. God bless you, and I hope all is well. I hope you're feeling good. And I'm going to go here so the sun doesn't bother you. Yeah, you're probably wondering that I never touched any of this. This is just for company. I don't drink. It's just for show. If someone wants to come over, I'm like, here, take it. I don't care if they take it. So great to see you, and great to see you too. Who said great to see you? I can't ever say this woman's name. Meritless. Oh, horrible thing. Hey, Sue. Hello, MMA King. You like the Star Wars figures in the background? Yep. I got Johnny Depp in the background. Yeah, I'll show you real quick. I was gonna go do a review. It's Captain Jack Sparrow. Captain Jack. There he is. Captain Jack is my favorite Star Wars of all time figure. Count Dooku, my favorite figure, and is Emperor Palpatine. Hey, it's Captain. How are you, Captain? You good? Yeah. So Johnny Depp, amber shirt, set to go, pumped up. So yesterday, it started off with Christine, Johnny Depp's. Howdy, Captain. So Sandra. We started off with Christine being questioned, and what they're doing here against Depp's witnesses is trying to say, like, all of you are paid off by Mr. Depp. All of you. You're all paid, and that's what he's doing here. He's paying you. Oh, he pays your salary, so you're paid off. Oh, he paid for your living expenses. Okay, so he paid you off. And it's hello Ginger, hello Aaron, hello Dragoness. Good morning all. And if I don't give wrenches, or you don't have a wrench later on, please let me know. Tell me around the time. So good. Sandra's wearing her Justice for Johnny Depp T-shirt. That's awesome. Got to be in the mood. So they questioned Sandra. They tried to say, oh, you're employed. Like yeah, she's employed. She's a family member. She's a sister. Like there's an issue with this. There's an issue with it. Why is this an issue? Why is it an issue? She's a loving sister. She cares about her younger brother. And because he made it big, it's like, oh, because he made it big, that's why you understand. Well, let's talk about Rocky Pennington. Let's talk about Josh Drew. Let's talk about Whitney Henriquez. Let's talk about all these people that Johnny Depp took care of. And Isaac, when he got in the bench, was a ball of energy, right? A ball of energy. Funny, good-hearted, honest human being, a guy you could be best friends with, man. I could hang out with this guy tomorrow, be like, yo, Isaac, man, what's up? You want to go hang out? Yeah, where you want to go? Just a great human being. This is a guy I wish that every human being had the heart of, the soul of. And unfortunately, people don't have that. It's sad. He's just, I wish I understood what you're saying. I'm sorry. God, I wish I understood what you're saying, and I don't. But I'm glad you're here, but I just don't know what you're saying. I wish I knew. But I don't know other languages because I'm dumb. But anyway, so don't ring Johnny's phone. Yes, that was my fault yesterday. I hit the button and the phone rang, and I had to apologize publicly to him. I'm sorry. I was like, Johnny, I'm sorry, dude. Tudor, thank you for handling. Thank you. I appreciate it. I know he's got it. Thank you, Tudor. Or she's got it. Tutor, I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't know male, female tutor. It's hard to tell. Um, so I'm going to get to that, Lily. I'm going to get to that. Yes, we're going to get to that. Oh, Jazz, I hope you feel better. I'm sorry, Jazz. She said she's in the hospital and she's praying me. Yeah, I don't really want to talk about me now, but because I want to do a wrap up. But I'm okay. My leg's okay. Hey, through the fog. Thank you, Kathy. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Hey, Demandia. Oh, and if you can't, let's say you can't watch the trial, I'm covering it on Twitter. So I will be, while the trial is going on, I'll be typing away, posting all the postings on Twitter so people can follow. Because there are people who are at work who said, I can't watch this. What's going on? I'm so nervous. My boss won't let me use the phone. Don't worry. Just join my Twitter page. I got it covered for you. Today I will cover it, whatever I can. His sister did a great job, but she's very soft. And the thing I didn't like, that not that I didn't like her. Johnny's side, here's what they did. They got her sister to show her kindness, her sweetness, her love, and how Johnny was abused and they had a patch. Kind of like a pirate, right? One eye because he had a lazy eye, so they called him One Eye. And she was very, by the way, yes, this did happen. You're correct. You're correct. Yeah, it did happen. What's on Skynet? Yeah, the trial doesn't start to 10. So, I'm not. I don't want to hear what they have to say. I'm not. I don't care what their lawyers have to say. I don't care because you could see sometimes they're a little biased, and I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear. I want to go when the trial starts. And she said it starts at 10. She said we got 21 days to judge. 21 days. So I don't know if you guys know what that means. Well, Dots told me the other day that they wouldn't be doing Fridays. Apparently they will. I was told that Johnny Depp, and I have to apologize. I was told Johnny Depp was going to take the stand. I thought it was way early for that. I don't know why they were advertising that. Probably get for people to watch. But guess what? He didn't take the stand. And he probably won't take the stand this week. It probably won't happen for at least 2 more weeks. I can't. Him and Amber got to be the last two parties. But now, here's the thing. The judge gave them a warning. Good morning, May. Gave them a warning that hey Margot, how are you? Hey Gaming A, that and you're welcome for me trying to update you, keep you updated. I'm going to do the best and work as hard as I can to let you guys know, I'll keep you informed. That's what I do. The judge is letting them know you have a defamation case, Mr. Depp. You have 21 days, Mr. Depp. You have to prove that it was about you and she put you in there, Mr. Depp. Johnny, right now, man, right now, has to show those ACLU emails. What is he waiting for? What is that team waiting for? May 16th is great. You can disprove her, right? We got the police. We got police footage from the first cops entering, right? We have Isaac Baruch who said, look, I looked at Amber's face and saw nothing, no marks, no bruises, no redness. He saw the wine. So let's go over real quick. Here's what did Isaac see? Ball of energy. He was a teenage pal of Johnny Depp. They both were in the music industry. He made art, right? If you don't know, he had 100 followers on Instagram. He now has 3,800, I think. 38. I did join him on Instagram. I am following him. I'm one of those people. I followed him. Fantastic human being. Hello, Allie. How are you? Hello, Sandra. Hello, Janie. Hello, Dragoness. I hope you're all well this morning. So, hello, Kezi. How are you? So, well, here's what he has to prove, Kezi. He has to prove that the op-ed is about him. And the way he can do that is showing those ACLU emails between Amber Heard's team where they had to cross out marriage and Depp and all that stuff. They had to take a husband. They had to take all that out. And that's what they need to do. And they need to do this soon. You think 21 days? Hey, Kathy, and I'm sorry, a lot of K's going on here, and KK. Good to see you. They have to prove that it's about him, and in order to do that, they need to show the ACLU emails, and they got to get it done. You think 21 days is a long time? Have you heard Ellen talk here? The most boring attorney of all four of them talk, and the most ridiculous questions that made Isaac laugh on the bench. the most insane things by saying that one day later, he saw one day later. You think that a bruise hit by a phone at that magnitude, at that closeness, at that feet away, that your bruises would just go by using this cream on your face. It'll magically go away because I need to go out to the store and buy that cream myself because I've had bruises that have lasted a week or two easily. Easily. My leg was months before it got better. My mood is great, Zuki. My great mood is great, and yours should be too. Isaac rocked. Yes, he did. Isaac rocked. The mood here is great. And Isaac was hilarious. Yes, he was great. He was great. Is everyone a mod here? Yes, because it's a family. This is a family. This isn't just you come here and hang out. So I'll make you part of that. How about that? We'll make you a part of the family. Hold on. I'll do it real quick. I'm going to put my volume off here. And you could be a mod too. How about that? Welcome to the family, Zuki. You're a mod here. You're a mod. Good. You can type hello. And you say, Cherry, hello. Good morning. So he got on the bench and he made Johnny laugh for the first time. He made Johnny laugh. Johnny was there seriously. Amber was there seriously. He made Amber Heard snicker. Both of them he got to laugh. Why? Because he said that when Johnny offered him to move in because he was in a garage basement selling his art. That's how he was living, and he was a musician. Johnny took him in. And Johnny took care of him. He said over the year, through 3.5 years, and he saw Whitney come in and Rocky come in, and Josh came in, and Amber came in. And he said, I loved them all. What an answer. Who would want to say that? Who would want to go against Johnny? But he wrote his true feelings. He wrote his sleeves on it. His heart was on his sleeves. He was true. He was honest. And that's the best way to be. Be honest. It might hurt Johnny, but he had to be honest. And that's exactly, he answered those questions rapid fire. Unless he didn't understand what the hell he's talking about. And he's like I was at home, like, what are you asking me? Do I know what cream she wears? Do I know what makeup is? Do I believe that Amber Heard could put makeup on? What kind of stupidity are you asking me? It was stupid. But this is Elaine, whatever her name is. Take care, Kathy. Good to see you. I wish you'd stay longer, but hey, Tina, good to see you too. Isaac is a true friend, Tina. He's a true. I'm sorry, I get the wrong thing. He's a true friend. He is. God bless him. God bless him. Well, you're part of the family now, so welcome aboard. You're part of it, unless you don't want to be part of it. But I made you part of it anyway. Everybody here is like a sister and a brother here, and we all care about each other, and we're part of our community. This is our community. This is Bob's family. You're part of the rulers, unless you don't want to be, but you're a part of it. I wish Kathy didn't have to go either. I think she's awesome. I wish I got to talk to her more. I miss her. But I'm glad she stopped by at least. So Johnny has to Johnny laughed. He made Johnny feel good, and that made me feel good. That was a good moment. When he laughed at Elaine for asking such ridiculous and stupid and idiotic questions, that made me laugh inside because they were stupid and idiotic. And I think we've all felt that. We all felt that this guy was a wonderful human being, a guy you could just say hi to, shake his hand, give a hug, want to hang out, have dinner with, just talk to. He's just such a down-to-earth, warm-hearted, great human being. I can't push him anymore. He impressed me. His love for Johnny. He said he loved Amber like Johnny loved Amber. It was incredible feeling. It was incredible feeling. Cherry, I can't believe you wrote this at this moment. It was an incredible feeling. Unbelievable. Okay, Sarah. I'm just trying to give a review of what happened and how I felt and the overall feelings, and we're going to go right to the courthouse. So, to me, it was a great feeling. It felt good. It was unbelievable. He said, listen, Johnny was there for me, and when Johnny had a problem, guess what? I gave him a bite of my sandwich, right? Because he gave me a bite of his sandwich. And he was there for me. He made me cry that here's a guy, a friend of mine, taking me in and letting me. How could I turn it down? I was there the next day. But when I came in one day and I saw wine pouring down the wall, and I saw a puddle of wine, I saw Josh Drew, who was blocking my view of who was inside. And I said, man, what's going on? And Josh was like, Just a bad day, man. Bad day. Can I help? Is there anything I can do? No, man, Isaac, thanks, but all right, cool. I'm going to go to my room. The next day he comes out, there's Amber Heard changing the locks, and she said, don't worry about changing the locks on your, changing the locks on 1, 3, and 5. Why, Amber? What happened? Johnny hit me with the phone. Where did he hit you with the phone? I don't see where he hit you with the phone. Here, Isaac, here. Here, look here. Look here. He hit me here. So Isaac said he was, according to his deposition, he was 12 inches away. This is what he said, the old deposition. He kept stuck with it, by the way, because we read that at lunchtime. I wanted to read his 2019 deposition from the UK, and whatever he said in the UK was pretty on point here. Because why? It's easy to remember the truth. But when you lie, it's not so simple. When you question somebody and they can't answer and they just throw things at you and they blame you and they yell at you, that means that they're lying. And when you ask them a question, well, can you explain this? And they can't answer it because the lies don't like questions because they got to make up answers. But when it's the truth, the answers are right there. That's why he was rapid fire. Rapid fire. I got it. There's no hesitation. She didn't have marks. She didn't have bruises. She didn't have cuts. She didn't have swelling. The light was there. Good lighting. Good lighting. So why are you doing this? Why would you do this? So he's puzzled with why she's changing the locks. And later on, when she wound up coming over his house after he saw on the news that the TRO happened, he never wanted to talk to her again. But remember, this is a woman who would come over. She says, hey, you want this, Isaac? Hey, can I make you that? Hey, loved her like family. Loved her because Johnny loved her. Now, one thing they didn't talk about was when Johnny Depp came over his house, and he said this in the deposition. So I'm going to review that with you because I've read it. And we gone over it on the live stream. And he said Johnny came over to his house because that was his escape. But one day Johnny came over and he said, Amber hit me. And Isaac, being the funny guy he is, because he did make a joke to Amber, by the way, and I forgot that. And he said, the reason I can't see anything must be because of your beauty. And he also joked how she had great teeth, which was funny. Funny. And oh my God, you guys are horrible here. What are you doing to me? I'm trying to do a pre-show here. Hey, Cindy, how are you? Good to see you. I haven't seen you in a while. Good to see you. So he comes there. Johnny Depp comes over to Isaac's house and he says, bro, what's wrong? What's going on? He said, Amber hit me. Oh, of course, him and his thinking like a guy in a sexual way. She hits you like, hey, buddy. Johnny's like, no, man. She hit me. Isaac's taken aback by this. What do you mean she hit you, Johnny? And Johnny explained. She hit him. And he was sad and he was crying. He's like, John, my friend, John, look, I'm a single guy. But even though I'm single, if somebody hits you, they don't love you. Now, I might not know much, and I'm not in your situation where you have an attachment to her. I love Amber. But if you're being hit, does she love you? Is that love? Because that isn't love to me. I'm single, but that is not love to me. I should not be getting hit in a physical way, not a fun way. If it's a fun way and it's consensual and it's that, yeah. Some people into that. They're into pain. They're into that S&M world. But if it wasn't play, experimenting and stuff like that, and this was a hit, Johnny, you have to question if she loves you. Because I don't think she does, bro. Johnny and Isaac are true friends. Isaac wants to pay him back. But it's not expected of him to do that. Johnny doesn't want him to pay him back. Come on, let's be serious. Johnny did it because he cares about the guy. This is his friend. This is who Johnny Depp is. Christine pointed that out, what kind of a kind soul he is, how he cared about his mother. He bought his mother a farm. Even though this is a woman who hit him, how many people out there would say, hey, I want to go take care of my dad or my mom, even though they beat the shit out of me? I can't think of too many people that would want to do that. In fact, I think most people would want to stay the hell away and couldn't care less what happened to them, even despite the fact that they're their parents. But Johnny still loved his mom. And Christine said that he did what he could do. When he was filming, he was away. Sorry, I'm a little tired. He would contribute financially. What does mom need? What can we do? What should we do? Christine would handle all that stuff. So Johnny did whatever he could do to help. Listen, I did a video about a private investigator that showed what kind of true person that Johnny was since the Viper Room. This is a man who helped out people. This is a man who you need help. You have a situation. You need a lawyer. Hey, I got you. I'll help you. He was there for dirt. How can I got Amber's paying me. I got to get him badly. We'll go to Kate Moss. We'll go to Winona Ryder. We'll go to Vanessa Paradis. We'll go to employees. We'll go to people who knew him. We'll go to friends. We'll go to people in the neighborhood. We're going to find something on Johnny Depp. And at the end, the guy didn't find dirt. He found a respect. He respected the man for helping people. Not a lot of people would do what Johnny Depp does. He's a special human being. And we all make mistakes in this life. Is he perfect? By no means is he a perfect person. Because nobody here is. We've all done something to somebody, not meaning to hurt them, but in our maturity, maybe in elementary school, we've done something because we thought it was funny. But we didn't realize it because we were so young how hurtful it would be to somebody. Or maybe we wanted revenge because somebody did something to us and embarrassed us, so we went back after them in high school. Now, I'm going to kill the bitch. I'm going to beat the hell out of that bastard, right? You know, you say things like that. You're angry. Somebody did something to you. You want to get revenge. You want to put them down. We all done something stupid to somebody. It could be a sibling, right? We've all done something. We're not perfect. We've all made mistakes in our lives. That's how you grow and mature. You learn from these mistakes. So Johnny is not a perfect human being, but he's a very good person. And so was Isaac, and they're true friends. Isaac was terrific. He shut Ellen up. He laughed at her ridiculous questioning. All she cared about was makeup, trying to say makeup. And how do you know she wore makeup? And you don't know she wore makeup, and she could have worn makeup. And the bottom line here is, you know, because he said, I know Rocky never wore makeup. I know Amber Heard never wore makeup because I was lived there for 3.5 years. And you get the point? Like, you want to drive it in, like, don't try your psychological babble on me. Don't think I'm old that I'm going to forget. He was on point. You look at his deposition for December 19, which we did on lunchtime, and it was on point to what he said sitting on the witness stand there. He didn't shift away. He didn't go this way while his deposition said that. Isaac was on point. His mind works perfectly. And that's because he told the truth. And when you tell the truth, you don't have to think about an answer. You don't have to try to memorize what you said years ago. You don't have to look back and say, man, that's a good question. We didn't cover that. So I've got to try to make up something. I hope, but my lawyer interferes with an objection because I don't have the answer to this. Now, sometimes it's hard to remember text messages you sent. How many people remember what they ate last week? Seriously. I don't. So I understand. Hey, Angela, how are you? I understand. Good to see you. Good to see you. I understand why Johnny's sister was a little hesitant when they said, did you write this text message to Johnny 5 years ago about stop pills, stop coke, stop this? I understand why she was a little hesitant with stuff. Like, I don't know what I've texted everybody. I might say, well, I text them this, and then I look back and I'm like, well, I didn't exactly say that. It does kind of say this, but it doesn't 100% say that. So I get, I get, you know, for what he does. I totally get it. You know, it's hard because Listen, I put up with that. I put up with that for years. I put up with an attorney being nitpicky, and even I was getting annoyed. Like, I'm on my desk. Like, can we move this along, counsel? Come on, man. I gotta go to 5 o'clock here without falling asleep. And then, I swear, I took the monitor one day. I'm gonna admit this on live stream. I took the monitor, made sure I blocked everybody, and I just went like this. I passed out literally. I passed out till the judge woke me up. The judge was like, "Yeah, what you need, judge?" Yeah, I know. She said, "Can you go in the back and just get me this?" I said, "Yeah, the court officer isn't here." Yeah, all right. I went in the back, got her whatever she needs. Is there anything else you need? Because I'm dang bored, and I need a break. And this is like, this attorney is killing me here. And it was boring. It was boring. It wasn't exciting. And that's what Elaine brings. Not excitement. Makeup. Maybe she works for L'Oreal. I'm sorry. I got bruised. No makeup is going to stop my swelling. It's not going to stop my. It's not going to stop the color to cover it up in one day. From a person who doesn't wear makeup, you think he's not going to know what a difference looks like? Like he's got to put his finger on your skin. Like, oh, how did you kiss her? Did she want to get kissed? Maybe she hasn't got kissed in a while, so she wants Isaac to kiss her. Maybe, I don't know, but I thought it was ridiculous. So I'm going to give you a couple of scores. We got about 15 minutes before the trial hits, and I'm not going to show you just a court symbol. It's silly. What's the point in that? I'll open up the stream to everybody from 10 o'clock on. Yeah. Amber, quick, get a picture before this article kicks. Seriously, it's absolutely ridiculous. So here's how I ranked day one, and I'll talk about the jury selection. And by the way, I apologize for the days I was off. Technically, this is day three, not yesterday. I counted the first day as day one was jury selection, but I don't know. I'm not going to say Johnny's going to be on today. I'm not going to say Dark News will be here today. I don't know what Dark News is doing. He was supposed to show up yesterday. He didn't. Whatever. It is what it is. What can I do? I wish he would have showed up. That's all I can say. I hope Colonel Kurtz shows up tomorrow. I can't promise you that. I don't. Johnny Depp probably won't be on the stand for weeks, but who knows? Maybe they surprise me and they throw him up there today. I don't think they will. I'm not going to promise that either. I'm not going to say get your hopes up. Just whoever shows up, we'll go with. Like Isaac showed up yesterday. It's funny because like when I saw Isaac, I didn't think he looked the way he looked. He looked like I'm not trying to offend him. He's fine, I'm not saying he's. But he just reminded me of Santa Claus, an older guy with a beard, a little chubby, but such a fantastic personality. Man, I would like to hang out with this guy. Even Tug said that last night in history. Tug was like, "Yeah, can I see me hanging out with this guy? I can see me hanging out with this guy. I can see me being best friends with Isaac Baruch." I say, "Hey, bro, come on in. You want something? What do you want?" Sure. I just see that he's that kind of guy. So I ranked the day one 6 points for Johnny and 4 points for Amber. Don't get offended. I'm just trying to be right down the middle. Why did I give Amber 4? Why did I give Johnny 6 for the first day? I'll tell you what I give the second day to make you feel better. I gave Johnny 9. I gave Amber 1. 1 point I had to give. 1 point is because Johnny's team screwed up when I watched the replay. And you'll say, what? Where did Johnny's team screw up? Here's what Johnny's team screwed up, and I didn't catch it because I had to go get my daughter, and a whole bunch of chaos happened in the chat I couldn't control. Unfortunately, it was a fight breaking out, and I couldn't stop that. So as I watched the replay last night, I didn't watch the whole thing. I just watched bits and pieces to get some footage out there for you guys so you can see things you might not have caught. And what happened was Johnny's team screwed up with one big thing, and it is big in my mind. Okay, and as a clerk, this is what I would have caught because I know the judge would have asked me about it. And yes, the judge does ask the clerk, by the way, what I think. In fact, I'm going to prove it to you. There was one time the judge said, "Hey, Rob, what do you think of this?" And I'm going to do, and this is what the judge said, I swear to you. The judge said to me, "Read this, and I'm going to do whatever you tell me to do. So if you tell me not to sign this order, I will not sign this order. And if you say, sign this order, judge, I'll sign this order. But I'm going to let you choose it. And then before I do anything, I want you to explain why you made this decision." And I looked at the judge like dumbfounded, like I was never ready to do that. I was like, okay, if that's what you tell me to do, Your Honor. So I took it and I read everything. And the judge sat there, like watching my reaction to certain things and reading this, and just said, well, what do you think? And I said, I wouldn't sign it, Judge. And the judge was like, okay, why wouldn't you sign it, Rob? I said, because I think this is very unfair to the person, and I think they're getting robbed. I think that the amount of money that they should get is not equivalent to what they're getting. I think it's a fraction. It's not going to work. I know they might be desperate, but they deserve a higher total. He said, I agree with you. And he denied the order and said, thank you, and I'm glad you're here. He said, if you want to do any more, we'll do them together. And I was like, this is awesome. So, yeah, if you get a good judge and you work with a good judge, it all depends on which judge you get. Some are really cool. Some are really great to work with. Some teach you why they did things. And because I'll be like, later, I'll catch a judge. It's like, I ask you a question, like, why did you make this decision? I don't understand because I saw it this way. And they'll explain it to me. And it's really good that we have that relationship. I love, and this is Judge, like, he always vouches for me. He's like, listen, Rob, anytime I need to vouch for you, I got you, you know. And it's great to work with judges and attorneys who give me their cards every day. He said, like, listen, you need anything, here you go. Here's my card. Don't worry about it. Call me. You need me? You need an attorney? I'm right here if I got you, bro. Don't worry about it. You've helped me so much. And I'm like, as a clerk, I wasn't ready for none of that. I wasn't ready for these attorneys to talk to me and hang out with me, go to lunch, and just sit there and talk to them. I did good. That's why COVID was kind of weird because they weren't around. But yeah, so that relationship is great when you have it with a judge. It's bad when you don't like the judge. You just don't get along. It sucks. It's a good relationship. So the bottom line is, I felt they messed up yesterday by they did not get the footage of the fake punch. They did not request the footage of Whitney fake punching Amber, and I got news for you guys. You're never going to see it because it wasn't requested, and they don't think they have it. And I just happened to catch it. It was very boring. I was very tired. But that was bad. That's where I gave Amber a point. Because that's Johnny's team's mess up. How do you mess that up? That's huge footage. The thing I didn't like about yesterday also, why were we not able to see? Oh, it's on? Okay. So people tell me it's on. I guess I'll have to go look. Why didn't we get to see the person who Amber's with in the elevator? Who is she with in the elevator? Who's that gentleman? I don't know. I'm glad I started early. If it's on early, it's on 10 minutes early. Let's tune in, shall we? Okay. I'm going to go live to the courtroom. I'm going to open up the stream. Thank you for letting me know. Let's go to the courtroom. A little early, but okay. There's no sound right now. So hold on. Maybe I paused it. I might have paused it. So I'm going to go back. Just I'm talking. You see Bench Chew here. Yeah, I'm going to just rewind just to see if we see anything. Just I'm talking consistently. Talking. Yeah, just a bunch of talking. Yeah, it's on, but people are just filing in. So we'll just watch as they file in, and I'll open the stream up in a little bit. Where is this? I can't find today's stream of Sky News. Well, I just put YouTube, and it said Johnny Depp live and Sky News, and there it is. There's the courtroom. No, I mean, that's what I did. Go to YouTube, put Sky News Johnny Depp, and you should be able to find it. It should say live, and this is live. far as I know, I'll double check, but it's Johnny. Unless this is yesterday. This isn't yesterday, is it? Let me make sure this isn't yesterday. It looked like yesterday. I'm just going to make sure that this is correct, that this isn't yesterday's footage. Let's see. I mean, it's got to be live because I can't play it. Let's see what Amber's wearing. Oh, she's wearing black. So, yeah, this got to be today. I mean, let's see who's in there. Well, we see Barlow talking with some girl. I don't know who that is. Trying to see who's in the stands. No one I recognize. I don't think Dart's there. I'm looking around. I don't see him. Well, I always spot Barlow. That's for sure. She's always right up in the front by Amber. Day 3 at the top of the screen. We are on day 4. Well, it's only day 4, but then they say day 3. I'm going to make sure this is the right stream. It appears to be. But give me a second. I'm just going to make sure that this is correct. See, it could be on, but yeah, I know you think it's day 4, but they have it as day 3, and it says day 3. Clear as bell. So this is day 3, and I'm gonna blow it up. It is day 1. They didn't count day 1 in the jury selection. Okay, so that's not counted. So just overall, I gave Amber 1 point because they forgot the foot. I gotta take this. I don't like this brand thing on when I'm doing this kind of. Yeah, I gave Amber 1 point because Johnny Depp's team forgot the footage of the fake punch in the elevator, and that to me, I took away a point for that. So it was Johnny 9 and Amber 1, and a big reason is Isaac Brook. The other day I gave it 6-4. I gave Amber 4 points because in the morning the opening statements by Johnny's 2 attorneys was fantastic. The opening statement by Amber's first defense attorney was great. Ellen killed it. She was boring, crappy, messy, rambling, not professional in my opinion. So Johnny won the morning. Slight advantage, it was like 2-1, so I gave him a couple more points in the morning that I did Amber. In the afternoon, Christine was good, but she got very hesitant with like the drug questions and stuff. And I felt like, just be honest, look at Isaac. Isaac was flat out there. Boom, 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 boom. Does she wear concealer? I don't know. Does she wear that? I don't know. Does she wear that? I don't. Truthfully, how do I know what she wears? I'm not sleeping with the woman. I'm not hanging out in the bathroom with her. We're not. Yeah, it was truthful, honest, answers, and he gave them. There was no hesitation there, and like everybody else. Like, do I remember I made this text about 10 years ago? No, but if it's there, then it's there, right? So if I send a text out to somebody, am I going to remember? Is that text so monumental, life changing? I don't think it's life-changing. Amber's in black today. Amber's in black. Until you like my shirt. It's the first time you're seeing it. There you go. Amber Turd. She's with her buddy Eve. There's no I.O. There's no Rocky. There's no Josh. I don't know who Liz Mars looks like. Maybe we'll get to meet her. Maybe she'll take the stand. I don't know. So, you were referring to Darth. I didn't know who you were referring to. A man nun? I don't know. Let me check the larger feed here. I don't know. I'm trying to look. Is that Brian? That might be Brian, incredibly average in in the back with the glasses on. I can't tell. I'm not sure. He had a beard. I'm not sure if that's him all the way on the right side in the back row by the court offices. I'm not sure if an attorney. I think is that does attorney stepping in or just somebody? No, just somebody. So we know Eve. I'm trying to see if there's anybody. I think Darth is there. Darth is there. Yeah, I see him. That looks like Darth News to me. Again, I could be wrong, but that looks like Darth all the way. So I see Darth News in the courtroom. I see Eve Barlow in the courtroom. Yeah, Darth is there. He's in the far back. Yeah, I see him in the far back left corner. Yeah, he's there. He is there. Yeah, Brian is there. I saw Brian. I let me see if I see Lara B. I'll take a quick look. I saw Brian. Is that Lara? Looks like Lara. Could be Lara. I think that's Lara B. So yeah, we got some YouTubers there. I wish I could be there. I'd love to sit right by Eve and be like, "You remember me? You blocked me. You remember that?" But then she'll probably say, "Oh my God, he's stalking me. He's following me." Who knows? It is Darth. Oh no, it's Lily. It's Darth. Darth is there. I know what Darth looks like. That is Darth. He's I see him. I saw him in the corner. That's definitely Darth News. He's there. Brian, I think, don't quote me, is on the right side. I think he's the last guy. I think he's wearing glasses. I'm not sure he's wearing glasses because the picture I saw, he didn't have glasses on. I could show you on my Twitter. Hold on, I'll pull up Twitter and I'll show you what Lara B and Brian Incredibly Average look like if you've never seen them before. I'll show you. I have a picture when it loads up, and I'll share it with you real quick since they're not talking. It's just because it's on. I don't want to. Oh, it's on. Okay, yeah, but it's not starting. It's starting 10 o'clock, so I don't want to just jump in because it kind of ruins my introduction. But anyway, Isaac did a great job. I scored at 9-1 Johnny. I scored the other day 6-4 Johnny. And that's because I'm being biased. I gave points to Amber where I thought it was due. And, Come Geek Some wrote to me. I'll talk to him a little bit later. I'll check on him. So I'm going to pull up Lara B so you could see the picture of her and Brian. Here it is. Let me screen share this with you. So we'll come back to the courtroom in a minute. I'm going to show you a picture of the real Lara B. The judge is coming, so I'm going to make this real quick. I'm going to show you Lara B, and I want to show you real quick. We're going to start. I got to make this real fast.
Good morning.
She said good morning.
The first thing I want to say is I get a call from my mother last night, and my mother-in-law said,
There's Lara B and Brian.
On the bench. So
the two in the back.
Clear everything up. That was not my phone.
Let's go.
That was a call through the computer system because I guess we have an open line for remote witnesses, so that it came to the computer system. Jamie said it's never happened before.
All right, let's go to the courtroom.
She hung up on it.
Judge is talking.
That was not my phone. So I don't need that kind of grief from my mother. All right. Come on. Okay. Thank you. All right. So I think before the jury comes out, we do have one issue with Exhibit 548.
And just to tell you, she said her mom called about the phone, and she said it wasn't her phone, so she doesn't want any issues with her mother.
I know there
That's
was
what she said.
an objection. There's a lot of hearsay on it, and so is there a redacted copy for me, or is that something you haven't worked through? Okay, that's fine, Mr. Chu. I think it was her witness, but that's fine. Well, I know it's their exhibit, but you're offering it, and so if you're offering it, you have to redact it to basically. I think it's those two. Well, I just wanted to make sure. I know there.
If you want to join, the link is there. I'm going to pin it on top.
Details, so you owe me one exhibit, so we'll get that at some point today, right? Or even if I guess tomorrow when I see you guys, that's fine. Okay. Perfect. All right. Anything else preliminary before the jury, Mr. Rottenborn?
One brief matter, Your Honor. May we approach? Yes, that's fine.
So they're going to approach the bench. They'll probably mute the mic. Not that I'm muting the mic. The invitation is there. So she just said, she got on the bench. She said the phone wasn't her fault. It wasn't her phone. She wanted to let her mom know that. That's all she said. A little humor. Got chuckles from the crowd. Darth News is in the courtroom. I saw Brian Incredibly Average. I showed you real quick who he looked like. And Lara B is there. They're in the courtroom. Darth said he's going to probably stay for the whole entire thing, but he got, the charity community paid for it. I don't. The problem is you got to stay somewhere. It's a long drive, and then you got to wait all those hours, and you need a hotel. And I have to consider everything else I got going on, which is medical. I have medical visits. I have physical therapy. I have medicine. I have cards that now I have to pay off, and so I have to think about all what happened to me that was unexpected. But had it not happened, I wouldn't be here right now. I'd be at work watching this, and then doing videos every day to try and get the news out as quick as I can, And if I do a video, I missed out on the day, so it's rough. Yeah, she's got a good sense of humor. Little Miss Anonymous. Yeah, she does. And welcome to the stream. Hope all's well. I love the icon. It's very nice. It's very nice icon. I like that. Hold on. Okay, you got a wrench. Good. Good to see you. Good to see you. Not you, silly. We know you're in Italy. We know you're in Italy.
Okay. Are we ready for the jury?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I'm just in time. Hoppa.
You're just in time. I'm gonna change the wording so it's not as big. Not display names. Hold on. I gotta change the
Of course,
wording.
wearing black.
Block. Amber's wearing block. Block. There we go.
Oh, man.
Yeah, keeping the wording small so you guys can read anything that comes across. If you need to read the captions, you can read the captions. Amber needs a big day today because yesterday was total Johnny. That's all I'm gonna say. The first day was 6-4 Johnny. In my point of view, Lane killed that. I thought Johnny Depp's
Good
system was
morning,
good,
ladies and gentlemen.
but I gave him 4 points.
Your next
Maybe
witness.
Good morning, Leonard. Our first witness is Kate James.
Okay, by video. Doing that 2 seconds earlier. Can you get the screen up? I like to get the screen up before. Ladies and gentlemen, we usually try to get the screen up before you because of that, the sound. But we'll get it up for you.
Take a picture of Penny while I'm at it because I might need it later. Look this way, Penny. Look at the camera. There you go. Judge Penny. So the first witness is by video. I don't know. We'll find out. And anyway, if you can't follow along, I will put everything I can on Twitter to keep everybody updated. For those who are working, no, I'm not trying to be any, if you're watching this, it's obvious you know what's going on. But there are people who are working right now who can't use their phone, who need bathroom breaks to try and find out what's going on. And that's why I did it. And a lot of people did appreciate it. Only one person had a smart answer. Surprisingly, a part of the community. I'm not going to say who it was. I didn't like the answer. I thought it was not a nice thing to say. And I let them know. I said, hey, if this bothers you, I apologize, but it didn't have your name in it. It wasn't geared towards you. If I put your name in it, then it is geared towards you. So I don't know why that person would get offended. I'm trying to be informative to other people who not want. I don't get it. I can't, listen, whatever. Don't take offense to it. It's not for you. It's not about you. There's a lot of other people in this world. But everybody was really happy. I explained it. We'll continue. Whoa! What is happening? What's all that
I
noise?
have no idea. It's quiet.
It's quiet here, not there. Very noisy.
Yuck.
Yeah. No, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Oh, I gotta change my icon. I forgot that. I'm not ESW anymore. Oh,
Oh, Rob. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. He's a good spirit, thank God. He's a Coca-Cola or coffee, always good. He needs the caffeine today.
Good morning, Ms. James. Can you please say your full name?
My name is Catherine Olwyn James.
What's your current address? Have you ever spoken with Ms. Vasquez before today?
Yes,
When?
I don't recall.
What was the substance of that conversation?
I don't recall.
Was it in the past month?
No,
Was it in the past?
Oh my goodness gracious.
Did you talk about this case?
no.
What did you talk about?
She looks scary.
If you don't recall, how can you recall that you didn't discuss this case? Have you discussed this case or the UK litigation with Mr. Waldron?
Yes, I discussed the UK case with Mr. Waldron.
What did you discuss about the UK case with Mr. Waldron?
Your Honor, can we stop?
Okay.
I have no idea who this
I
is.
don't recall.
Think you
But
pause
she
it?
looks scary.
No details whatsoever that you recall? Did Miss
You could. There you go. Are you want to approach? Or I'm not sure.
is she alive for this interview? You guys are so funny. That was a funny comment. I can put that up there.
Oh, is it? Oh, excuse me.
What a comment, Jamie. I love it. Oh, this is Kate James.
Oh,
I'm trying to
she's
think
in
of who
serious
this is.
business
I got
then.
inside. I missed it. I
If-
missed who the.
Well, if it's her, then she's in serious business because look at her face just now. I
That's
was like,
Kate
oh, yeah,
James.
she wants to kill somebody.
That's Kate James on the stand right now.
Okay, then she's ready to kill then.
Yeah, she looks like an assassin. Like I would think of her like an assassin in a movie or something like that, like a Black Widow or something. Maybe
Well,
she's
that's
the
why
Black
she's
Widow.
wearing black.
Yeah,
Ladies and gentlemen, in addition to the video deposition, there are some extra statements that this witness made that aren't part of the video, but it is part of her testimony. So Mr. Rottenborn is just going to read those into the record and for you as well. Okay.
Oh, come on. I want to see your face.
Question. Have you spoken with Adam Waldman before? Answer, yes. Question.
Why?
When was the last time you spoke with him? Answer, I don't recall. Question. How many times have you spoken with him? Answer, I would
Why
say
does he have
somewhere
to read
around
this?
10 times total. Question. Have you spoken with him
How's a
in
lot of noise in the
2022?
background.
Answer, yes. Question. What was the substance of that conversation? Answer, friendly banter. Question. About what? Answer, nothing to do with the case at all. Question. What was it about? Answer, we have gotten to know each other. And, you know, I was on vacation, said Happy New Year, that's it. Question. Did you call him or did he call you? Answer, I didn't call him. Question. Did you text him? Answer, I sent a message saying Happy New Year to a lot of my friends. Question. Over text? Answer, yes.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right. You can continue the video.
Waldman assist you in preparing your witness statements for the UK litigation.
No,
Did you exchange drafts of those statements with Mr. Waldman?
no,
Who did you send those drafts to?
shillings.
Is every word in those witness statements words that you drafted?
Yes,
Did anyone provide edits to those witness statements for your consideration?
I'm very good at my own editing, I can assure you.
That didn't answer my question. Did anyone else provide edits to those witness statements for
No.
your? Now, you've spoken with Mr. Depp since he and Amber got divorced, correct?
Correct.
When was the last time you spoke with him? You can answer.
I don't recall.
Was it within the past year?
No,
In any day prior to today, have you exchanged text messages with Mr. Depp?
yes.
When was the last time approximately that you exchanged text messages with Mr. Depp?
I would say 2016. Oh, yeah, I think 2016, but it's a long time ago.
When was the last time you spoke with Amber Heard?
I don't recall.
Was it shortly after your employment with her ended in 2015?
No,
Was it after that?
no,
Have you spoken with her to the best of your recollection or communicated with her in any way in the past, say, 5 years?
no.
When were you hired by Ms. Heard?
In 2012,
How did you meet her?
her sister put an ad through, a recruitment system I use in my field.
Take me through the chronology of, well, let me ask you this way. When did would you describe your work for Ms. Heard as a personal assistant? Is that what you'd call your job title?
Yes,
When did you first start working as a personal assistant?
in 1999.
For how many people have you served as a personal assistant?
Maybe 6.
Since you left Ms. Heard's employment in 2015, for how many people have you served as a personal assistant?
1, that's the same person I work for to this day. I've been with him for 6.5 years.
Ms. James, have you had any other jobs other than this personal assistant job since you left Ms. Heard's employment?
No,
Now, your work for Ms. Heard was it part-time or full-time?
it started as part-time and became full-time. time.
When did you change from part-time to full-time?
I don't recall.
What were your job duties?
Too many to mention.
Give me your best summary of what your job duties were, please.
Is this relevant? Okay, so let's see. I mean, if you are ready for a really, really long time of me explaining all of the details, that's fine. It's everything you could possibly do to run someone's life. Okay, so it is grocery shopping, it is taking care of admin, it is running errands, it is getting the car fixed, it is getting the dogs groomed, it is picking up flowers, it is dealing with the decorator, it is dealing with the housekeeper, it is going on and on and on and on, and it goes on every single day. Arranging travel, dealing with all of the surplus staff around the travel, booking all the greeters, dealing with the changing of travel. Okay, liaising with people that she's working with on films, updating her calendar accordingly, liaising with the people on set every single day to update her calendar to ensure that she knows what scene she's doing each day, what her call time is. Or every day it's something different. But it's a lot, a myriad of things that go across the board daily.
You were paid for that work, correct?
Very poorly.
What were you paid? Was it $1,500 a week to start?
Kidding?
Is that what?
No, I wish. My God. No, it was not. She paid me $25 an hour to start off with. And she finally agreed after screaming abuse at me that she would pay me $50,000 a year once I went to full time. And this was after me working for well over 10 years as a personal assistant. So it was very insulting to me, but I did it anyway because I had grandfathered in the ability to pick up my son from school and bring him to work with me at 3 o'clock.
And you could have left Ms. Heard's employment at any time, correct?
Yes.
You were based in Los Angeles when you were providing personal assistant services to Ms. Heard, right?
I have always lived in Los Angeles since 1999.
So you didn't travel with Ms. Heard when she was out of town, correct?
That was another part of our agreement that I wouldn't travel with her because of my child.
And she was out of town quite a bit, right?
Not really.
Not really? How many weeks a year would you estimate Ms. Heard was out of town while you worked for her?
Well, you're talking almost 10 years ago, so I can't tell you quite honestly.
But when she was out of town, you wouldn't see, you never traveled with her, right?
No.
How much did you see Mr. Depp over the course of your employment with Ms. Heard?
Regularly.
How many times? Well, obviously you didn't see him when he was out of town, right?
No.
When he was in town, would you see him daily, weekly, monthly? What would you estimate?
There is no rhyme or reason to answer that question.
Now, you never witnessed any violence between Ms. Heard or Mr. Depp, right?
No.
And Ms. Heard never told you that she had been violent to Mr. Depp, correct?
No.
You had knowledge that Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp had arguments, correct?
No.
Ms. Heard never told you that she and Mr. Depp had arguments?
Occasionally she'd send a text message complaining about her mental state, but it's never clear exactly what was going on.
Okay, so you never...
I remember she would text me complaining about her mental state, and that was about it. I don't have any of the text messages, so it's hard to remember.
Do you recall hearing anything about an alleged incident between Amber and Johnny on a flight from Boston to LA around this time frame?
Like I said, I remember that day very well.
And to follow up on that, I'm not asking just about what Amber may have told you. I'm just trying to drill down generally to what you may have heard, whether from Amber or Johnny or anyone about that. Does that make sense? So can you tell us, what do you remember hearing about that flight, or what happened or didn't happen on that flight from Boston to LA?
Don't know.
Sitting here today, you don't remember anything that you heard about that?
I don't know. I wasn't on the plane. I just know what happened afterwards. Okay. When she asked me to come meet her at the shuttle.
Did you think to ask her if she was okay?
You know, I probably did, because that's my role, to play a caregiver. That's all I can imagine.
So what do you remember about this day that you alluded to earlier?
Mostly my surprise that they went to the Chateau Marmont, because Amber had an apartment of her own in West Hollywood that was like completely set up and available to her. So that was my biggest confusion. Like, why did she go to the Chateau? And then she asked me to get her bathing suit. I remember that. So I had to go to her apartment to get her bathing suit, which again seems strange to me. And then what also seemed strange is when I got there, she had a bunch of friends with her. And originally I thought she was alone.
Did, when you refer to Amber's apartment, are you referring to the apartment on Orange Avenue?
Yes, yeah.
And isn't it true that Mr. Depp would spend time in that apartment with Amber time to time, correct?
Well, I don't really know what the question is in relation to, but he wasn't there at that time, if that's what you're referring to.
Yeah, no, that's not my question. My question was just, over the course of your employment, you have knowledge of Mr. Depp spending time at that Orange Avenue apartment,
They spent
right?
time there, and at his residences, they would go around different places as well.
Were you concerned about Miss Heard and her well-being on this day?
No, because it did become a pattern with her, and so I was merely placating her, I would say, and especially when I saw she was there with about 4 or 5 girlfriends and basically having fun, enjoying each other down by the pool. That's why she needed a swimsuit, and then they proceeded to hang there all day drinking while I sat around waiting with my son. Actually, I think it was a Sunday that day, I remember. We had to wait all day, and while they just hung around drinking by the pool. And then finally I went home, and finally she went back to her apartment, and then she wanted me to go back and pack her bag for her at about 10 o'clock at night on Sunday, and I said I couldn't go. By that point I'd already spent the whole day sitting there, so I said I couldn't go and pack her bag because I'd already put my son to bed, and she was very angry about that. I remember that.
Okay, so when you asked her if she was okay, you didn't actually care if she was okay. You said you were just placating her, right?
It was a standard procedure at this point. She was a very dramatic person.
So you didn't actually think that there was anything that Amber was actually upset, correct?
As I said, it just didn't make sense that she went to the chateau instead of going home. That was the first red flag for me that day. You know? So you came to the conclusion that day that she actually wasn't upset. Is that what you're saying? It's too much. I mean, I already answered once.
What I'm asking is, did you come to the conclusion that there was nothing wrong with Miss Heard that day and that she wasn't actually upset?
I don't know how to answer. I mean, it's such a strange question. Like they said, you already asked me and I already answered.
I'm asking you to answer it again. I don't think I asked the exact same question, but do your best, please.
Could you ask me the question in a different way or a clearer way that is not exactly the same as the last question you asked me?
Did you reach the conclusion that day that Miss Heard hadn't experienced anything traumatic?
Over the course of the day, I observed Miss Heard enjoying the company of her friends for several hours. That's all I have to say on that matter.
And would it be odd for someone who's experienced trauma to want to be around friends? To you?
Yeah, I don't know.
So in any event, you said you sat around at the Chateau Marmont, is that right?
Yes, well, she was deciding what to do.
Now you were being paid for that time, correct?
Not overtime. It was a Sunday. I was not being paid, no.
Did you avail yourself of anything at the hotel? Like, did you order any food?
No.
Did you
I might have ordered some food for my son, actually, to be honest, now I think about it, because he was only little at the time. I think he was, 5 or something. So I might have ordered food for my son. I'm not a big eater. Food is not a huge priority for me.
Would you have put that on Miss Heard's tab that day?
Everything was on Depp's tab that day, so no.
On Johnny's tab?
Yes.
Let's bring up the document entitled, or that ends in 6151, please.
Showing exhibit 3 on the screen.
When she wrote, "I love you," and you wrote, "Love you too, hon, won't be long, X," was that just placating Miss Heard?
Standard friendly text exchange in my role of work.
Were you trying to be supportive at all, or just placating her?
A bit of both, I guess.
Did you have any concern whatsoever about Miss Heard's well-being that day?
No.
When was the first time that you remember Miss Heard telling you that all wasn't right in the relationship between her and Mr. Depp?
I don't recall exactly when it started, but it was usually her complaining and crying due to, I would say, insecurities within the relationship more than anything else. She would be very, very insecure a lot of the time, and she would call me up crying. I remember one time she called me when she was alone in New York City, and she was crying and walking around the street crying. And he wasn't there. She was alone, but I said to her that she needed to go inside because I was worried that the paparazzi might take a photo of her, and she was in a very dysregulated state. And so just out of kindness, I said to her it's better if she went inside rather than walking around crying in public. I remember that, but I don't remember exactly when that was. It might have been 2012 or 2013. As the job went on, we called each other less and less and did mostly text messaging. It was all text messaging we did.
Did you ever believe that Mr. mistreated her?
No.
So, and why not?
Just never any evidence of it at all. I was there almost daily in both her place and then eventually at his place in West Hollywood, and then ultimately at the lofts downtown. It was a daily basis experience, morning, noon, night, all days of the week. So, I never once saw any evidence of anything.
Did Miss Heard ever tell you that Johnny had hit her?
No.
Did she ever tell you that Johnny had pulled her hair or pushed her?
No.
Let me ask it a little bit differently. You never believed Miss Heard that Mr. Depp had mistreated her. Is that correct?
At the time or after? I never believed it. In what context are you talking about? During my employ or afterward?
During your...
No, never. And there was never any damage to the apartment that I witnessed. There was never any aftermath of anything ever that I ever saw.
Now, you, of course, have no personal knowledge one way or the other whether Johnny was abusive to her, correct?
Well, I don't know if that's necessarily true, because if it was true, I would have seen the damage. even if I wasn't physically present in the moment of these alleged arguments.
And what's your basis for that statement?
Well, if someone's being beaten, there's generally physical evidence.
So your testimony is that if there was no physical evidence that you observed, then it couldn't have happened. The domestic violence by Johnny toward Amber. Is that your testimony?
No.
Well, I'm trying to understand what your testimony is. Maybe you could clarify for me, Ms. James. Is your testimony that you never saw firsthand evidence of Johnny being violent to Amber, that it couldn't have happened?
That's not what I said. You're trying to put words into my mouth. I don't appreciate that.
Can you pull up the document that is, well, let me see what it ends with here. It's the Depp 11432, please.
Showing Exhibit 4 on the screen.
All right, can we?
Could you
And
pause for a
James,
moment?
I'll
please?
direct your attention to the,
Okay.
This is a document that, for the corresponding trial exhibit, you could just bear with us for 1 minute, and then we'd like to, move for admission of it.
All right. What's the number on it?
That's what we're trying to figure out.
Okay.
Sorry for the delay. Your Honor, it's trial exhibit 844.
All right. And that's defendant's 844?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, 844. Any objection to 844? All right, if you want to approach then. If somebody has a copy of 844 for me.
Okay, I'm going to say this quick. She's tough. She's not
Oh,
taking
we'll
any
get
stuff.
it.
She's
We'll
questioning
get
why
it.
you're asking me these
That's
questions.
right.
Don't
We'll
put
get it.
words in my mouth. And she said, listen, I got paid poorly. Amber has insecurity. I've been writing this down. She says that there was no damage, and had she witnessed any damage, she would have noticed it because it was physical, which makes 100% sense. Wow, very good. Very good. I'm very happy. I'm surprised. I wasn't sure what I was going to get here, and she said if
She
JD
forgot
did
the
anything,
part where she's psychotic.
and she said if JD would have did anything, she would have seen it. Yeah, I mean these are good. These are all good. I love it. Another good witness here. Tough though, tough. So I don't know if that's going to work against her. Yeah,
I
like Connie Kim
support
is like,
Depp. I support Depp through this
well, we
because
would hope
he's
so. We're
hot.
all here for that. Oh, stop. That's not a good reason to support somebody.
It's true though,
Yes, but
isn't
if you
it?
go to court, you can't say, "Oh, because the guy's good looking, I support him." You just say, "Well, I don't care what he looks like. I care what he did."
I know. I'm just saying because I'm a huge fan of his. Huge. Ever since I was little. He's hot.
Why is she so tough at May King? Because she's probably ticked. She's probably ticked at what Amber
I
did to her.
I
And
think
I know
she's
you
the
probably don't know, but
best.
Amber's done things not just to Johnny Depp. She's done things to her people who she employed. The way she treats people. Listen, when you treat one person that way, that's who you are. You're going to treat multiple people that way. So she does. So she treated Johnny Depp in that attitude. She treated people who were employed with her like crap. And so Kate has an attitude against her because of the way she treated her. She paid me 25 an hour. She didn't pay me that much. You could tell she's mad at Amber. You should tell she's aggressive. This is her day. She wants Amber to know, I'm pissed at you. I'm pissed at the way you treated me. And she's getting it out. And she's an attorney. Like, don't put things in my mouth. She's tough. This attorney better learn. He's not going to get away with that crap with this one either. She's not soft. She's tough. She's tough. She's not going to take the attorney's stuff. She's like, you're going to ask me 10 times. I already gave you my answer. That's it. I'm not giving you another one. Because he's trying
Hey,
Has
to
Rob,
get.
don't forget your Amica cream.
Yeah.
has anybody seen Sleepy Hollow?
Yes, I have, and it's a nice movie. You should see it.
I've actually saw it. Such a
All right,
great
I'll be
movie.
back. I'm hitting the Twitter so I can tell people what's going on.
All right, Rob.
You should see it. It's a nice movie.
I've uh, I've seen it before, and guess who's also in it?
Yeah.
Johnny Depp himself.
Cup Crane. That's a nice character. I love all his movies.
Are you kidding? I love all of his movies also. I'm a big fan of his. Huge fan. Huge.
Have you seen The Astronaut's Wife? That's a nice movie too.
Not a big fan of that one, but I'm into science. Yes, I'm into science, but not that way.
Okay, when they go back, I'm going to mute everybody's mic if you don't, because everybody wants to hear what's going on. So I'm not trying to be rude, but during breaks, I don't care. But when we're not on the break, I have to mute mics because everybody wants to hear.
I'm muted already.
Yeah, and by the way, Johnny looks so handsome today. By the way,
Fox
isn't
with
he
the
the
dog.
one that played Captain Jack Sparrow in the Pirates of the Caribbean?
Yes. Okay,
You
we got to
see your
go.
name Kate in that the column labeled participants.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Is this a text message that you received from Mr. Depp on or around August 13th, 2016?
Yes.
And it appears that he's responding to something that you had sent him, correct?
I don't know.
You see where he says, "Thank you, sweetheart"?
Yes.
He's directing that to you, right?
It looks like there's someone else CC'd on this text, so it could be to that person. I honestly don't know. I can't answer your question.
Could we please pause the video?
All right, could you pause for a second? Thank you. He already did. That was good. Thank you.
Nice work.
Can you switch
Your
to-
Honor, I'd like to.
We'll
we
switch
can
to.
our.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
Not yet, but don't, not yet. Don't. Make sure it's set right. Publish it. All right.
And Your Honor, with the stipulation, we'll prepare a redacted version to be entered into evidence that has other personal identifiers redacted. We'd ask for permission to publish, to admit this into evidence and publish to the jury.
All right. The objections are noted, and we will get the redacted copy. All right. So,
Thank you, Your Honor.
thank you. Yeah.
You just blow it up, Heather.
right. All right, are we ready to continue?
Ready to resume with the video. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Do you see where he says, we'll hit you when I get back, doll, come over for a spot of purple and we'll fix her flabby ass nice and good?
Yeah.
Come over for a spot of purple means come over for a drink of wine, right?
I don't know.
That's what you understood it to mean, correct?
I don't know.
Lucian, can you pull up the document labeled UK trial day 7 James testimony, please? And Ms. James, you remember giving testimony in the trial in the UK, right?
Well, there'd be something wrong with me if I didn't.
And in
I need order in the
when
court.
you gave that testimony,
you.
you gave it under oath, correct?
Yes.
Lucian, can you please go to page 39 of the PDF? And can you please blow up the page that is labeled 1221? And on line 7, Ms. James, am I reading this right? You were asked a question, and he is inviting you over for a spot of purple. What is that? Yes, is your answer. Question, what did you understand? You answered red wine, I imagine. Do you see that?
Yeah, I do remember that.
Remember giving that testimony?
Yeah.
So is it your understanding that Mr. Depp was inviting you over for wine at some point after he split up from Miss Heard?
And just speculation.
Did you meet up with Mr. Depp for red wine around the time period of this text on August 13th, 2016?
I did meet up with him, but we did not drink red wine. No.
Was anyone else present for that meeting?
No.
When he said, come over for a spot of purple and we'll fix her flabby ass, you understood him to be referring to Miss Heard when he said, we'll fix her flabby ass, correct?
Yeah, it wasn't for me to speculate what he was referring to.
And I'm not asking for you to speculate what he was referring to. I'm asking for your understanding was that he was talking to Miss Heard, correct? You can answer.
There isn't an answer. I mean, this is the way he writes. It's very random and you don't sort of question it. Okay, it's just the way he writes. He writes in a very abstract way.
Okay, Lucian, if you can just pull up the prior testimony that we just looked at. Ms. James, isn't it true that on line 12 of page 1221, you were asked the question, red wine, and not only to come over for a spot of purple, but to fix her flabby ass. That was about Miss Heard, was it not? And on line 14, you answered yes, yes. Do you see that?
Yes.
So you did understand this to be referring to Miss Heard, correct?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you said no?
Just trying to be agreeable in the court, having no clue what on earth is going on. So there you go. I have no clue.
Was that answer in the court truthful or just agreeable?
Just being agreeable.
So it wasn't truthful? You can answer.
I don't have an answer for you, Mr. Rottenborn.
What did you and Mr. Depp talk about at that meeting that you recall?
I don't recall details.
Just tell me generally everything you recall.
It's too long ago, Mr. Rottenborn. I don't recall.
Do you recall anything?
No.
Where was the meeting?
At his residence in West Hollywood.
Is that his residence? What? I'm sorry.
In West Hollywood.
What time of day?
About 3 p.m.
So you recall the time of day, but you don't recall anything you discussed?
No, I'm just saying, I know it was in the afternoon because it was after I picked my son up from school because my son went to swim in the pool with the security guards watching him while I went and had a brief conversation with Mr. Depp. That's the only reason I remember the time.
Did you talk about Miss Heard?
Yes.
What did you discuss about Ms. Heard?
Like I said, I don't recall the details.
Well, I'm just a little confused because you just testified you didn't remember anything, but now you remember that you did talk about Ms. Heard. So what I'm trying to get is everything you remember about the conversation.
Well, you've got to understand, Mr. Rottenborn, the mutual connection between Mr. Depp and myself is, in fact, Miss Heard. So inevitably, that is going to be part of the conversation. That's all I remember. Okay.
Do you remember anything else about that conversation with Mr. Depp?
No.
Have you seen Mr. Depp since that conversation?
No.
Now, just describe generally your educational background, please.
I completed high school and then I went straight into becoming a veterinary nurse when I left school, which I did for approximately 3 to 4 years before I left Australia.
Did you have any sort of specialized training in veterinary medicine or nursing?
Only on the ground experience, 4 years in a clinic.
So you don't have any experience with medical training for humans, right?
No.
And you don't have any training in healthcare, correct?
Could you be more specific?
You don't have any training in healthcare for people, correct?
I'm not a human nurse, if that's your question. I don't really understand your question.
Sorry, you don't have any training related to prescription drugs, do you?
No.
And you have no
only,
basis.
actually, excuse me, only pertaining to animals. Yes, I would like to add that.
Okay, and that was the training that you received on the job in Australia before you came to the U.S.?
Amongst other things, yeah.
You familiar with Ms. Heard taking prescriptions for Accutane and Provigil, among other things, correct?
Yeah.
You are not, you never served as a nurse or a doctor to Ms. Heard, right?
No.
And you have no medical knowledge to testify whether Ms. Heard used Provigil or Accutane in the way her doctors instructed, correct?
No.
And you're not an expert on the interaction of prescription drugs and alcohol or other drugs, correct?
No.
Did you, during the course of your employment, develop any personal knowledge of Mr. Depp's use of alcohol or drugs?
Not firsthand.
And what do you mean by not firsthand?
Well, I worked with Amber. I didn't work with him.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp using illegal drugs?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp abuse alcohol?
No.
Did you ever speak with Dr. Kipper?
No.
Did you ever speak with Aaron Borum?
Yes.
And Aaron Borum was a nurse who worked for Dr. Kipper, right?
She was assigned to Amber.
I'm
That's
sorry.
how I spoke to her.
I'm sorry.
She was assigned to Amber. That's how I came to be speaking to her.
And she also provided medical services to Johnny, right?
I don't know.
What do you recall speaking to Aaron Borum about?
Just random chit chat in the course of the day, nothing specific.
Do you recall ever forming any concern in your own mind about any of Mr. Depp's behavior in his relationship with Amber?
Never.
Nothing you heard, nothing you witnessed, nothing you saw during your time with Ms. Heard ever gave you an inkling of concern about Mr. Depp's behavior toward Amber?
Never.
Now, you you left your employment, or your employment with Amber ended in early 2015, correct?
Yeah, just after they came back from the wedding on the island.
Did Ms. Heard terminate your employment?
When Miss Heard came back from the island, she informed me that she now needed to support her mother because her mother could no longer work after a diagnosis, a medical diagnosis, and she told me she could no longer afford to pay me since she had to support her mother, and therefore she would have to terminate my employment to support her family.
And did you resent Ms. Heard for that, for terminating your employment?
I would have been nice to have been given some notice, so I had some time to look around. So I was a little upset for the lack of notice. But apart from that, no, I was not upset.
Ms. Heard gave you 6 weeks of severance pay, correct?
I don't recall.
Did you want to stay in the job for Ms. Heard?
Well, I did ask if I could have a few months heads up so I could seek another job that would suit the terms of my employment, but she did not allow that.
And that made you angry, correct?
No.
Did you ask to be put on Mr. Depp's payroll so that you could remain being paid by Ms. Heard or Mr. Depp?
Well, when she said she couldn't afford it, I said, now you're married, couldn't I go on to Depp's payroll? And she said, no, it was part of a legal agreement they had that she was not allowed to do that. I don't know whether that was true or not.
You ever asked Mr. Depp whether you could go on his payroll?
No.
Isn't it true that you asked to live in one of Mr. Depp's houses rent-free for a period of time after your employment?
Well, you see, I'm a homeowner, but I want to be clear. I didn't want to miss a mortgage payment due to unemployment. So my idea is perhaps I could find an alternate accommodation in order to rent out my house so I don't lose my entire property. I'm a homeowner. Keeping my home and my payments up to date is the paramount importance to me.
Isn't it true that you had already skipped about 1.5 years of mortgage payments on your home during the time you were employed by Mr.
No.
Let's pull up the document ending in ALH 5858, please.
Have exhibit 11 on the screen.
Yeah, I think you've read everything. So if you're ready for me to ask you questions, my first question is just, is this an email exchange between you and Amber relating to the termination of your employment?
Yeah, this is the email I received when she terminated me.
And then the emails above in this document are, some of which are duplicated, are an email exchange that you had with Amber after you received the termination email.
Yeah, when I woke up that morning, yeah.
Can you go to the first page, please? Top of the document.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it true that Ms. Heard did pay you 6 extra weeks of pay after your termination?
She's stating that, but I don't recall if it actually happened or not.
You don't have personal knowledge one way or the other, or a recollection of whether she did?
No.
And isn't it true that you do tell her in this email that you didn't pay your mortgage for the first 1.5 years that you were working for her?
Yes,
correct?
I had one of those balloon mortgages, so I had to go through a loan modification, and I recall now that that's why I was able to agree to work for her for such a small amount of money than what I normally made. It was sort of as a favor almost.
What was a favor?
To work for her for like half my usual paycheck, basically.
So you were doing Amber a favor?
Yes, because initially it was described as a part-time 20-hour-a-week thing with flexibility and blah, blah, blah. So, you know, I thought it's not really in my caliber, but my son was only 4 at the time, so it seemed like a good idea, especially because I wasn't paying my mortgage, so I could take the hit by getting less pay than I would normally make. And that way I could also have the time with my son that I wanted.
Are you, and I think the answer to this is no, but I just want to be clear. You're not blaming Amber for you're not paying your mortgage, right?
No, that was my choice. That was the only way I could get a loan modification. Was the way it worked back then. But you know the 2008 crash, that's how it worked back then. If you wanted to save property. Well,
And you started working for Amber in 2012, right?
yes, it took a long time, the loan modification process.
And you're not blaming Amber for getting a credit card with 29% interest, are you?
What?
You see in your email on that first page, about 2/3 of the way down, you say, I have borrowed from my mom my tenant security deposit, and now I have used up a credit card I should use as it has 29% interest.
Oh, that's my choice.
Did you have tenants in your property at that time?
I have a duplex. I'm just trying, and that time, yes, I had tenants in one house and I was living in the other.
Did you use those tenants' security deposit for personal expenses?
I don't remember.
Do you see where you say I have borrowed from my mom my tenant's security deposit? Does do you recall using your tenant's security deposit or borrowing from that?
It's too long ago for me to recall if it actually happened.
Would there be a reason that you would have said that if it wasn't true?
No.
And isn't it true that you did ask to live rent-free in Johnny's houses after you were terminated, right?
Lots of people did.
And isn't it true that you did?
Yes.
And did that ever come to pass?
No.
Did it make you angry that that didn't happen?
No.
It's fair to say at the time that your employment was terminated, you were in fairly significant financial trouble, correct?
Yes.
And you were angry with Amber for terminating you at this time when you were in financial trouble, correct?
No.
See at the bottom of your email on page 2, you say, Max and I love you very much, as a sign off to your email.
Yes.
And Max is your son, right?
Yes.
That wasn't true, correct? In fact, you didn't love Amber. You didn't like her, did you?
Any close relationship has ebbs and flows in the energy that you feel towards one another. It's pretty standard.
And at that point in time, you, well, since your termination, you've had nothing but animosity toward Miss Heard, correct?
No, I actually bumped into her at the PO box about 3 months after, and she was in her Range Rover, and I saw her sister, and she said, come say hi to Amber. And I went back there, and I was going to say hi, but she was on the phone, and she was saying, wait, but then I had to go. That's the only time I've ever seen it, but I wanted to go and say hi. I wasn't feeling like I wanted to avoid her or anything. You know, things happen and life goes on, you know.
I understand you're a personal assistant, Ms. James. What type of people do you work for?
High-profile celebrities.
Are they celebrities in the entertainment industry?
Yes.
You previously testified that in March of 2012, you worked as a personal assistant for Ms. Heard, yes?
Yes.
In total, how long did you work for Ms. Heard as her personal assistant?
Almost 3 years.
And at the time you were hired in March of 2012, had you ever heard of Ms. Heard?
No.
You previously testified today that at some point while working for Ms. Heard, you transitioned from working part-time to full-time. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
When did that transition happen?
I don't recall specifically.
Do you think it happened within the first year of your employment?
I believe it happened within around 6 months into the employment.
So most definitely it happened in the first year of your employment. Is that correct?
Yes.
You previously testified that you stopped working for Ms. Heard as her personal assistant in February of 2015. Is that right?
Yes.
And you also testified that Ms. Heard let you go upon her return from the Bahamas in February of 2015. Yes?
Yes.
Did Ms. Heard ever give you any indication or warning that your employment might end upon her marriage to Mr. Depp?
No.
How did it make you feel when Ms. Heard terminated your employment without warning?
Bit of a shock, a bit of a feeling of being blindsided.
When you first began working for Ms. Heard, and when Ms. Heard was in town, in other words, not traveling, how many times per week would you see her?
Almost daily.
And did that change when you became a full-time personal assistant for Ms. Heard?
No.
Would you see Ms. Heard on the weekends as well?
Yes.
And when you would see Ms. Heard in person, did you coordinate with her when you would be seeing her?
No, I would arrive whenever it was necessary to bring stuff that I'd picked up on errands or whatnot. There was no given set schedule.
And when you say you would arrive, where would you arrive to?
It depended where she was at the time. Sometimes she was at Orange, sometimes she was at one of Johnny's houses on Sweetser, and then eventually they all moved down to the lofts downtown.
You previously testified that your work as being Ms. Heard's private assistant was extensive. Would you please tell us everything that you were responsible for?
Everything from handling all of her dry cleaning, picking up packages, mail, liaising with agents, other people in the industry, coordinating travel, making restaurant reservations, dealing with the staff, the vendors on the property, that sort of thing.
Did Ms. Heard ever ask you to monitor press for her?
Yes.
What specifically did she ask you to do?
I had a newsstand guy that was instructed to hold 2 copies of every magazine she appeared in. Was a newsstand on Sherborne Avenue, just off La Cienega, and he would hold them for me, and I would go there once a week to pick up a pile of magazines.
I'm sorry, you got muffled out. You said, and he would hold those for me
He
and
would hold them for me, and I would go approximately once a week to pick up whatever magazines Amber was featured in, 2 copies of each, which I would then store in her garage.
Why would you store them in Ms. Heard's garage?
Because she didn't want Mr. Depp to see them.
Did she tell you why she didn't want Mr. Depp to see them?
No, she just got very angry with me one day because I hadn't quite made it downstairs to put them in the garage when she came home, and she went absolutely ballistic over that.
When you say she went absolutely ballistic over that, can you please describe what you mean?
Screaming, yelling, abuse.
Do you remember what she said to you?
No.
But it was abusive in your opinion?
Blind rage.
Over the 3-year period in which you worked for Ms. Heard, were you ever with Ms. Heard when she was getting dressed or undressing?
All the time.
How often were you present when Ms. Heard was getting dressed?
Every time she was getting dressed for a fitting, I would say 90% of the time I was there.
And just to clarify, was it just when Ms. Heard was in fittings that you would see her in states of undress?
No, it was also in her apartment. She had no issue with walking around naked quite often.
Did you ever observe Ms. Heard putting on makeup?
Yes.
How often did you see Ms. Heard doing her makeup?
Just when she was getting ready to go out somewhere for a party or something.
And when you interacted with Ms. Heard, and I understand it was quite frequent and regular, did it appear to you that she was wearing makeup?
He usually never wore makeup unless she was going to a special event.
And when she did go to special events, would you describe her makeup as heavy?
It would depend. It would, a makeup artist would do it, or if she would do it herself. If she did it herself, it would be light and usually adding lashes, and that's about it.
And I believe you previously testified to this, so I'm sorry for asking you again, but while you worked for Ms. Heard, did you ever see any types of injuries on her?
No,
Did you ever see any cuts?
no,
Did you see bruises?
no,
Did you see swelling,
no,
redness in her face?
no,
How about Ms. Heard having black eyes,
never,
a broken nose,
never,
missing hair clumps? Sorry, I didn't catch that. Ms. James,
never.
did you ever see Ms. Heard cry?
Yes,
How often did you see her cry?
hard to put a number on it. Sometimes she would cry on the phone. I think at least once or twice she might have cried on the phone. You know, and then as far as seeing her personally crying, you know, she was a pretty dramatic person. It's hard to really put a number on it.
I'm focusing on when you saw her in person crying. How many times do you believe that you saw her in person crying?
I would say twice, maybe twice.
Let's take that in bite sizes. The first time you saw Ms. Heard cry in person, do you recall what she was crying about? Go ahead, Ms. James.
Insecure emotions.
So the two times that you recall Ms. Heard crying in front of you, you remember her crying about being insecure. Is that correct?
Yes.
You testified that she felt insecure about her relationship. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you expand on that? What do you mean by that?
She didn't like being away from his physical presence.
Did Ms. Heard tell you that she felt insecure when Mr. Depp wouldn't be present with her?
Yeah.
Other than telling you she felt insecure about her relationship with Mr. Depp, what else did Ms. Heard say about feeling insecure?
She told me she didn't like hanging out in his house with his friends because it was boring and they were all old men playing guitars and it wasn't interesting to her.
Was Ms. Heard dating Mr. Depp when you first started working for her?
Yes.
When did you first learn that Ms. Heard was dating Mr. Depp?
After about a month, I think.
How did you learn that she was dating Mr. Depp?
She told me.
What did she tell you?
She told me she was dating Johnny Depp.
Do you recall the first time you met Mr. Depp?
Yes.
When was that?
It was in her apartment on Orange, probably shortly after she told me she was dating him. He was standing in the dining room.
And approximately when was that?
I don't remember. I would say April or May of 2012.
What was your impression of Mr. Depp?
He was very peaceful, very calm, almost shy, and very quiet. And I remember he was wearing red suede shoes because I didn't know where else to look. I looked at his shoes. It's it's a weird recollection, I know, but I'm just being honest.
Did you ever witness Mr. Depp be rude to anyone?
He's such a gentleman. He's like a total Southern gentleman. So no.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp lose his cool?
No,
Did you ever see him scream at anyone?
no,
Did you ever see him break something?
only in a video.
In your presence, did you ever see Mr. Depp break something intentionally?
Never break anything, never throw anything, always completely passive.
I believe you've testified previously that you have a son, correct?
Yes,
How old was your son when you first started working for Ms. Heard?
4 years old.
And did you ever bring your son to work with you?
Yes.
How often?
Quite often, if I had to keep working, I would bring him back there after school. And if I had to work on the weekends, he would come with me then.
Did Mr. Depp ever interact with your son?
Yes, he was very kind.
How often did Mr. Depp interact with your son?
Whenever they were in each other's presence.
Can you give me an estimate of how often that happened?
Oh, countless times. He would even teach him how to play guitar. He brought him back from vacations. He showed him his amazing makeup makeover when he was doing Black Mass. He tricked him. He leant over and was saying, "Do you know who I am?" Like the full makeup on his son's jaw almost hit the ground. It was really cute, actually. He gave my son a little pick as well, a guitar pick, which he cherishes to this day as well.
Fair to say you were around Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard together quite a lot.
Yeah, it became increasingly more as the time went on. Yeah.
What was your impression of Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp's relationship?
It did not seem like a perfect relationship to me, based on a lot of insecurity on her behalf, which seemed to cause confusion in the relationship. Maybe the age gap was an issue because of their different interests. I know that much. Apart from that, who am I to know the relationship, you know?
Do you think that Mr. Depp was smothering of Ms. Heard?
Oh, no.
Did it appear to you that Mr. Depp was jealous of Ms. Heard?
No.
Did you ever have interactions with Mr. Depp by yourself?
Sometimes, yeah.
And what were those interactions like?
Just friendly chit chat, which would stop immediately when Amber saw me speaking to him. She'd give me the evil eye, and I'd know to just quickly walk away.
Did Amber ever talk to you about your interactions with Mr. Depp?
No.
In the 3 years that you worked for Ms. Heard, did you ever see Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp argue?
No.
In the 3 years that you worked for Ms. Heard, did you ever see any physical violence between Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp?
Never.
Did you ever see either of them being physically aggressive with one another?
No.
Did you ever see any property damage at Ms. Heard's home?
Never.
Did you ever see any property damage at Mr. Depp's primary residence on Sweetser?
Never.
Did you ever see any property damage at the lofts or the penthouses at the Eastern Columbia building?
No, never.
Over the 3-year period in which you worked for Ms. Heard, did you ever hear from anyone that Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard had been in a physical altercation?
No.
Over the 3-year period in which you worked for Miss Heard, did you ever see Miss Heard be physically aggressive with anyone?
No.
Let's break that down a bit. When you say she was verbally abusive to you regularly, can you explain to me how she was verbally abusive to you?
Screaming, screaming over the phone. She screamed at me once in person, multiple times screaming at me over the phone. Barrages of abusive text messages, day and night, a lot of them in the middle of the night. I think you're aware. I think between 2 and 4 a.m. the barrage would start. That's what I'd wake up to. All incoherent, not really making sense, just basically someone to lash out at, you know, no apparent reason to it.
You testified previously that you observed Miss Heard be verbally abusive to her sister.
Yes.
What do you recall about that?
It was
verbal abuse?
ongoing kick the dog kind of relationship with her sister. So it's really hard to pinpoint any specifics, but her poor sister was treated like the dog that you kick, basically.
You previously testified that you observed Miss Heard be verbally abusive to her mother.
Mm-hmm.
What specifically did you observe?
Well, there is a video that online where you can see her being abusive first and foremost. So it's not even based on what I'm telling you. It's what I've seen, the interactions between the two of them when her mother was still alive and the fact that her mother was terrified of her.
Did her mother tell you she was terrified of her?
She personally told me she was terrified of her.
Did you ever witness Miss Heard tongue lash her mother?
Here and there, yes. Especially when it was a build up to a stressful event or something like that, yeah.
You said you felt that Miss Heard was verbally abusive to you. Can you provide me with any specific examples of this behavior?
Well, I thought I did earlier, but yeah, it was just so random and ongoing. You would never know when it was going to come left of center. I do remember on one occasion when we were moving from part to full time and then the salary negotiations became a real bone of contention. And I specifically remember standing in her office where she leapt up out of her chair, put her face approximately 4 inches from my face. She was spitting in my face and telling me how dare I ask for the salary I was asking for, which was in fact approximately half of my regular annual salary. I was offering her that as a favor, and she felt that gave her the right to spit in my face. And there was a witness in the apartment at that time, by the way.
Who was at the apartment at the time?
The handyman, Hector Galindo.
I'm sorry.
The handyman, Hector Galindo. He was so mortified. He was so embarrassed to hear her speaking to me like that.
Miss James, while you worked for Miss Heard, did you ever observe her drinking alcohol?
Yes, I did.
How often did you observe Miss Heard drink alcohol?
Don't recall.
What alcohol did you observe Miss Heard drink in your presence?
Red wine.
Did Miss Heard ever appear intoxicated to you?
Yes, she often did.
While you worked for Miss Heard, were you aware of what, if any, prescription drugs she was taking?
Yes, because I had to pick it up and I often had to deliver it to her to
You
set.
anticipated. I'm sorry, Ms. James, I interrupted your question, or your answer, excuse me. The last part of your answer was to,
it was my job to pick it up and deliver it to her, also bring it to her if she was doing a photo shoot or, on set or something, if she'd forgotten it.
what prescription drugs do you remember picking up from Ms. Heard?
Provigil,
Any other prescription drugs that you remember picking up from Ms. Heard?
Accutane,
Any others?
not specifically.
To your knowledge, did Ms. Heard ever stop taking Provigil or Accutane while you were working for her?
No,
Did Ms. Heard ever tell you that she was experiencing any side effects from Provigil?
she didn't say it, but I observed it.
We'll go back to that in a minute, but did Ms. Heard ever tell you that she was experiencing any side effects from Accutane?
No,
You previously testified that you observed Ms. Heard having certain side effects from Provigil. Yes?
yes,
What side effects did you observe Ms. Heard exhibiting?
manic episodes.
Can you tell me what you mean by manic episodes?
Similar to if someone was on some sort of amphetamine drug. Moving very fast, not making a lot of sense, hyper organizing, hypertasking, just very, very hyper. Yeah.
Besides prescribed medication, did you ever observe Ms. Heard ingest any illicit drugs while you worked for her?
No,
Did Ms. Heard ever tell you that she had ingested illegal drugs?
yes,
When did Ms. Heard tell you that she had ingested illegal drugs?
sporadically here and there.
What drugs did Ms. Heard tell you she had ingested?
Mushrooms, ecstasy, and cocaine.
If you remember, how many times did Ms. Heard tell you that she had ingested illegal drugs?
I can't remember.
Based on your personal observations, did it ever appear to you that Ms. Heard was under the influence of illegal drugs?
Yes,
How many times?
I don't know.
Less than 5?
It's so long ago, it's hard for me to remember.
Why did it appear to you that Ms. Heard was under the influence of illegal drugs?
Disoriented, partying with friends, lots of heavy drinking, laughing, dancing, playing, all the sorts of things that go hand in hand with imbibing in drugs.
Would Ms. Heard's treatment of you change when she was intoxicated?
Yes,
How so?
she became more and more belligerent and abusive.
Ms. James, you previously testified that you provided testimony in the matter involving Mr. Depp in the United Kingdom. Do you remember that testimony?
Yep.
And how did you provide testimony in the United Kingdom?
Well, I wrote a witness statement and then I had to do a live video feed.
And did you understand that your witness statement was made under oath?
Yes,
And did you understand that your testimony during the trial live was also under oath? Did anyone help you write your witness statement?
Shillings over in the UK helped me with the first draft, and then I took over and completely edited it to be my own words. That was after a phone conversation we had. They jotted down notes, sent me some basic notes to work with, and then I worked on it from there.
How long did it take you to write your witness statement?
About 3 or 4 days.
Did you feel you had an adequate amount of time to prepare and write your witness statement?
Yes, I was very proud with the outcome of how I wrote it because it was all my words and it was the absolute truth.
And did you have enough time to review your witness statement for accuracy before you signed it?
Yes.
Was everything that was in your witness statement true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And is that still true today? Lucian, may I please have you pull up Depp exhibit number 4, please?
Showing Depp exhibit number 4 on the screen.
Thank you. Ms. James, do you remember receiving an email from Ms. Heard on or about February 12th, 2015?
I don't even believe I was still working for that date.
Do you remember receiving this email in particular from February 12th, 2015?
Again, I don't, as far as I know, I wasn't even working for her at that time, so I wouldn't even know why she wrote this letter to me, quite honestly.
Do you remember receiving this email then?
No.
Okay. Can we please pull up exhibit number 5?
Stand by. Showing Depp exhibit number 5 on the screen.
Lucian, may I ask you to, there you go, you read my mind. Lucian, may I either take control or have you scroll down to the bottom? Thank you. James, the way these emails tend to work is they start at the bottom and then go up. And this one is no exception. So I'm going to, for your ease, I'm going to have you read the bottom email first, since it's the first one in the chain, dated February 3rd, 2015.
Mm-hmm. Looks like she was traveling straight to London after the wedding. That's what I'm reading.
Do you remember, actually, you know what? Why don't you read this entire email chain, and then I'm going to ask you some questions about it.
Mm-hmm. Can you help me? Oh no, now it's moving. I don't know. It's being finicky.
No, do you have control of this?
I do have control. Sorry, Ms. James.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can go up a bit more now. Mm-hmm.
Do you remember receiving these emails from Miss Heard?
Not really, no. No.
Do you see where Miss Heard on February 4th, 2015 writes in all caps, "Are there no direct flights?" Question mark, exclamation. I'm just pointing her to the top email, Mr. Rottenborn. Do you see where Miss Heard writes to you, "Are there no direct flights?" in all caps?
Yeah.
You would agree with me that nowhere else in this email chain Miss Heard uses all caps to write to you, correct?
No, there's not. She seems very confused. That's all I can say. When I'm reading through this, she just seems to be very confused. And the thing is like if that question were to be directed to anyone, it should have been to the travel agent, not me. I mean, I'm not the travel agent. The travel agent was down there in the beginning, Trudy Salvin.
Directing your attention, Ms. James, to May of 2014, when you met Ms. Heard at the Chateau Marmont in Los Angeles, California. Do you remember your testimony about that incident? You testified previously that Ms. Heard asked you to bring a bathing suit to the hotel. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you see Ms. Heard wearing a bathing suit in May of 2014 at the Chateau Marmont?
Yes.
Based on your recollection, did you see any bruises on Ms. Heard's body?
Objection.
No.
Did you see any red marks on Ms. Heard's body?
No.
How would you describe the general atmosphere or mood of Ms. Heard and her friends at the Chateau Marmont?
To be honest, it seemed a little conspiratorial to me. Yeah.
How so?
Like a strategy meeting or something, and combined with a pool party. Hard to describe. It was very confusing. Originally, I thought I was going over for some major emergency, but then something else completely different was going on that day.
What made you think something completely different was going on that day?
Well, because originally it made it seem like she was having this major emergency and she was completely alone and she needed me very badly to come as quickly as possible. But when I got there, she was surrounded by people. Savannah, Io, Tillett Wright, and Rocky specifically, Raquel Pennington.
What was the second name you said? I got Rocky and who?
Io, Tillett Wright. It's the letter I, the letter O. Tillett Wright.
Did you observe Ms. Heard showing what appeared to be injuries to any of her friends at the chateau that day?
No.
Did it appear to you that Ms. Heard's friends were comforting her? How would you describe Ms. Heard's friends' behavior?
Friends hanging out together by the pool, having cocktails and spending the entire afternoon hanging around together.
Did you ever learn information that made you believe that one of the reasons that their relationship between Johnny and Amber wasn't, as you described, perfect was because of Johnny's substance abuse?
I couldn't speculate on the details of their personal relationship.
You did testify earlier that one of the reasons you thought their relationship wasn't perfect was insecurity on Amber's part, though, right?
Yes.
So you developed an opinion that insecurity on Amber's part affected their relationship, but you did not develop an opinion that substance abuse or any actions by Johnny affected their relationship. Is that right?
That statement was based on communications directed to me from Amber, basically.
What communications specifically?
Expressing, exactly what I just stated, that she was sad, she didn't want to be away from him, blah, 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 that sort of thing. It would happen all the time.
And you believe that those statements were the reason that their relationship wasn't perfect?
It's not for me to speculate.
You would agree that just because someone is insecure in a relationship does not mean that she deserves to be abused, correct?
I have no answer for you for that.
You would agree that even if someone acts quote unquote smothering in a relationship doesn't mean she deserves to be abused, correct?
I don't have an answer for you for that.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you for your time today.
All right, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our morning recess for 15 minutes.
I'll be
No-
right
no
back
outside
and
research,
we'll
none of our
discuss it. You
case.
guys can
Okay.
discuss it. I'll be right back. So if you want to put your mics on, you can, and I'll be right there. Great witness. Wow, lots of things to talk about here.
All right, let's go ahead and take a break until noon. Is your next witness, all right, we're going to set it up so it's all ready to go in next. Okay, I really appreciate that. Okay, thank you. We'll be in recess till noon.
All right, I've returned. I'm sorry about that. I had to, take care of things. Some things. Hey, put it this way: you missed it. I wrote down as much as I could, and I post everything on Twitter. So if you have Twitter, you can catch everything. I've been putting as much as I can. I didn't catch everything, but I'll go over what I read. I have about almost 2 pages full of notes. So Kate James said she got paid 25 an hour, and she said she got paid very poorly. She was promised I think 50K or something like that. I didn't catch all the details. There's some things a lot of things I missed. It was hard to hear. Uh, Jesus Christ, Rob, that scared the shit out of me. I don't know what scared me. Did I scare you? Sorry.
Because you spoke.
Oh, sorry. She said Amber Heard was insecure. She said that she never saw any damage to any of the places that she worked. She said if Johnny Depp had did anything to Amber Heard, she would know because she saw Amber Heard changing. She saw Amber Heard in a bikini. She saw stuff like that. So she worked for her and she's a personal assistant. She would see it, which is like Isaac Baruch said. You're not going to cover that up on your legs. You're gonna wear makeup on your arms. If someone gets physical, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to go after your face. Okay, they go after arms and legs, and they do that. They punch, they hit, they hit you in the back. You know,
In a way, she's screwed because she's getting caught in the damn lie.
oh, of course, and this is what she needs to be. This is what we've been doing as YouTubers, is catching her in the lies.
The last two witnesses have both explained how damaging she has been to their lives, and that's not even somebody that's married to her.
It's true. And Margot, I love your accent, and welcome to the stream. Welcome, Margot.
Hello, thank you so much.
Love it. Love it. Irish. Love it.
No, Scottish, Rob.
Scottish. Either one I like. I like both. I like any accent. Yeah.
There's not much difference, just across the water.
I love every accent. Okay. I love every accent.
So do I.
I can't. I'm not going to be biased. I like the English. I like whatever accent. I'm like, oh, it's awesome. That's how I am. And I have an accent to you. I know. So
yes, you do.
Of Johnny's behavior never concerned Miss James about causing any physical harm to Amber Heard. She said that that they tried to, this is what Amber Heard's attorneys tried to do. They tried to claim that she had an attitude towards Amber because she was let go, and it led to financial issues with Miss James. And Miss James consistently said, no, I didn't have any problem with her because I was let go. She said, I would have liked to have been noticed. I tried to find some quick solutions to maybe I could be employed by Mr. Depp, or maybe you could let me stay here so I can just rent out the house for the time being till I got something else. But Amber turned it down, of course, because Amber's heartless. That's just how she is.
Well, she was going to throw her sister out.
Say it again?
She was going to throw her sister out.
Yes.
She's not a nice person.
No, she's not. She's not. And everybody's proving this. Amber Heard never wore any makeup. That was clarified, unless it was an event.
Yes.
She did so on a regular, everyday, normal. Amber was Amber. Isaac said that yesterday. Isaac said Amber looked like Amber. In other words, there was no difference. If Amber was a Monday and a Tuesday, Amber looked like. Now, if it was a big event, yes, you get it. You understand that she's a celebrity. But to every day, no. And you could see that in the elevator. I showed that yesterday on purpose. There was a reason I showed that footage. And if you missed it, check it out. It's in my Johnny Depp shorts. I just put it out last night.
This morning.
You'll see her. Yes, you'll see this morning. Correct. You'll see her hair's messed up. She's not all prettied up. She's not. So when she goes out, she just dresses like, I don't care. Here's my shirt. Here's my hair. Nothing fancy. Nothing fancy. What else? She said she didn't see any damage to Amber Heard, and this was multiple times she said this. Her face, her body, she's seen her dress and undressing in a bikini, and she's never seen her physically hurt. And if she did, she noticed these things. She would notice these things. She wanted to talk about Johnny Depp, and she said that Johnny Depp was a gentleman. She never saw Johnny break anything. She never saw Johnny Depp damage anything, and she had multiple things that she did every day. Like all your chores that I do. I don't have someone who does it. I have to do garbage and recycling and laundry and all these things. But when he made it good for her, what she sticked around with was because she could go pick up her son at 3 p.m. So for her, she had the weighty advantage. Okay, the pay wasn't exactly where she wanted it, but it had its advantage because she was able to take care of her kid. Yeah. And that was something she had to do. She said Amber Heard would give her an evil eye if she would be interacting with Johnny Depp, so she had to stop talking with Johnny Depp. So she was very careful about doing that. That would cause problems. She said she saw Amber Heard treat Whitney like a dog.
Mm-hmm.
That Amber Heard had spat in her face and got mad at her and spat in her face, which is absolutely disgusting.
Yes.
That's so embarrassing. That's like Chris Rock getting
embarrassed for herself.
What happened?
She should be embarrassed for herself. It's disgusting behavior.
Yeah, that's horrible. She saw
Rob,
Amber Heard.
There's a tweet that they're saying that there's a witness that she also spit on Johnny's face.
She also what?
Spit on Johnny's face.
Face.
Oh, okay. I don't know if I caught that. I mean, like I said, I didn't catch every intricate detail. I missed a little. It was low. I was trying to write notes, put them on Twitter, trying to put whatever you guys were saying in the chat onto the screen. It was hard, and I can't put big comments because then it'll block the words. So it's not that I don't want to put them. It's just understand I'm trying to let everybody read because if you can't hear it, at least you can read it. And it's not my fault. The audio is not me. The audio is them. Okay?
I
I
was
just wanna-
I wasn't sure that she actually spit in her face. I think she was spitting at her while she was talking because she was so angry. I think
Good.
that is what she was doing, which is she's trying to explain to people how angry this woman was.
Yeah, it's true. She's true. She said she saw Amber Heard using illegal drugs. She knew she was under the influence because she was more abusive when she did drugs and when she was drunk. And she was partying with her friends and stuff like that. And so, yeah, I mean, this is another great, not full of energy. I would say her demeanor is more, I don't know, more, say
Subdued.
again,
Mm.
Margot?
I said subdued. Sorry.
Yeah, so more, I don't know about laid back, but man, she was scary. She like when I first met her, I was like, whoa. She had an attitude. She
Hi,
wasn't
Emma.
gonna take, she wasn't gonna take crap. Hi, Emma, by the way. So, again, if you missed any of this and you have my Twitter, I've been trying to throw it up on Twitter. I don't catch everything. I'm trying. It's a lot of work. It's very hard to do all these different things, put people in the panel. Yes, keep the panel alive so they're not sleeping. Put all your comments in, and when I can grab them, and try to listen in and try to take notes and try to put it on Twitter. And this is everything I'm doing within the last 2.5 hours. So
You're multitasking, Rob. You're used to multitasking. You're good at it.
well, yeah, thank you. Well, I'm a clerk, and this is what we do. And normally we have to hear the judge, get a phone, listen to what the attorneys are saying, and at the same time, do our work, write out orders. So I'm kind of used to it. Yeah, you could say, kind of getting me prepped up for work again. She was attitudish with Amber's side, which can't blame her. They were right. Yeah, and I can't blame her. I'm going to enlarge in this because I want this bigger. This doesn't have to be small right now, so we'll use this one or this one. I guess I'll use this one. I couldn't. Okay. Why am I got this on my screen? Sorry, I got something on my screen coming across. No, I'll use this one. Okay, I like that one. All right. Sorry, it's a little slow because so many people are commenting at the same time, so I'm trying to get in your comments. Emma says hi. She says hi, Margot. Hi, Rob. Hi, Tanya. Say hi to Carmen. Carmen's here too. She's quiet, but she's here. Carmen is
I'm
here.
here.
There you go.
Hello,
See?
chat.
Hi, Carmen.
Lovely voice, Margot. I love it.
I love yours too.
Thank you.
Yeah, I love the accents, Carmen. And that's what's great about this. We got every nationality representing Johnny. It's not just one.
No, it's
particular...
worldwide. It's worldwide support for an
Agreed.
man.
Yes, that's what I'm using. Yes, that's what I'm using. I could use this or Court TV. That's what we're. That's the one. I won't use anything else. Just letting you know. So everybody's showing love for the panel, saying hi, Rob. Love the panel, says Leslie. Janie says hello, Carmen. Emma says hi, Carmen. Sorry, she's laughing. I hope I summed it up good. Again, I didn't catch every intricate detail. I did miss, maybe Margot or Carmen can tell me, or anybody in chat. I missed why they were trying to kick Whitney out. Does anybody know why? Yeah, I don't trust that Emma at all. I do not trust them. I'm staying away from them. The Glarus said, do not use them. They will go against you. The others know it's fair use, and the others won't bother you. So just don't use that one. That's the one I'm not using. Does anybody know why they were trying to keep Whitney? I missed that yesterday. I didn't catch that.
I don't know why they would want to kick her out, but to sit down and have a discussion about it is a bit too much. Go and have a word with the person if you don't want them to stay with you anymore, but you don't sit down and have a discussion behind someone's back, especially not your sister. Especially not your sister.
I agree. I love this community too, and I want you all to love it. And And by the way, for somebody mentioned Kerry, I think it was LC. I spoke to her last night. We had a private conversation, which was very mature. And again, this is what I tell you: if there's an issue, please hit me up on a direct message or an email, and I will address the issue with you. There's no need to do act other ways. I don't know why people act that way. That's being an adult. That's being to to do that. And
It
that's
also makes
yeah,
you
that's what I'm asking you to do. If there's an issue, please bring it up to me.
makes
So
you not alone. You're very good at including everyone, Rob. You're a lovely, lovely person.
thank you, Margot. I appreciate that. And no, listen, because I think, listen, I know that people do this for clicks and views and money, and money's nice. Money's a plus, and that's nice, and that's great. I'm not against it. But I always feel that without you guys, the YouTuber is zero. If no one comes to the chat, you're nothing. If no one watches your video, you're nothing. I'm not saying you're nothing as a person, but you just, it's you guys that make the channel. It's you guys that make this family. Without you being here, I'm talking to myself. So what good is that?
I do that often. I talk.
But now you're doing it here, and that's why I opened the platform so each one of you who I feel is important can
Can
come
you
in
talk
and
to me?
can express how you feel about the case, even if you've never done this before, even if you're not a YouTuber.
Todd
I
tweeted me, reply and tweeted me this. Remember your Amica cream, Freddie? Amber Heard says it cures everything from broken bones to bruises, no matter what. There's a cream for that.
They should be giving that to the doctors then. That might help if it's that wonderful a cream.
I agree.
Hello.
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 Hi.
Hello.
Hi. I just popping on quickly because I know there's a lot of people in the chat talking, but I just wanted to answer Rob's question about Whitney.
Why?
Oh, by the
Yes.
way, would you state for the record your name, please, so everybody knows who's talking?
Spunk Bubble.
It's
name.
Tanya. It's Tanya. Go ahead, Tanya.
Tanya. Yeah, it's
Tanya,
I
Mrs. Spunky.
believe. I believe it's because Amber accused Whitney of sending their wedding pictures on the private island.
Oh yes.
To the press.
Yes, you're
No,
correct.
no, no,
Yes.
no. They were plotting to send it. They were
But
plotting.
obviously, Johnny loving Amber probably believed Amber that it was Whitney. But I personally believe it was Amber who sent them.
I personally believe that too. I think she's the one that leaked everything to any press. She's the one that's she wants the publicity. She wants to be famous, and she's never going to be famous. It's never going to happen.
No.
Hey, Margot.
Thank you, Janie.
Janie, that could, yeah. Rob rules just because you're a kind person doesn't mean that people can't be afraid of conflict. I think trauma can make us. Yeah, okay, yeah. That's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, I got you. Yeah. How's Carrie? Well, since you're asking, if anybody asks me questions, I'm going to be truthful. Whether this offends people or not, I don't mean to. But she was very hurt yesterday. And I'm just being honest, she was really hurt, and I felt very bad, and I apologized to her, and she said I didn't have to apologize, and I said no, I have to apologize because to me everybody's a family, and I don't want to see anybody attacking anybody for whatever reason, and I know this is very triggering, and I understand that the people have been abused here and have been bullied and have been harassed, and I'm not saying by me, I'm saying by other people who've done this to them, and this is very important. If this sways one way or the other, this could mean something for the future of how domestic violence victims are treated.
Treated, yes.
So it's not just about the Johnny Depp fans. It's not just about the Amber Heard fans. This is about the truth. And I'm court. I'm court, baby. I'm Libra. If you know what Libra is, it's a scale. If you know what court is, it's a scale. My emblem on my job is a scale.
Yeah.
Rob, you're Libra?
I'm a Libra, yes.
I'm a Taurus.
I'm a Libra too.
I'm a Taurus.
So.
Oh my God! What a coincidence.
There you go. My fellow Libran.
Exactly.
So I believe in weighing things out. I believe in taking both sides of a story, putting myself in someone else's shoes, and before I jump down someone's throat, what are they thinking? Why would they act this way? Why would they do this to me? Sometimes I never have the answers. I never have an answer as to, and all I ask is for a closure or an explanation, and I don't get that. Instead, I get blocks and I can't comment, and people go off on me. So, listen, that's what I do in court. We weigh the scales. The judge will come and ask me, Rob, what do you think? Your Honor, here's my opinion. Here's what I saw. We'll go in the back, discuss it. Not always they'll ask me. Sometimes they will. Sometimes they'll ask my opinion because they're a little on the fence, and I'll just give my side. I say, listen, this is what I think happened. That's my job. That's what I do. Sometimes, when I'm not in the courtroom, now I'm in the back office more because of my child situation. So now it's a little bit different, but still, I give my opinion when asked. My supervisor says, "Hey, what do you think about this? How do you think we should handle this?" I'll give my opinions. I'll say if there's a case I don't agree with, I'll state that. If an attorney's on the phone and states why this, and I'll say this is why. This is why. I'm not scared to voice my opinion. If someone doesn't like it, hey, sorry. This is my opinion. Everybody has one. So
I like the fact that you voice your opinion. I sometimes feel quite anxious if I have a difference of opinion. I may not mention it to them. I'll just stay quiet. But that again was due to my upbringing. Hi, Hen. Hello.
Hi,
So I
Hen.
just want to say, please don't argue. I can't catch everything. There's a lot going on. I'm trying to get notes, Twitter, you guys, the conversations. I had to go get my daughter. I had to run out. That was a whole mess because the voice was off. And oh, what a mess that was yesterday. So just please, I try to treat you all like family. You're all sisters and brothers to me. Please don't fight amongst each other. If you have an issue, say, hey, I just don't want to talk about it. And just talk to someone privately. Do it on a DM. Don't try to embarrass somebody on the chat. That's all I'm asking, please. Just try to take it out off the public and do it email, whatever. Just try to settle it that way. I don't want to see you guys fighting. We're all in this together. We're 20 days away from ending this and maybe a little bit more from getting a decision and discussing that. So let's try to be a family. Let's try to be brothers and sisters here. Let's all try to welcome each other and love each other and care about each other because we've all been hurt. And I don't mean me, I'm talking about all of you. You've all been abused, punched,
Yeah, there are
kicked,
many
mental, physical. All of you. I've read stories. Okay, last night there was a guy, and I'm being honest here. I never met this guy ever. And he writes to me, I don't know why, on Twitter. He must have found me or something. And he writes this whole paragraph about how he wants to end his life. And you know why? Because he lost his wife, he lost his kid, he has no more money, he's fighting for everything he can, and the fight is just eating him alive. And he told me, he said, you know what'd be easier? I'm just not here anymore. I just don't want to be here anymore. I don't want to deal with this anymore. He wrote to me. I'm not no doctor. I don't know why he picked me. I have no idea. But if I meant something to him, so I wrote back to him. And I responded to him, and I just what I do. I'm not no doctor or God or anything special, but if you want that, I'll speak to you. If talking to me makes you feel better, I'll be there for you, and we should all be there. It doesn't mean me; it means every one of you. So please, please don't fight here anymore. I'm begging you. I missed it. I didn't catch it. I feel horrible. I don't like to see people fight and be angry with each other. So just please take this offline and do it in a very mature manner and just do it privately. Just say, hey, okay, let's calm down and let's talk about this privately. Do it on a DM, exchange emails, go on Twitter. Please don't fight here. I don't want to see any of you hurt. You're already hurt. You're already triggered. You're already nervous about this case, and it's all getting to you. And I get it. Everybody's on nerves and pins and needles. Just please, care about each other. Be there for each other. Because we only got each other. And that's why this is a family. You're my sisters and brothers here. Okay? So please don't fight anymore in my chat. Please try to keep it,
Yes.
offline. Just take it off. And I felt horrible. I felt absolutely horrible, and I still do today that I could.
I agree with Robert. Even though we're not blood related, we are siblings in one part, and we are all family.
We are family, yes.
Yes, children, do as you're told.
I've left the last.
Here we go again with the trial.
Oh,
Yep.
yeah. Good.
It's time.
Talk to you.
Laurel
Cool.
Avis
I'm here.
Anderson.
And what is your business address?
What happened? I can't hear you, Rob. Oh, there you go.
You're a clinical psychologist, is that correct?
Correct.
And you practice in Los Angeles?
Yes.
For how long have you been practicing?
Almost 40 years.
Have you been practicing in Los Angeles for that entire time?
Yes.
And you provide counseling for couples?
Psychotherapy for individuals and couples.
And what is psychotherapy? Just a brief layman's description.
It's an evaluation of an individual or a couple's problems, and then it's a conceptualization of what's actually going on and an effort to make intervention that leads to change.
Do you recognize what this document is?
Yes.
What is it?
This is my ledger for tracking sessions that I use for invoice billing.
And did this ledger come out of your files?
Yes,
And you keep this document in the ordinary course of business?
absolutely.
And I just want to, and this particular ledger, who is it for?
It's, well, despite the names that are camouflaged, it's for Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp.
At the top, what are the two names that it says there?
Anne Henry and Joey Davis.
And Anne Henry is Amber Heard,
Yes,
and Joey Davis is Johnny Depp.
yes,
And then it says age 29 and 52. Is that right?
yes,
And 29 was the age of Amber Heard at the time,
yes,
and 52 was the age of Johnny Depp.
yes,
So as I understand it, on October 1st, 2015, Mr. Depp and Amber Heard came in for couples counseling for 3.5 hours.
yeah, yes. Whether they were in for the full 3.5,
That's their couple psychologist.
but that was the amount of, that was when the session started, and they came in when they came in and not together. And it took 3.5 hours to actually do that first session.
So as I understand it, for that first session, Mr. Depp and Amber Heard did not come in together.
I don't believe that they did. The next session with Miss Heard alone for background intake, and that was a 2 1/3 hour session.
And that session was on October 6th, 2015.
Yes,
And what's the next row
the
indicating?
next day,
You saw Amber on October 6th, 2015 for 2 1/3 hours, correct?
yes.
And what is the next row indicating?
The next day, October 7th, Mr. Depp for 3.5. Again, it may not have been face-to-face for the full 3.5, but it was being at the beginning of the session, waiting for him, his coming in with the entourage and our getting to work.
And for the three sessions we just discussed, the October 1st session, the October 6th session, and the October 7th session, those were all in person with you, correct?
So yes, the first 3 sessions were all in person.
And then what does it say for the next row, for the 1014 row?
Couple, 3 hours.
So on October 14th, 2015, Amber Heard and Mr. Depp saw you for couple session.
Yes,
There's a couple session on October 14th for 3 hours. Is that right?
10/14, there's a couple session. On 10/21, there's a couple session where someone walked out for 2 hours. On 10/24, Miss Heard was there, did a phone session for 1.5.
And how did, and On the 1024 row, next to the 2 hours, it says W out, correct?
It's 1021.
In the 1021 row, what does it say in the fourth column?
Walk, for me, that's walk out.
And do you recall who walked out of that meeting?
I have tried to, and I don't, because each threatened and stood up. And I'm not positive who finally did the walkout.
And then what does it say? What is it indicating on the row for 11/12/2015?
Couple session showed 1.5 hours.
And then on 12/17, what does that show?
Amber alone showed 2.25 hours.
Based on this ledger, you saw Amber and Mr. Depp for 4 couple sessions?
That's right.
Dr. Anderson, I'm showing you it's been marked as Anderson 3. And Your Honor, at this time, we're looking to move defense exhibit 397. I understand there's no objections.
All right. 397, no objection, is that correct?
You have hearsay, relevance objections.
They didn't list objections in their exhibit list, and then we actually communicated this morning, and they said they.
While this ejection happens, yeah, it came from Nick Wiles. He said that someone was ejected from the courtroom over a disagreement, and people are warned what they can and can't do. So it might have been that they were using their phone. No injury, and not an argument. They might have been doing something they weren't supposed to do, which means they might have been
No, so
taking pictures of Johnny.
who-
Don't know. But if I find out, I'll let you know.
Okay, all right, so no objection, all right. That's okay. 397 in evidence then.
Marriage
Defense
therapist or
397.
counsel, I believe. I wish they would tell us who it was before they jumped and just threw the video on.
And I will let you, which is CC 000172. I'll let you take a look at it. It's a 1-page email. So let me know when you're finished. Do you recognize this email chain?
Yes,
Do you know who Christian Carino is?
yes, again,
On the page where it says laurel.anderson28@gmail.com, that's your email address?
yes,
Christian Carino,
You
Lady
know
Gaga's former
March 28th,
fiance,
2015 from Mr. Carino,
Hollywood
who
agent.
wrote, Laurel, my closest friend Amber on copy wants to come see you alone first and then with her husband Johnny. We'll leave it to you two to arrange a time. Love you both. You see that email? Did you receive that email from March 18th, 2015?
I did.
And you responded to Mr. Carino's email, correct?
As you can see, yes.
What was your understanding as to why Amber Heard wanted to meet with you?
I took it at face value that Ms. Heard wanted to have a consultation. And if this is not infrequent that I might get an email like this. So, and when I hear that someone may then later want to come in with their husband or spouse, yes, I think it has to do with relationship issue.
On September 9th, 2015, you received an email from Mr. Carino, is that right?
Yes, apparently. He was trying to set it up.
And Mr. Carino was trying to set up a meeting with you and Amber and Mr. Depp, is that right?
Yes, that's what I assumed.
And you responded to Mr. Carino's email, correct?
I did.
And then at the top, you received an email from Amber Heard.
Yes.
And she wrote, "Hi, Laurel, thank you so much for responding. I really appreciate it. I have to speak to my husband when he's done working today and make sure he's good with that time. I think it sounds perfect. Thank you so much again. I'm really looking forward to meeting you." Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And you received that email from Amber Heard?
I did.
On September 27th, 2015, you received an email from Amber Heard, correct?
Yes.
And Amber wrote, "Hi, Laurel. Johnny and I are back in town and would love to know if you have any availability to see us this week. Please let me know. Thanks." You received that email from Amber Heard?
Yes.
And you responded that you were available on Thursday at 5:30 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And looking at the top of the email where it says Wednesday, September 30th, would you agree that the next day is Thursday, October 1st, 2015.
Yes.
And we can go back to your billing ledger, but the first time you saw Amber Heard and Mr. Depp was on October 1st, 2015. Is that right?
Yes.
But did you see Amber Heard on December 17th, 2015?
Yes, we had established that, yes.
All right, so it's 7 on screen.
Dr. Anderson, I'm showing you has been marked as Anderson Exhibit 7, which is depth 3202. Take a chance, read it, and let me know when you're finished.
Yes.
Attachment 7 is at the bottom is you see a March 8th, 2016 email from Christian Carino to you, correct?
Yes.
And Christian Carino was asking if you would be willing to make a house call to Johnny Depp's apartment downtown. Is that right?
I did not know where he lived.
His email says, would you be willing to make a house call to Johnny's apartment downtown, correct?
Did it say downtown? Yes, it did. Okay.
And then you responded on March 8th, 2016, correct?
Yes.
And you wrote, hey, Christian, have of course avoided this my whole career unless someone was in rehab. Would be willing to try it once, and that there's something I'd like Johnny to understand, and I don't think he does. Where you wrote, I'd like Johnny to understand where you wrote, would be willing to try it once, in that there's something I'd like Johnny to understand that I don't think he does. What did you mean by that?
I can't say exactly what it was I wanted to impart, but I know that I thought that he was having difficulty in the sessions. And I think it was something about the process between the two of them that I was trying to clue him into.
What difficulty was Mr. Depp having in the sessions?
Having a voice.
What do you mean by that?
Ms. Heard had a jackhammer style of talking. She was very amped up. He had trouble talking at a similar pace. Their dialogue, he was cut off a lot. So I'm guessing this is what I'm not sure what it is, but there was something, anyhow, this is how he didn't have a voice. He couldn't keep up with her rapid fire way of conversation. And so he was really overwhelmed.
In working with Amber and Mr. Depp, did Amber ever report to you any physical violence on behalf of Mr. Depp toward Amber?
Yes.
What type of physical violence did she report to you? Do you recall seeing photos from Amber Heard?
I have, but I don't remember when I saw them.
What do you recall about the photos?
Her face was bruised.
Do you recall where on her face you saw, on Amber's face you saw bruises?
I think they were around her eyes, but I couldn't be positive.
Did you witness abuse by either?
I didn't witness.
Had you worked with Mr. Depp before working with Amber and Mr. Depp?
No.
Is it your testimony that while Mr. Depp may have said he wasn't violent with any of his other partners, there was violence from Mr. Depp toward Amber, correct?
Yes, you're right. he had been well controlled, I think, for almost, I don't know, 20, 30 years. And both were victims of abuse in their homes. But I thought he had been well controlled for decades. And then with Ms. Heard, he was triggered, and they engaged in what I saw as mutual abuse. Sometimes I know she led on more than one occasion and started it to keep him with her, because abandonment and having him leave was her worst nightmare. And I think he may have initiated it on occasions too. I'm less sure on.
And how did you come to the understanding that on some occasions Ms. Heard physically abused Mr. Depp?
Ms. Heard reported that.
What did Ms. Heard report to you?
That it was a point of pride, two things. It was a point of pride to her if she felt disrespected to initiate a fight, and her father had beaten her. She was not going to. And the second, one is what she reported to me, which is if he was going to leave her to de-escalate from the fight, she would strike him to keep him there. She would rather be in a fight than have him leave.
Did you speak to any other doctors or psychologists that worked with either Amber or Mr. Depp?
No.
Did you review any medical documents of Mr. Depp or Amber?
I reviewed a pharmacokinetic that Ms. Heard showed me, which has to do with neurotransmitter function, genetics, and medications.
Just to go back, Doctor, what professional degrees do you hold?
I have a couple of masters, a PhD, and a certified clinical nutrition certification.
Would you mind please just elaborating on that for the record?
Yes, I have a master's from early in my life in teaching and curriculum. I have a master's in psych. I have a PhD in clinical psychology. I have a CCN, which is a certified clinical nutrition certification.
And do you recall, Doctor, in what year you obtained your PhD?
Yes, I got it in '82.
And if very briefly, if you could just please, in summary fashion, just describe your employment history from 1982 forward after earning your PhD.
I collected clinical hours in hospitals and in psychiatric medical groups. I was employed to do some nutrition evaluation and intervention as well, but there were MDs behind me. We worked in concert. Then worked in a hospital with, I think that doctor was workers' comp. And then when I was, I have it out of order. Then I was on my own, but I was employed this is when I was employed by a psychiatric medical group to do kind of a combination of psychotherapy and some nutrition. And then since then, I have been a solo practitioner, out of network, word of mouth only, very small footprint, purposely, all of these years.
When did you become a solo practitioner?
Very soon, probably in '86.
So is it fair to say that as of 2015, you were already quite established as a solo practitioner?
Yes.
Generally speaking, what type of services did you provide your patients in 2015?
Adults only, individual or couples work, and with a limited number of people, there would have been neurotransmitter testing and some attention to lifestyle and how nutritional elements affect the brain.
And if you would just please describe for us lay people what a clinical psychologist does.
The first thing is evaluation, intake, gather material. The second thing, and the way I work, is during the intake process, could be one session, could be 4 sessions, depends on if it's an individual or a couple. I'm conceptualizing. I'm looking for the process. The content is something I make notes on, I care about. It leads me from session to session, but I'm really looking at process, what's going on between 2 people, or what's actually going on inside of someone. The third step is I show my hand. I talk about it. I try to get either 3 people in the room all on the same page with me, or one other person. This is what I see. And then the onus is on me to not just be a good friend and hold someone's hand and talk about mom, but to actually make change. And so I lay out, here are the things I think we need to work on. And then there are action steps for all of them, so that someone has a more directed sense of what they're doing in psychotherapy, as opposed to just coming in and talking about how they feel.
Is it your practice when you have a session with a couple that you take notes from the session?
I absolutely take notes from any session.
Do you take, at what time in relation to this session do you take the notes?
I'm taking them during the session, and they know it. Because I don't want hours and hours and hours of homework at the end of a clinical day. So the notes are often, a lot of typos, wrong pronouns here and there, but essentially I'm just trying to gather facts as I go.
Is it fair to say that you take the notes in a somewhat contemporaneous fashion?
Sure.
And do you take those notes in the ordinary course of your practice in your business?
Absolutely.
Do you maintain, or do you keep those notes as part of your treatment and regular course, ordinary course of business?
I do.
Thank you. And what type of information generally do you keep in your notes, other than what you've already testified about?
Whatever I want to. Anything that it could be content that I'm tracking, just so I know in the next session what kind of content we were talking about. And it could be process too.
Stand by, and I'll mark that as plans exhibit number 1. Showing exhibit 1 on the screen.
Just to confirm, have you seen this document before, Dr. Anderson?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's Christian Carino doing the first contact, and the second one is from Ms. Hurd, wanting to know how to get in touch with me.
But accepting what's been thrust upon us, when was your first couples therapy involving Ms. Hurd?
October 1st, 2015.
Was that an in-person session?
Yes.
Where was the session held?
In my office.
And Mr. Depp was also there, correct?
Yes.
How long was that first session?
3.5 hours.
Was that the first time that you had ever met Ms. Hurd in person?
I think so.
And was that the first time you had ever met Mr. Depp in person?
Yes.
Okay, now if you could please turn, and this is a multi-page exhibit Mr. Nadelhoff did not show you. This is going to be Plaintiff's Exhibit 2.
Stand by.
Can I interrupt a second, Ben?
Sure.
Adam, can you turn up your microphone? Because everyone's a lot louder than you, and when you object, I struggle to hear you.
Can you hear me?
Well,
I know,
Michelle is a lot louder than you, so if you talk at the same time, I can't hear you.
All right, I'll see what I can. Yeah, I'll see what I can do.
Thank you.
And Dr. Anderson, if you could just take as long as you would like to familiarize yourself with this document, I'll just state for the record, these are documents that you produced that have a Bates designation 1 through 17.
Yes, I'm familiar.
what are these? Oh, well, strike that. Have you ever seen Plaintiff's Exhibit 2 before?
Yes,
What is it?
it's a redacted copy of my personal notes that I provided to you guys.
And are these, I think you testified in response to Mr. Nadelhoff's questioning that the names Ann Henry and Joey Davis are pseudonyms?
Yes,
And would you please just identify for us who Ann Henry is in real life?
Ann Henry is Amber Heard, Joey Davis is Johnny Depp.
And are these your notes that you took contemporaneously of the four couples strike that? Are these your contemporaneous notes that you took of the couples therapy sessions?
Yes,
Would these notes include any session that you had for Miss Heard that was not part of the couples therapy?
no,
Did you have any sessions with Mr. Depp individually that weren't part of the couples therapy?
no, during this period of time, it's color coded. Black is couples, red is Ms. Heard, and blue is Mr. Depp. Whether I talked to them or saw them individually or as a couple, it was all in service of couples therapy.
Understood. And so these notes in Plaintiff's Exhibit 2 encompass all of the couples therapies sessions that you had with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, either when they appeared together or when they appeared separately in the context of your couples therapy. Is that correct?
I'm looking at one page. If you're talking about the entire redacted document, yes.
And I've asked you the question generally, but I want to ask you in the context of these 17 pages. Did you prepare these 17 pages of couples therapy notes in the ordinary course of your treatment of Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
Yes,
Did you maintain or keep them in the ordinary course of your practice or business?
I did.
So my question was, what is the significance of October 1, 2015?
I'm going to look at what I'm reading so that this makes sense to you. This can't possibly make sense, but it makes sense to me.
Okay.
They reported what they said to one another. So the first line is Ms. Heard talking, saying that Mr. Depp says to her, "No one likes you. You're getting fame from me. I'm falling out of love with you. You're a whore." She's reporting just in the first session, just how bad the relationship is, just how mean they are to one another. And at that point, because I'm typing quickly as they go along, I'm switching into a different voice, more about the process between them, where she has, I believe, interrupted him. He says no more about what she says about him. And it's just that they're fighting and she has a hard time. She bites the bait. She can't let him talk, is my recollection. And from this, that's kind of what that is. So it gives me a sense of what they're doing at home. They're each reporting. This is what we say to each other.
Okay, I appreciate that, Dr. Anderson. I'm just going to try to break it down into little bits. So October 1, 2015 is the date of the first couple session, correct?
Yes.
And 2.5 means 2.5 hours long from start to finish?
I am guessing they were present for 2.5 hours, but that I waited, whatever the the ledger says, but I waited an hour for them to show up.
And Dr. Anderson, in that first bullet point that we can see, you write, "Jay says no one likes you, getting fame from me, falling out of love with you, whore." Jay is Johnny Depp?
Yes, but that was said by Ms. Heard.
So is it fair to say that Ms. Heard was saying that Johnny said to her, "No one likes you, you're getting fame from me, I'm falling out of love with you, whore"? That would have come from Mr. Depp, is that correct?
Ms. Heard reported that that's what Mr. Depp said to her at their worst. Yeah.
did Amber, when Mr. Depp told you that Amber had hit him in the jaw, did Amber respond in any way? Did she deny it? Did she admit it?
I don't think she denied it, but what I believe from my notes was that she galloped off in a new direction, and they continued to talk, and there was no more that Johnny Depp was going to say about what he was reporting. It was more that they started into a fight. And I wrote that their process is a back and forth firing at each other. At that point, he had some energy. And they don't communicate. They have terrible skills.
At any point during the first session, did Ms. Heard interrupt Mr. Depp when he was trying to talk?
Yes, she talked over him. She had rapid fire talking.
Did she interrupt him during your other sessions that are reflected in Plaintiff's Exhibit 2?
Yes, and I pointed out the process to her at some point, and she got it, that no one could actually have a decent dialogue with her if she was rapid firing and talking over and just barraging. It was a process issue.
You write, doesn't answer directly when he asks her a question. To what were you referring there?
Don't have a clue.
If I could direct your attention further down the page from plan, you see the notation to October 6, 2015.
Yes.
Was that the second couples session?
No, it's red. It's Amber alone.
So is it fair to say that you met alone with Amber for 2 1/3 hours in the context of the couples therapy? Is that correct?
Yes, this was to get her background material.
So tell us what you mean in that one section. He hits her, no closed fist. She hits back and now starts it for pride because
father
hit her. Would you please tell us what you meant by that?
This is her reporting to me. It's the only thing in this clinical session that apparently was about physical abuse, or else it would not have been redacted out. It's so when she said in terms of physical abuse that he hits her, a no closed fist means an open hand slap to me. And she says that she hits back, and now she starts it and sometimes hits him first because her history is having been violated by her father physically. And just out of pride, she, if she's, a lot of things trigger her. And if she's triggered, she would hit him first.
And the he you're referring to is Johnny Depp, correct?
Yes.
When you said that she sometimes hits Johnny first because of pride, what did you mean?
She was sensitive to feeling disrespected, and a number of other things. But, and if she felt disrespected, she had come out of her background history feeling that her pride needed to dominate, and she needed to stand up for herself.
When Ms. Heard told you that Johnny Depp hits her or slaps her, Johnny Depp was not present, correct?
Correct. Okay. And it wasn't plural. It was, she referred to, well, I wrote he hits her. Yes. So maybe it was plural.
But he was not present when she made that assertion.
He was not.
Did Ms. Heard tell you that she socked Mr. Depp?
Yes. She was describing kind of the progression of the physical violence.
Did you have any understanding of what she meant when she admitted that she socks Mr. Depp?
Yes, because there were 3 lines above this that explained the progression a bit. And I've already said what it was. She felt she had to hit him back if he hit her. And so she always did. And
again, that entry is from a session where Mr. Depp was not physically present, correct?
That's right.
Okay, let's move to the next session, October 7, 2015. And this is a 3.5-hour session, is that correct?
Yes.
Was that an in-person session?
Yes.
Did both Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard attend?
No, this is Blue. This is Mr. Depp's intake.
Understood. And let's move now toward the bottom of the page, and I think I'm finally getting the code right. So the next session occurred on October 14th, 2015, and it was the two of them for 3 hours. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that was another in-person session, true?
Yes.
And am I right to say that every single piece of your notes as to the October 14th, 2015 session has been redacted? Is that true?
Yes, but to clarify something earlier on the ledger,
Yes.
I wrote 2 hours couple, then Amber. It means he is the one who walked out of that session.
My question was, am I correct that all of your notes for the October 14th, 2015 couple session for 3 hours are completely redacted? Is that true?
Yes.
So, so the next session occurred on October 21, 2015, true?
True.
And it lasted 2 hours. It started as a couple, then Mr. Depp left, and then you spoke only with Amber, but in the context of couples therapy. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and let's go to the next session on page 10. The next session was on October 24th, 2015. And I can't see from the code, was that a couples therapy, or was it just one or the other of them attending?
No. This is a red phone session with Ms. Heard.
Okay, great. And it lasted 1.5 hours?
Yes.
So the next session was, after that, was on October 29th, 2015. Is that right?
Yes.
And
that one was canceled.
Oh, it was canceled. That's why it's so short. Okay. And then the one after that, still on page 10, was on November 12th, 2015.
There's an appointment on 11/4 that was canceled that I didn't put an entry on.
Okay. Well, that's helpful. What about November 12th? Was
Yes.
that a joint session?
Yes, it was.
And was that in person?
Yes.
Okay. And then the next session on page 11 is that even I can understand. So there was a no-show on December 4th, 2015. Is that right?
Yes. I'd like to clarify the no-shows.
Oh, please do.
I think they both told me, but I think Mr. Depp told me at one point, but I already knew because this happens with couples. When a couple is having a lot of trouble in sessions, but they're doing well at home and they're in a little bit of a honeymoon, period, they cancel instead of coming in because they know coming in will get them into conflict.
Okay. And fair to say that happened again on December 10th, 2015?
I can't tell which sessions they were sick or which sessions they were canceling because of this dynamic, but it was admitted and explained to me and I understood it fully.
Okay. And still on page 11, the next session was on December 15th, 2015, and it was a telephonic session. Is that right?
With Ms. Heard.
That was with Ms. Heard. Okay. You write, then last night, Monday, she slapped him as he sat there talking incoherently. Who slapped who?
I actually know what happened.
What happened?
This was, as I said, Ms. Heard talking on the phone to me. Mr. Depp's mother was in ICU. He had been doing he was fucked up, as she would say, on a lot of drugs. And she slapped him because he was being incoherent and talking about being with another woman.
Did she tell you that he had hit her first, or was she the one who initiated the slap?
She initiated that one because I think she felt demeaned and threatened.
And this is what she reported to you, correct?
Yes.
He was not present. He was not on the call when she made these allegations. Was he?
No.
And you didn't see any of this, did you?
No.
And you didn't see her in person?
No.
After? Okay. Then there is a notation. Should she call police? ?
Where is that?
That's right below what we were just talking about. There, in red, it says, should she call police? What does that refer to? So what did you mean?
That was her asking me.
Did you respond to her?
I believe I did.
Then you write, doesn't want to divorce, wants to want to divorce.
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
She loved him. He loved her. She believed that she wasn't stupid. She knew that what they were doing wasn't healthy. And so she wanted to divorce him, but she didn't. And yet it had escalated to this point. So she was trying to figure out what to do. And she had an entourage around her telling her what to do.
Who was her entourage?
She had a routine group of friends that stayed with her, lived in her home, probably as well as paid people, but I don't know.
Do you recall the names of any of her entourage?
One was Rocky.
Directing your attention to the last snippet from that session, will she have advantage if she leaves him but files with police for abuse first? Was that a question that she asked you?
Yes, this was her talking out loud, trying to strategize for herself.
Showing Plaintiff's Exhibit 3 on screen.
And Dr. Anderson, I think this is the same document that Mr. Nadelhoff showed you as Anderson Exhibit 6. So I'm not going to ask you to identify it again, but I do have a couple of questions about it that Mr. Nadelhoff did not ask. I believe you testified, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you have never spoken to any of Ms. Heard's other psychologists or therapists. Is that true?
That's true.
And putting that aside, when she refers to her own therapist in this Exhibit 3, do you know the name of that person, putting aside whether you had ever spoken to him or her?
I do not.
Okay. Did Ms. Heard ever explain to you why the nuances and complexity of her relationship with Mr. Depp would be lost on her own therapist?
I believe that she felt known in a more thorough way in terms of her behavior inside of the relationship.
And let's pick up where we left off on the bottom of page 11 of Plaintiff's Exhibit 2.
Okay.
And specifically the entry that begins on January 13. It's at the very bottom of page 11, literally the last line. Oh, that's it. On January 13, 2016, was this a joint session with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, or was this just with one of them?
It was only Miss Heard. And let me go back and see if it was phone. No, I'm sorry. It was in person. No, no, never mind. 11316 was Miss Heard in person.
And do you know how long this in-person session was with Ms. Heard on January 13, 2016?
I think it was probably just 1 hour.
Okay. You write, didn't fight on island till last day. On island started to get into something. What were you referring to there?
Well, Christmas had occurred, and the goal was they had a lot of people go into his island, and they were going to be together. And the goal was to try and get through the Christmas holiday without fighting. And so she was reporting on that.
Then you write, he got aggressive, threatening, didn't touch him, hid in bathroom. What were you referring to there?
What she reported to me, which was an improvement that she didn't participate.
So is it fair to say that she told you she did not hit him at that time?
Yes, that's what I believe my notes say, yes.
Then you write, she threw can at him since home fighting, then she better. Who is the she who threw a can at him?
Miss Heard.
And the him whom she threw a can at was Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes.
Did you receive that email on or about March 8th in the morning at 6:23 a.m.?
Well, apparently because I responded in the morning.
Okay, well then we'll skip it. We'll go right back to your response. So the response at the top of the page of the second entry, I suppose, did you write that email to Mr. Carino on March 8th, 2016 at 7:27 a.m.?
I did.
And fair to say that you weren't enthusiastic about the idea of making a house call?
I was not.
And Mr. Nadelhaft asked you about what it was you wanted Johnny to understand about the process.
And I was wrong because I can see now the date of it, looking at it more carefully. This is after the relationship has devolved considerably. So what I think was guessing was earlier in the relationship. I don't know what it was I wanted him to understand.
Let's go back to Exhibit 2 then, please. And we're not going to repeat. We're just picking up where we left off. And now we've gotten up to page 13 of the 17 page of your notes. So if we can start, oh, exactly. Do you see where the notes of your session on June 18th, 2016 begin?
Yes.
And was this a solo session, couples session between you and Mr. Depp only?
This is with Mr. Depp, it's blue, it's just the two of us.
Gotcha. And it lasted 1.25 hours?
Yeah.
You write, fight on her April 22nd birthday. He late, huge fight. His mother died on the 20th. I think I know what you're referring to, but if you could please describe that for the record.
1 second. This is when I got the Scaramanga Productions on my phone. So he found me at home, which was new. Domestic violence charges had already been made. His mother had just died on the 20th.
Well, when he told you that there was a fight on April 22 birthday, was that Ms. Heard's 30th birthday?
I think it was.
And is he telling you that he arrived late for the birthday dinner party and there was a huge fight?
Yes.
Do you know who Tasha Von Rhee is?
Yeah, well, I know her name. I know she was someone that Ms. Heard was in a relationship with.
Then you write, was chaotic violence, but gave as good as she got. What does that mean?
I believe I'm quoting. I think I'm quoting what, some of this is just my typing the words he's using while he's talking. He's also very verbal when no one's interrupting him. And I think he talked about how chaotic it was, how violent it was, and she gave as good as she got. That's kind of a direct quote. That's not my language.
Directing your attention further down the page to the entry for July 13th, 2016, 3 hours Amber in person. Was that an in-person meeting you had, couples therapy with only Ms. Heard?
No, this is not couples therapy. This is Ms. Heard by herself. I wrote in person.
Oh, okay. So just to be clear, what follows these are your notes for your individual treatment of Ms. Heard having nothing to do with couples therapy?
Not true. In my mind, the dust had not settled on the couple yet. And this was just kind of aftermath of the kind of falling apart of the marriage. But
okay, I didn't mean to mischaracterize anything. I was just trying to suss out what it was.
No, this is not individual therapy for her. This is about the marriage.
If we could please go to Exhibit 6, Lucian, which is a new document. When I say new, it was produced by Dr. Anderson's office, but new in the sense that Mr. Nadelhoff didn't ask her about it. Dr. Anderson, have you ever seen this document before?
Of course, I created it.
Okay, and what is it?
It's a treatment summary. When I was first subpoenaed, or my notes were required years ago, my notes are jumbly. They don't say a lot. They're confusing. They're, as you've seen, or you haven't seen, actually. So I did what psychologists do. You go through all of those notes and your brain, because it's not as if you're not left with a very, I hope, a very clear sense of what went on. So I took everything I thought and believed conceptually about them. I went through all of my notes and I wrote this treatment summary.
It's all what AH says, so don't get triggered. She's just telling mostly, I don't know how it's couples therapy when it's mostly AH, so don't get upset by it. It's just Amber's story. That's it. That's all it is. There's no proof behind it. Nothing more than hearsay. There's no photos. There's no evidence.
Your testimony, but
There's
I
no
did
evidence.
want to ask you about your sentence. She reported always hitting him back as a point of pride, but admitted that she eventually initiated the hitting herself. Is the she
Thank
you're
you.
referring
She
to
initiated
Ms.
it. Thank
Heard?
you.
It is.
And is the him you're referring to Johnny Depp?
It is.
Okay, let's move to the next page, please.
Yes. Louis Tomlin.
And I just want to focus on the one snippet on page 3. Sorry. You write, she reported trying to initiate a fight with him one night by slapping him when she was offended by what he said. Is the she you're referring to there, Ms. Heard?
Yes, it is.
And is the he you're referring to Johnny Depp?
Yes, it is.
Then in the last sentence, it was also at this time that she showed me photos of her injuries. When did Ms. Heard show you photos of her alleged injuries?
Well, to the best of my pulling together the information I wrote down, I'm saying it was right after that fight. And my recollection is she came in, she talked to me by phone and then came in the next day. Or at least I thought that somewhere around the time she got the injury. I know she came in person to show me.
Did she show you photos or did she show you?
Both. Both.
You said she showed you photos, and so is it your testimony that she showed you photos of her injuries shortly after the alleged events?
Somewhere in the period while she still had injuries, she showed me photos, but she also came in and showed me in person.
And what did she show you in person?
Bruising on her face.
Other than the bruising on her face, what else? What other injuries did she show you?
I don't remember. There may have been more, but I don't remember.
And you weren't present during the alleged physical injuries, correct?
Correct.
So the only basis you had with respect to the cause of the injuries was what Ms. Heard told you, correct?
Yes.
And you write, the physical violence that occurred between them appeared to me to be mutual. You never actually witnessed any physical violence by Mr. Depp or by Ms. Heard, correct?
Never.
And you said that they were each victims of domestic violence, both in their family. They were each victims of domestic violence in their families. What did you mean by that?
They were each beaten by parents.
Go back very briefly to Exhibit 2. Page 11. And after the part where this refers to a session that was just you and Ms. Heard, correct?
Yes.
And this call, which was just between you and Ms. Heard and not Mr. Depp involved, that occurred on or about December 15th, 2015?
Yes.
And was it just shortly after that call when Ms. Heard showed you pictures and actually came into your office? Is that right?
She came in on 12/17, so yes.
So Ms. Heard came in on December 17th, and you saw bruises on her face. Is that correct?
I believe that's when.
Was that bruising that you observed similar to the bruising that appeared on the photographs that she showed you?
Yes.
You testified that what you saw in person was similar to what you saw in the photographs Amber gave you, correct?
Yes.
When she came into your office on December 17th, what did her face look like?
What I recall is not purple, green, and blue, but just a darkening, so kind of a darker gray blue sort of thing. But I don't have a photo of it. I don't remember that well.
Is that, Dr. Anderson, consistent with your understanding that there were no other entries on December 15 or December 17th relating to physical abuse?
You know, there was nothing about physical abuse, nothing in that next session. It was all about Christmas and her therapist telling her one thing. Now,
and what was the size of the bruise on her face that you observed on December 17th?
Maybe like this.
A zit.
More than one place.
Yeah, that zit thing. And by the way, yes, I would say she would have to.
Bruises in more than one place. So there was, how many 1-inch size bruises were on her face that you observed?
I'm not a good person to ask this question to. I don't really remember. I wasn't looking to memorize it. I think there's other data that will support this, not from me.
A few minutes ago, you briefly spoke about seeing bruises about an inch on Amber Heard's face. You recall that testimony?
Yes.
And you were making motions with your fingers.
But I was saying multiple. I'm not saying one.
Right. You were seeing multiple bruises on Amber's face.
Yes.
Correct. When you were talking about how the size of it, your fingers were under your eyes. Did you remember seeing the bruises under Amber's eyes?
That's what I recall. They may have been in other places throughout her body. I don't remember, but I do remember her face.
You could turn to page 13. In the blue, where it says, was chaotic, violent, do you know what Mr. Depp was referring to there?
What I said previously, and I'll say it again, he's kind of doing a retrospective of trying to understand the relationship, and is characterizing it as chaotic and violent, but she gave as good as she got, and he and she started it, but he's complaining, but he's also just kind of describing what the relationship was. His mother is dead at this point. The relationship is not good. It's over pretty much, and he's trying to come to terms with it, and he still loves her and is mourning. So he's a very articulate man, and when left alone to speak, he can describe intelligently what's going on. I think while he's talking, and I'm not trying to be obtrusive with my taking notes, I'm listening, I'm talking, but I'm also copying down a word here and there. So my belief is that those are his words.
And Mr. Depp, I think you testified about this, but I just want to make sure clear. Mr. Depp told you Amber gave as good as she got, correct?
Correct.
Did you ask what Mr. Depp meant by gave as good as she got?
I was pretty aware of what he meant. I agreed.
What did you understand Mr. Depp to mean?
All right, I have. She initiated fights. She started violence. She rose to the challenge if he started first, and so she, in my opinion, that had been established throughout the relationship, that she fought as hard as he did, and he tried to de-escalate far more than I think she did.
Do you know, did Mr. Depp talk about his fingertip with you before June 18th, 2016?
No, because I would have written it when he first mentioned it to me.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp with an injury to his finger during any of your sessions with Mr. Depp, or counseling, or sessions together with Amber Heard?
During that session, yes, he showed me.
On June 18th, 2016, but before June 18th, 2016, did you ever see an injury to Mr. Depp's finger?
No. But yes, no, I didn't.
When we were going through Amber's, the incidents where Amber described Mr. Depp being violent, Mr. Depp was not present, correct?
That's true.
All right, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our lunch for the afternoon now. No outside research, do not talk to anybody, and we'll give you till 2:15, okay? So you can be excused with Debbie listening.
Okay, thank you. I got to go grab something from outside, so I'm going to jump on my phone. Let me enter. We'll talk about it while I'm on my phone. And listen, this is a little hard. Not exactly great witness here for Johnny's side. It's a little weird because one minute she says that she initiated the fights and Johnny tried to de-escalate it, and
Right.
that stuff is good. Okay, that's
So
good.
this afternoon, do you need this TV anymore for this afternoon? For the first witness or the last witness? So we can put it down during lunch. Okay, perfect. All right.
But
we'll
then
do it
she
back at
said,
2:15 then. Thank you.
okay, but then she says she saw the photos, and then she saw Amber, and then she said she showed her hands like it was a little bit of it was like the zit thing. That's what I would say. But in one sense she says, oh, she got triggered easy, and it was mostly AH said AH. So AH can say whatever she wants. The only problem I had, I don't care about all Amber's hearsay, and none of that, none of that Amber Heard hearsay stuff bothers me because it's only Amber stating, "Oh, this is how I feel." 2:15. It's 1:10, so you figure an hour. I'm gonna have to run out. Like I said, I'll keep the volume on to the channel. I'll shut mine off. I'm gonna add me to the channel in a minute, and I'll drop me from here from the laptop. So, and I'll leave the charger in so we don't lose anything. But
So who's next?
it's all I don't know. There's another video. So there's another person on video. So I guess we'll find out. Somebody they've already spoken to. They didn't say who. They just said because she said you need a TV. He said yeah for one more witness. Listen, she's a doctor. I don't know what to say. I don't know when she said that she saw the bruises. That's the part that bothers me. What did she see? And she's like,
but it doesn't
small.
make them real, and it also doesn't mean that they weren't real because Amber is prone to getting cosmetic surgery.
I agree, Tanya.
Well,
so if they were real, they could have been from that.
We also remember her zit on her face that she took as a TRO. And
This is why I've always said that they should have to get her cosmetic surgery dates, what she's had done. We all know she's had cheek fillers, but they should have that to prove that if she's had anything done on those dates that she was seen with bruising. Yes. Not saying she didn't have bruising when she turned up there. She may very well have.
But did she have it with Musk? Because remember, Musk was there 1 month into the marriage.
But so you know what confuses me?
Go ahead.
Is when the therapist kept saying that he told me she gave as good as she got, and his mother had just died. Yeah, his mother had been dead a while.
Yeah, I don't know what that meant. Gave as good as she got. So what does that mean?
No, but she said after his mother had died, but they broke up. She divorced him. She filed for divorce 3 days after. So why are they still visiting a marriage counselor together? That makes no sense.
Yeah, I'm not quite.
Johnny wasn't even in the country. She filed a TRO against him. So how is he telling her this?
I say that Elon or Franco gave her the bruises.
I know Franco's an idiot, but I don't think Franco done it.
Elon, possibly?
Well, I
don't think Franco
I'm leaning towards, neither do I.
Franco didn't hit her.
I'm leaning towards Elon because she was seen with marks around her neck by the staff of the Eastern Columbia building when Johnny wasn't even in the country for weeks. And Elon had been visiting her. However, we've also seen Elon with a bruise on his face. So I don't know. I'm not saying Elon battered her or anything like that, but I think maybe she hit him and he just weren't the type to put up with it.
True. Right.
But the thing about the mum being dead and him visiting her, that's proper confused me, because why would Johnny had left the country, as Christy said, he'd left the country to go Australia, and she filed a TRO against him when he wasn't even there, so Johnny couldn't fight it, and his mum had just died. So I'm confused why he still went to visit the marriage counsellor. Someone said in the chat it's because the notes are redacted, and the video's edited, so it kind of doesn't really make much sense.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm coming on my other channel because I'm gonna be. I gotta make some lunch, and I'm gonna run out real quick. So I'm gonna leave everything on. You guys can speak all you want. All I'm saying is if I don't get back in time, please be respectful to everybody and shut the microphone so everybody can enjoy and listen to, well, I don't know about joy, but at least to listen to the trial as it happens.
Will it automatically play?
Huh?
Will it automatically play?
Yeah, it's on now. It's on. It's going to stay. The laptop is charged, so there shouldn't be any issues. My voice is off there. It's on here, so I could just mute my mic here. But I should make it back in time. So, but I just want to try and get things done. That's
I
all.
hear Rob's making burgers and fries.
Yeah, kind of. I'm gonna have some potatoes here. I have some eggs here. I have some other stuff. It looks good.
Lovely.
So here's what I feel. I thought Kate James was fantastic. She really dropped some bombs on Amber. She really put Johnny in a good spotlight. And I thought it was great. Now, this one's a little, like I said, again, this one started all right. I should say she ended all right. She ended by saying, she admitted to hitting him. She admitted to starting the fight. She admitted, okay, that sounds right. But when she comes in there and says, well, I saw her with bruises. Okay, now for those who are a jury and supposedly don't know anything about the story and they're not looking it up and blah, 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 and all that stuff, it's not great for Johnny. We can argue it because we know. But now in the jury's eyes,
Is she not inclined by law to report that as a doctor?
Now, somebody said that. I don't know that that was you. Was that you who asked me that?
No, it weren't me. So I saw someone say it in the chat.
Yes.
I did, basically. I wrote it in the chat.
As far as I'm concerned, that if a doctor sees something like you're going to commit suicide or see suicidal temptation or see some abuse, I think, yes, they are obligated to be careful here, because you're on their watch. And if something happens, they're going to say, well, doctor, you knew about this.
See, that makes me wonder if that was intentional, because Amber thought maybe, she has to ring the police.
Right.
And the doctor never did.
And I think it could be intentional, and I'll tell you why I think it's intentional. Just my opinion. I think we don't know the time. I'm not sure of the time frame. That's the problem. I can't compare notes and say, well, this is the date the doctor saw her. This is the date she got the TRO. That if I had all that in front of me, then I could say, wait a minute, she got the TRO at that time. Wait a minute, that's when they saw her with that zit mark. Wait, did she go at the time of the TRO? See, I don't know that. That's where my question lies. So she went at the time of the TRO when the zit was sore, when that little mark above her cheek was sore. You got to question that because that can all be disproven by one witness, the security.
Yeah, I
the
think
security can totally disprove all of it.
Something
Again,
under their hat.
Don't go off on the doctor. I know it doesn't seem good. I know it seems,
I don't think she was on either side. I just don't think she's got a very good filing system or memory.
Yes.
I can't remember 3 times. 3 times she said, I can't remember. And she's got her notes. So I don't think she's.
Does she not? But is she just going by notes?
Yes.
Because she should be writing reports as well.
No, she said that's just she dotted it here and there. She was typing it at first, but they would talk too fast or and she would get erratic. So
yeah, she said her notes weren't that good. She did state that. She said my notes aren't that. Yeah. Well, you know what it is when doctors, I could tell you because I have
very counselor.
Yeah, I have doctors in the family. The guy had so much. I used to work for one a little bit part-time on the side, and his handwriting was so atrocious. I was like, dude, I'm lucky I can get a word or two. I have no idea what there's a whole paragraph. I don't know what you're saying. I have no idea what this is.
Yeah, but you think the woman would take the time out, the amount of money that she's getting paid to do her job, to actually put in a thorough report and not on a pad.
But also, are you not wondering why they never asked her about the audios that she told them to do?
Yes. They must be coming up later. Hopefully they'll come up later.
Yeah, but I mean, she asked them to do them, so I thought they would at least ask her opinion on the audio or on the recordings when she got to hear them.
That she advised them to go ahead with it, and it would make it easier for
because it sounds nothing like what AH is reporting back to her. The recordings.
I just, like I said, again, there's a time frame question here. Like I would be posing a lot of questions. When did she come in with these so-called bruises? What was the
I mean,
time frame of that?
I know that the
'Cause-
doctor made it clear that it was AH reporting this to her, not what she
Right.
witnessed or not what they spoke about or not what she heard on audio. But
right, which
I
is all
just thought,
hearsay. That's
I
all
just think,
hearsay.
yeah, exactly. But I just think when listening to the audios compared to what AH is reporting to her, it sounds very different.
It doesn't reflect it at all. It's completely
No, because she's always saying Johnny splits.
Yes.
So how is he hitting her?
Well, the thing is, right, the big hit we know of was with the phone. That was supposedly the big hit. And that could be disproven because, like yesterday, Isaac was like, listen, I was right there. I was right in her face. Remember, there's other people here. There's other people involved here who saw her. There's other people, like, we still got security to me is can hugely disprove anything she says. I'm right there. I'm in good lighting. I'm right next to you. That's why Isaac was huge. I'm glad they brought him right away because he's a neighbor. He's living there.
I'm also
living with somebody. And
I
he
mean,
said, I loved Amber, which was huge. When he didn't say, I hated Amber.
No.
He said, I loved.
I do think it was very clever of them to say, can we save you to come back later at a different, so I think that's great
because to keep
come
it fresh
back.
in the jury's
Yes,
mind.
because he was first on, and I think that will really refresh what he said when he comes back.
Yeah, but her side don't want to question him again, do they?
Well, he's very colourful and he says a lot. He really does, and he doesn't shut up. He just keeps talking, and it's so nice to hear.
Yeah, what I want to see is when they're asking her
I'm
questions.
cooking and I'm online.
Yeah,
I'm
I can't wait for that
online.
day.
I'm streaming live. Here.
Hi, Maya.
No, it's not Maya. It's my wife. Would everybody like to say
Hello,
hi?
beautiful Mrs. Rob. Hello, beautiful.
Everybody's saying hello.
Hello.
Everybody's saying hello,
Hi.
Mrs. Rob. There's like 7 people here. She's like, who am I talking to? I'm like, you guys, I'm live. Hello. Yeah, listen, again, I thought Kate James was great. Kate James at first scared the shit out of me. I was like, whoa, okay. She just came right at you.
She didn't scare me. I just thought she didn't look good to the jury. I thought she looked like she had an attitude, and I was worried because Amber said she fired Kate James for her attitude, and she was making Amber's story look more plausible with that attitude.
Yes.
But then when they changed and it was Johnny's side, she seemed a lot more comfortable in her own skin.
I
So
don't blame her for being upset. The woman, Amber, has literally dominated her life for 10 years. She cannot get away from it. She
I know
so much. She cannot get away from it.
Why did they not? Why did they not say Kate James's story? Are they keeping it privately for the jury? Will the jury still get to hear it?
I have to stream from 9 to 6.
The judge didn't
You're
allow
complaining, you got attitude, I made your food, I made your drink.
Rob,
I have to
Rob,
drink.
Mike, mute the mic! Mute the mic! Robin, mute the mic!
Rob, stop talking.
What happened? What happened?
Mute your
We
mic!
can hear you.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Sorry.
Over the top of you. We all talked over the top of you.
They're like, mute your mic. Sorry.
It's all right.
Sorry. Listen, hey, it happens. I'm not a perfect
It's
person.
life. Yes.
It's not perfect. I never said I was. Never said I was.
As long as you don't go to the bathroom and you have your mic on.
No, I'm not going to the bathroom. I'm going out, actually. I'm going to go drive the car. So I'm taking you guys with me.
Let's go cruising.
Yes, I'm going cruising. So I'm going to take you for a ride.
I'm going to go soon and start making dinner because we only get an hour off before it comes back. And I want to have had something to eat by that time.
Yeah, I can't Chad, I see you going, but I'm stepping out. So I'm going to miss whatever you guys say. Sorry. I didn't mean, Yeah, we're going on a road trip, Lily. So I'll leave my laptop on. I'm gonna go out and yeah, we'll go on a road trip. I'll see if I can put the camera towards so you can see where I'm driving.
Thank you,
I'll take
Rob, for having us.
yeah, I'll take you. We're gonna go on a road trip for a little bit. You ready?
Just make sure you stay safe
I'll stay safe. I promise. I'll
and be
drive safe.
careful.
Oh,
I
you're
will. I'll be careful. I promise. I promise.
Bye, everyone. See you all soon.
Bye, Margot.
Bye.
Bye, Margot. We're gonna miss you.
I'll still be here, but I'll be in the chat.
Yeah,
yeah,
that's what I did. I
me
cooked the
too.
kids' dinner early tonight instead of last night, where I got too engrossed in Isaac.
Isaac was awesome.
Yeah, I know. I couldn't leave. I didn't want to leave my computer because today I was like, yeah, I've got my headphones on.
I showed
I'll
my
just
son the video from yesterday in the afternoon,
Yeah,
and he's like, "Oh my gosh, she got burned."
yeah, but oh, what was that?
My daughter.
But today was, yeah, I wouldn't say it was really bad.
No, I don't think it was really bad. I mean, I'll give again, if I have to score points here,
It just wasn't as good as yesterday.
Kate James gets all my points. You know, that's where they get points. I think Amber loses with Kate James. I think she loses with Isaac Baruch. I think she gets a few points with Johnny Depp's sister because she was very hesitant with the drugs and answers. We all know he took drugs. Just say it. You know, just say it. Why are you so hesitant?
It's not
Just
like it's against the law.
Yeah, she was too hesitant. So that's why I give Amber's. The only point I give Amber yesterday is because Johnny Depp's team screwed up with the video. They did not have the punching video, and when they asked, "You don't have the video," the guy said, "You never requested it." I was like, "Oh, come on!" So
I never heard that bit.
Yeah, I didn't hear it till I rewatched the replay last night. I rewatched some stuff, and I didn't catch it.
I'm wondering if they have that video for where they were inspecting Whitney's bruises, where they told her
Well,
you
we
got beat
saw
up
it,
by Amber.
but we saw it, but I don't know if I don't know. I don't know if they're. I don't know if they have it. I don't know if they're going to show it. I don't know if I don't know what they're doing. Because all the stuff that us YouTubers have showed you guys, I think was crucial, a big part of everything, because we've disproven everything we can to show that she's lying. I think but what his team does is separate thing to me. Like I still understand why at this moment what's so hesitant about these ACLU emails. I think that's the biggest piece of evidence to show that this is about me. Because you could disprove that she lied and all this stuff, great, but you're supposed to show that this whole thing in the newspaper is about you. That's the key here. And you didn't have that in the UK. And it came out after. So why aren't you showing it? Why aren't you put her in a hole? How is she going to dig out of that? How can she dig out of that when the emails consistently show the back and forth between the ACLU and her lawyers? How does she dig out of that? Right there. That's all you need. That shows that this op-ed was about your husband. That's it. I don't get it. How do you dig out of that hole? You just say First Amendment. That's your defense. That's all you can bring up. There's really, I don't know. I don't know why they're not showing it, because, okay, I proved she's a liar. Yes, you did. But did you prove that this is written about you? That's what you have to prove. You've proven that Amber Heard's a liar. Great. I believe you. But you didn't prove that this article is about you. How do we know? Where's your proof?
Court TV just tweeted, do you believe Amber Heard's attorneys claim that she is a victim of domestic abuse, or Johnny Depp's team claims Heard is an instigator?
Well, I mean, I'm still not convinced that he did anything. I said, okay, let's hearsay. You said. Great, you said. Okay, I'm going.
Rob went already. Girls, are you still in the chat in the panel?
Sorry, I hit the wrong button.
Yeah, I'm just making dinner, so.
If I
put it on
do,
mute.
I'm gonna head out. So if I do, I can't control the laptop because that's where the stream's coming from. So if I hit the wrong button again, hey, when I come back, and I'll
The teacher didn't took roll call.
Well, let me go write the address down because I don't even know where I'm going. It'd be helpful if I knew where I'm going.
Where are you going?
I don't. I'm supposed to go to Starbucks, but I don't know. Hold on, let me find out. I'll be right back. Hold on. I'm gonna mute my mic.
Did Johnny make you want a Starbucks?
No.
I bet you loads of people are going to go out and buy a Starbucks
Johnny
now.
told him, go get a Starbucks.
Yeah, I bet you any money. Starbucks are loving that.
Speaking of Starbucks, I'm going to go make myself a coffee.
Okay,
Put it in my Starbucks coffee.
We're going to Starbucks, which I know where it is. So I'm gonna head on out. And now I'm gonna take you guys for a ride. You're gonna get to see small.
Rob,
yes.
Don't speak so naughty.
What do you mean?
Rob, you
You're
shrunk.
gonna take me for a ride.
Oh my God.
Is it going to be the ride of my life?
Oh, it might be. It might be.
Careful, Rob.
Oh,
We
my
have
God.
to entertain.
Yes, we do. We do. So
Otherwise, they get bored.
Yeah, I'm heading out to my car. I gotta be careful. They're doing work here. Still limping, but whatever. I'll get there.
Wow.
Buckle up.
Issa wants a venti strawberry acai lemonade. I know what venti is. I know what strawberry is. I know what acai is. I don't know what lemonade is. But I've never seen that in a Starbucks in England.
I could turn the camera around. I just don't know what you guys are gonna see. Let me. If I did this, I don't know. I don't know if you're gonna see much, but I'll try to put it so you could see me driving out here. I don't know what you're gonna see.
Just make sure you don't hit zombies.
It sounds it, Issa.
I gotta put the air on. Wow, it's hot here today. It's 86. Wow, it was like 50, 40 degrees, and now it's 86. What happened here? Holy mackerel. I gotta put the air
mackerel.
On. I'm trying not to curse, sorry. I'm trying not to curse.
Billie Jean just tweeted, Amber Heard is an abusive, is truly a liar and a dangerous person to have walking around amongst normal people. Dare I say that I am sure she will do terrible harm to someone once again. That look and smirk.
With this woman, besides, I did say that she starts. I did say she starts the fights. I did. Yeah, you did say all that. That's true. Okay, I'll give it to you. That she gets triggered easily. Yeah, so obviously that is all Johnny's side. The only thing I have to worry about with this last witness was I saw this. I saw bruises on her eyes. Well, that is the thing I didn't want to hear. But you know, she's got I don't know, like, you didn't take photos of this as a therapist? You didn't say, Amber, do you mind if I take some photos of what I see in front of me? Can it, you know, and as a as a therapist, I think you have to take photos. I don't know why, like, she has to make a report or something because
Apparently, she don't make reports. She takes
She don't
notes.
make
It's
reports.
ridiculous.
She
I wonder how
take
much
my
she was
paper.
getting paid by
yeah, like,
Johnny
like
for
I
those
don't,
sessions,
I
and
don't,
doesn't even take reports.
like I don't understand how you could, how could you just take reports and
You know why she don't take reports? Because she's had that much surgery, she can't see out of her friggin' eyes.
She did look like Lily Tomlin. When someone said that, I couldn't stop laughing. I said, "Oh my god!" And if you don't know who Lily Tomlin is, go look at her images, and you'll see when she does the squinty eye. She used to do this thing with that. She was a secretary with the squinty eye. It was a whole routine. It's pretty funny back in the day, and it's funny. And if you don't know who she is, my god, this woman. I was like trying to place. I said, "Who does she look like?" It's
Oh my
bothering
God.
me. She looks like somebody, and I can't place her. And then when someone said Lily Tomlin, I was like, yes, that's exactly who she looks like. And Chad, I will get back to you. I'm driving, so I am not at home, so I cannot see the chat. Just letting you know. I'm on my other channel, my other account. So just bear with me. I'll be back in about 20 minutes. So you
He's
just
lying. That's a
should,
video of him.
yeah, that's
Pre-recorded.
me driving. This is me driving in Jersey. And driving in Jersey.
Be careful with the Jersey Devil.
I would try. By the way, you know there's a ride named the Jersey Devil? That thing is crazy.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, it's
Roller
crazy.
coaster. I love roller coasters.
Yeah, I think I have it taped. So what I'll do is I'll try to do a video. I just gotta find it's in my phone. I just never put it on the stream. I mean on the channel. So this is me driving through my neighborhood. This is my town, my small little town. Not many people out, of course, at this time, but whatever. I gotta drive slow here because it's only 25 miles an hour, so I gotta drive very slow through town. Here's our little stores. I don't know if you could see them, but I'm driving. There's all my stores here. Oh, gonna get a red light. Whatever.
I didn't know this, but they're saying that he used to abuse him while his mom was dying. That is so fucked up.
Well, listen, this woman had no empathy for anybody. I mean, she got in her face and like just spitting at her because she was so close. I was like, my God, man, have some respect. You know, she paid him poorly. She's like, yeah, you got paid $1,500 a week. She's like, $1,500 a week. I wish I got paid that much. And I was getting $25 an hour. I was like, that's all right. It's more than minimum wage, but
it was 1,500 a week, basically. That's what they said.
Well, no, that's what they said, but she said, huh, I wish. That's what she said. She responded with, I wish. Then the next sentence was, I got paid poorly. And then the next sentence was, I got paid $25 an hour. Because I was writing it down as she was saying it.
I thought she said $10 an hour at first, and then maybe she
No,
got a
she
pay.
said 25.
And then she got a pay rise.
No, she got 25, and I think she asked or something, and she was promised like 50,000 a year or something like that. And, yeah, but she was very annoyed. But she kept the job because sometimes you have to weigh what you have, and when you have a job that you can get out and get your son at 3 o'clock, as compared to a job you have to do 9 to 5. Well, how do you pick up your kid if you're working to 5 o'clock? You're working to 5. That means you didn't even leave the building yet. So what happens to your child? So, I was like, yeah, that's kind of a problem. I mean, yeah, so I had to think about that. You have to think about that too. So, yeah, I mean,
Oh, he cut out.
Second one for Johnny's side. I think Amber got a couple of points there. But the only reason she gets points is not because of the hearsay, not because of her story. That's not why. Anybody can say whatever they want. Johnny wasn't there. That never made me feel. I don't know how you're a couples therapist, yet you're only seeing one person. It doesn't sound like you're a couple therapy. Couples,
Yeah,
two
it
people.
does seem like she saw Amber
And every time
more than Johnny.
Oh,
on his own.
absolutely. I think she saw Johnny once. I mean, did she see him one time?
Yeah, I mean, I only recall that one incident where she says he said that she gave as good as she got or something. Is it me cutting out? Hello, can anybody hear me?
I hear you.
Oh, good. I thought I was talking to myself.
No, I have my my mute on. That's why. I mean, I came downstairs to the kitchen to make coffee.
Maybe it's Rob that's cut out then. I
It's
can see
Robbie.
him. Yeah, I can see him, but I can't hear him.
Rob, smile for the candy camera.
I want to know why she minimized Johnny's demeanor when with the turd.
That's
As in the therapist?
the
Do you mean?
therapist even said that she didn't let him talk. He didn't have a voice with while being with her.
I know, but Petty Patty says she wants to know why she minimized Johnny's demeanor when with the turd. So I think she means why did the therapist minimize Johnny's demeanor?
That's sad.
I don't know. Maybe she was placating Amber, but she's a therapist, so she shouldn't be.
Exactly.
But at least Kate James said, like Isaac and Christy, that they had to placate Amber. All three of them said it, and Johnny said it. So, and the security have said it.
I'm wondering if Elon Musk and Franco are going to testify.
Well, I don't know, because you see in the papers that they're saying, "Oh, he's not going to turn up." I've never thought he was going to turn up. It's said on the court paperwork that he's going to do it by video link. So, no idea.
Is Kevin Murphy going to testify? That's what I'm curious.
I can't remember who was on the paperwork now.
Because it said Kevin Murphy on that paper. But who knows?
I'm guessing so. Whoever testified for him in London, I'm guessing will again. I wonder if anyone will be going to that therapist after seeing this.
Not me anytime soon.
Well, I probably couldn't afford her anyway, but she hasn't painted herself in a very good light, has she? She doesn't seem very professional. And I'm not saying that because I'm butthurt over her saying about Amber, but she just didn't come across as very professional. With no note-taking, no taking pictures of bruises. Having been through couples therapy, first time it is both. Afterwards, therapist specifically targets the partner with most issues before putting you both together. 1 minute, darling.
You guys are so quiet. Are you guys here?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just getting my kids an after dinner snack.
I went outside right now for a bit, check on my son. My son went to check on my neighbor's dog. She had her dog had puppies. Rob is saying that he can't get back on. I believe we lost the teacher.
Sorry, does anyone remember what time they broke for lunch?
I didn't see the time. I'm sorry.
I'm away. Wondering if it was probably 1:30, which would have been.
They have to come
18.
back at like around 2:15.
Oh, so it might have been 1:15. So about 6:15 my time. So they'll be back by about 7:15
My
p.m.
time now in California is 10:43.
It's 10:43.
Yeah, Rob's saying 2:15 p.m. Eastern time.
You.
Did you say it's only 10:15 a.m.?
10:43 a.m. in California.
Wow.
Court
So
over
that's
here starts at 7.
So how far ahead is Virginia? Time into you.
You're welcome, Rob.
Yeah, so I'm trying to work out the time that, because I'm going to eat in a minute, so I'm trying to work out what time I should be back by. So I reckon it's 7:15 p.m. my time, because now it's 6:44, so in about half an hour. So Virginia is 4 hours ahead of California. Wow.
I believe so.
I'm not sure I'll ever understand America's times, because they all have different times, but in the UK we all have the same time. What would you like to know, Emma? What did you miss? When did you leave to get your call? Did you leave when the therapist was on, or when Kate James was still on, Emma?
Ladies, are you watching the chat?
I'm just reading the chat.
Yeah.
When the therapist was on, okay. So the therapist, I don't know when you left when the therapist was on, but basically, the therapist, I wouldn't really say was on either side. She seemed like a bit unprofessional. Only kept shorthand notes, not actual proper reports. Said she saw Amber with bruises on her face in person, but didn't bother taking a picture or reporting it to the police. But at the same time, she said that Amber was the initiator of the fights, and most of it was basically Amber reporting back to the therapist what she was saying Johnny was doing to her, not what the actual therapist knows of. Oh, my alarm's going off. Not what the actual therapist knows.
Time to wake up.
That's me dinner done. And
I know, I'm just messing with you.
what else was it? Yeah, most of it was just what Amber was reporting back to her. She mainly saw Amber one-on-one because apparently Amber was the initiator.
The instigator.
Yeah, the instigator. So that's basically it in a nutshell. We don't know if the bruise she saw was real or if the woman is thinking of someone else, because she didn't seem to remember much and it was all shorthand notes. So she didn't seem like she was on either side. She just didn't seem very professional. 1 minute.
And that's weird, the outfit she brought again, copying Johnny. That's wrong.
Well, Emma, the thing is, when they asked Isaac about what he saw in clear daylight, good lighting in the hallway, good lighting in his apartment, etc., he explained very clearly that there was no redness, no bruising, no swelling, etc. This woman literally just said she saw a bruise and there was no green or blue. It was a greyish blue. So I don't know about anyone
Makeup,
else.
possibly.
I've never seen a bruise that's grey. Maybe some people do. Mine sort
Well,
of go black
I
and
never
then
see.
yellowy, then blue, then yellow. So I don't know, but
The teacher said he got his Starbucks already, and he's gonna go get tacos from Taco Bell.
yeah, but she wasn't. I'm not sure when she said this bruise was that she saw Emma. I don't think it was. We don't know if it was the same time that she told Isaac that he hit her. Because I couldn't really make out, because they kept the video was edited, so I couldn't really make out dates.
She told Isaac that the day she changed the locks, and it was Isaac's
No, I
birthday.
know that, but
So it
I
was
mean,
May 22nd.
No, I mean the doctor. The doctor never said. I didn't hear the date. What the doctor said she saw the bruise, because the video was edited. If I go back and look, I might hear it, but I can't really remember.
No, she didn't say it. You're right.
Right. Who else is here? Because I'm gonna go and eat my dinner. I will stay on, but I'll stay on mute until I go and eat my dinner, and then I'll be back.
Rob said, not sure of the time frame.
You'll have to entertain yourselves, people. Yeah, it's my dinner time. Sorry.
Don't worry. Enjoy your dinner. We're having breakfast. We're gonna have breakfast in a bit. It's too quiet.
That's so lame, Melania. What the fuck you thought of it?
Okay, I'm back. Sorry. Just give me a second. I got all this stuff. I will have to get my daughter at around 3:45, 3:50. Hopefully, I don't have the problem yesterday. Just to tell you, what happened was with my daughter is that the school bus changed. I don't know if this person went home sick or whatever. So this bus came late. I got really worried yesterday. And I had to call the school saying, listen, I've been out here 25 minutes. I can't get to my stream. Could you please tell me what's going on? And your principal answered. He said, yeah, we had to switch buses because, the other bus driver wasn't here. So I apologize for that. I'm here talking now. I guess everybody else is out eating or doing whatever. I don't know. Rosie's here. I know Tanya's having dinner, and I know Carmen's here. And Carmen was saying what I was saying in the stream. Now's the time for you guys to chat. We got 15 minutes before they come back, and that's when I'm going to eat. And if you want to know what I bought, well, I bought me some Taco Bell. I ran to the border, as they would say. As I said, run to the border. That's their expression. Again, to go over real quickly today, and I'll do that tomorrow also, is what happened? What happened? Hold on, Lily, I can't. What'd you say? Lily said, Rob, I asked you a personal question. I will only expect one answer. Scroll up. Okay. Hold on. Let me put it in bigger so I can see. Scroll up. Okay. Scroll up. I'm looking for Lily. Says Liz, I'm glad. Haha. Susan says, they are meant to help with issues, not make more. LOL. Quit paying them on the spot. Oh, Piglet in the bank. Pig. I'm not sure what you were asking me, Lily. I don't see a question for me. I don't see any question you've asked me. Maybe you want to ask it again? I don't see anything. I'm going to put me on full screen. How about that? Yeah, there we go. I didn't know I could do this. I'm learning all this. I'm like, oh, I could put me on full screen. You don't have to see all that stuff. So yeah, here I got Taco Bell. I'm going to eat this while I have to keep quiet. Yeah, I have to go on Twitter and update it. It works a little bit against Johnny. So here's the point scoring. So it's 6-4 Johnny on day one, 9-1 Johnny on day two. This morning, if I had to give 5 points, how would I distribute it? Well, Kate James was total Johnny. I wouldn't give Amber a point. So I'll give 2.5 to Johnny there. And this after the doctor. Again, the only thing I didn't like was the photo saying that she saw her with bruises. That's the only thing that bothers me. Otherwise, the rest didn't. Because saying, what happened? Oh, I didn't get coffee. It wasn't for me. I went to go get my wife chocolate croissant. She wanted chocolate croissant, so I didn't get me anything. I don't go to Starbucks. I don't drink coffee. I'm not a coffee drinker. I drink orange juice, water, and soda. That's it.
Milk.
Unfortunately, I'm addicted to soda, which is not a good thing. It's hard, but whatever.
Been there.
I did not get a coffee. I did not get a coffee. She does not drink coffee. I don't drink coffee, so nobody got a coffee. Good Lord, tell her what coffee you got. I did not get a coffee. No one got it. There's no coffee. There's no coffee here. No coffee. Can
Welcome
you guys
back,
hear me?
teacher.
Oh, I got to put the volume up. That would be good. Volume up. Here we go. Sorry,
Teacher, did you dismiss the class?
Huh?
Did you dismiss the class?
No, well, I know everybody shut their mics off. Everybody was quiet. I was driving home. No one said anything. So I was looking at hearing nothing. I was like, oh boy, no one's talking here. I was like, like, why is everybody talking? Hey, Coffee. Coffee says she could have gotten those bruises on purpose and they were highlighted. Yes, that's a possibility. We don't know the time frame. When she was with Johnny, okay, did she get this when the TRO happened? I don't know that. because on that Friday she had that mark, right? But according to the doctor, it was kind of like that mark. She did this with her fingers, which makes me think, was it the same exact marking? And it could
I
have.
said that it was makeup. She used makeup. I know she used makeup to fake those bruises.
And I'll give Johnny for the morning session 3.5 points, and I'll give Amber 1.5 points. So I still have everything in favor of Johnny Depp as of now. Doesn't mean I'm going to feel the end later on as the weeks go. I'm going to hear bad things. And even though I've proven everything, they have to prove it. But to me, those emails, I'm waiting for the ACL emails to drop. And I think that is huge. Isaac Baruch was huge. Kate James was huge. His sister was okay. This doctor, not so much. You should, half and half, half and half.
We have to wait for that. We have to wait for Dr. Kipper and the nurse.
Depp gets half a point, 1.5 points because, here's how I see it. I'm trying to break it down like 2.5 points for the one and 2.5 for the other. But I'll put Johnny up 3.5 to 1.5, and the reason is because she hit him first. Well, that's pretty big. That's pretty big for Johnny. That she's always striking him. She gets triggered very easily. Those are good things in Johnny's favor. The only bad thing is the bruises that she saw. Had she not said she only saw through pictures, then it would have been very little for Amber, because it would have been all hearsay and nothing more.
They're saying that her team is panicking because the witness wrecked her in the stand.
Because what in the stands?
Team Heard panics, witness wrecks them on the stand.
Well, listen, we got a long way to go here. This is only day 3. We got a long way to go. So, who knows?
That
what else
sucks that they don't have court tomorrow. That sucks.
Well, no. Now I heard they do. Because last night the judge. Let me correct that. So the judge said that we had 21 days. So when I did the math last night, I was like, wait a second. I think Dark News is wrong. Because when I calculated without Fridays, it's not 21 days. So I said 21 days includes Friday. So I think we have Monday through Friday, Monday through Friday, Monday through Friday, Monday through Friday. But she said she's not going further. So if you don't get your evidence in, guess what? Tough. Any evidence not submitted in the 21 days because you guys are so slow, it's not. I can't count it. The jury's not going to hear it. So you better start moving. I said these ACLU you have to get in. They have to get them in. They have to, and that could take a whole afternoon. That could take a whole morning. You got to get it in. It's vital.
Well, they got to get rid of Ellen because she talks way too much.
Yeah, they got to put a time limit on her, or they got to say, look, because it's ridiculous. It's a little ridiculous. Well, we know what he doesn't deserve. What like Isaac said yesterday, it's not fair. His family suffered. Why can't she just move on? And what she's done to him is wrong. Yeah, you heard Isaac. He pleaded his heart out yesterday. Pleaded his heart out. And then Ellen goes, I don't know what triggered this. It's because the question you asked. That's what triggered it. You asked if he had any animosity towards Amber Heard. And that's when he got triggered. You hit a nerve. He said he loved her. Why would you go into that route? He said, I loved Amber. I loved Amber like Johnny loved Amber. I loved Rocky. I loved Josh. Great attitude. He can't, and you know why? Because he knew that these are Johnny's people. And if Johnny's welcomed these people and these are Amber's friends and Johnny, he's going to treat them with the utmost respect. Why would he have to hate on them? They never did anything to him. That's why he was such a cool, not only was he a great guy and a cool person, which I didn't expect, but he was a great witness. And I knew he would be a great witness. I knew he would be a great witness. I knew it. Oh, people are in my chat. Hold on. We got Dolly.
I agree with you 100%.
Welcome to the stream.
Oh, the students are back. Hi, students.
Hi, TJ.
How are you?
I totally missed out on the trail. I had to work and I was like,
But you missed out on what, Dolly?
I missed out on the whole case.
Well, here's what you missed. Quickly, Kate James was here. I'll give you a quick rundown, and then we're gonna have the trial in 5 minutes. So I'll try to get it all in. Oh, phone. Okay. Sorry, it was my phone. Kate James came up, and at first she really intimidated me to the point that I probably would have hid under my bed sheets. She looked really like she looked like an assassin from like the Black Widow. You know, that's she looked.
Yeah.
Do you blame her?
No, but I didn't know who she was. I didn't. You know, she was really intimidating me. So she said she made $25 an hour when the attorney said, "So you're gonna paid 1,500 a week?" She goes, "Psh, I wish Amber paid me poorly. I got paid 25 an hour." So and she promised me like 50,000 a year. But the only reason I took the job was so I could pick up my son at 3 p.m. And that made sense. I got it. You know, I totally got it. She did everything. She basically was Amber's assistant, and whatever Amber needed, she did cleaning and getting dresses and whatever needed to be prepared or whatever she needed, she did. Okay, so she's ran around with like a chicken out her head. She said Amber Heard was very insecure. She said there was never any damage to any apartment or any place she had seen. She said if Johnny Depp had hit Amber Heard, she said she would have seen it. Now, how would she have seen it? She would have seen it because she used to see Amber get dressed, get undressed, in a bikini. You know, she'd get her clothes. You know, she'd be right there when Amber's getting ready. So she said, had I seen anything on her body, I wouldn't notice it. I never saw anything.
The part I did like that Kate James said that she saw Amber drinking most of the time.
I'll get to that.
That's the part I like.
That's coming. KJ said JD's behavior was never a concern to her because she never felt his behavior would cause any harm to Amber Heard. Kate James said they tried to claim, this is her attorneys, Amber Heard's attorneys, tried to claim that Kate James had an attitude towards Amber and didn't like Amber because Amber let her go. And that led to financial issues for Kate James. And Kate James said, no, all I asked for was extra time. Maybe you could let me stay here so I can pay the mortgage and I can rent out that place just until I get back on my feet again. She said maybe I could go on the JD's payroll. All this she said, and Amber turned it all down. Well, for someone who makes millions of dollars, I don't know why you had to do that. She could have worked something out with Johnny, and Johnny absolutely would have said, "Hey, if you don't want to employ Kate, I'll take her under my wing." But it was, I know it was never brought up because Amber's a biatch. That's why.
Of course she is.
What happened?
I said, of course she is.
Yeah.
Nope, she's a twasted.
Amber Heard never wore makeup. The only time she wore makeup was to a big event. That means on an everyday basis, which proves that yesterday Isaac Baruch was 100% correct. That if Amber Heard is just out on a regular basis, she doesn't have makeup. And that's what I showed with the Johnny Depp short videos. If you see her getting onto the elevator, she's not all dolled up. She doesn't make up her hairs all night. They're all kind of getting in the elevator just casual. Like they don't really care how they look. Their hairs are tied back or their hair's all over, floppy all over the place. They don't really care how it looks. They're just wearing regular clothes. They don't care. So when she goes to an event, Kate James said that's when she got made up. She had makeup done. That was the time. She didn't see any damage to Amber Heard. And she kept repeating this. I'm almost done with Kate James, and then we'll get to the doctor. Kate James was kind of long, but she was a very good witness. She also said that Johnny Depp was a gentleman, that she never saw Johnny Depp break anything, damage anything. And if she had any interaction with Mr. Depp, Amber Heard would always give her the evil eye, and she would stop intervening. So
you saw her face when they were asking Kate the questions. She looked sorry.
Yeah, Kate got frustrated. Kate got angry. Kate said she dismissed him. She's like, I don't know why you're asking me this question. She went right after she played. She was like Isaac. She played no games. She was very tough. Very tough.
Oh, that's good. That's needed in this case. People that are not run over.
She said she never saw any physical abuse between the two of them, never witnessed any physical abuse between the two of them, never saw any property damage to anywhere she was working for them. So anywhere she was working, wherever she was working, wherever she was assigned to work, she never saw any damage whatsoever. She never saw them beat up each other. That's what she said. She said she saw Amber Heard treat Whitney Heard like a dog. Very nice. Very nice.
As Isaac said, that they were plotting on getting her out of the building.
Yep. She also said that she got so close to her face that she was spitting in her face, like this, basically yelling at Miss James in her face. Okay.
Oh wow.
Yeah. She saw Amber Heard do illegal drugs, and she knew she was under the influence of drugs and
The one we have in the
alcohol.
binder
Because
is different than the one you
Rob,
had on the
we're back in
screen,
court.
so I'm not sure.
Okay, yeah, I can hear it.
The one on the screen looked much more redacted, but maybe this is
I'm gonna
redacted.
switch over. Give me a second. We're back in a little early. Oh no, we're on
What
time.
happened? I was asleep.
You don't worry about it. Enjoy your nap.
Are you sure?
Yes, you didn't miss anything. Now we're back in
The one
court.
on the screen had a little
Okay, let's use mine.
what I'm seeing here, so I just.
Last thing, Kate James
Well,
said
there
that she
are
knew she was
identifiers
under
on here, at least emails. There's
influence
no
of
cell
illegal.
phones on
Wait, hold on,
here.
I'm going
These
to
have
mute
been
this. 1
redacted.
second. She knew she was under the influence of illegal drugs and alcohol because she became more abusive.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
All right, there you go. That's all
I
Kate
think, Your
James.
Honor, the one that was on the screen did in fact redact the email addresses also, which is not the same as I think what you have. So I think we can replace it probably with the.
Did you redact it?
We didn't. David Murphy redacted it.
Okay, I apologize, Your Honor.
Okay,
I'm not
we can-
mute.
We'll provide you the redacted.
So I need a redacted there. Is there any chance in the future that you guys maybe can talk ahead of time and get these redacted ahead of time or something? Possibly.
We're trying, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. It's just I still have 3 pending redaction now. Oh, look with a smile on your face, Mr. Rottenborn. I see that. Okay. I know. He wants to be the star of the day. That's okay. Okay. All right. So now I have 844 redacted copy, correct? And I have 210 the redacted copy. Okay. Perfect. All right. So that then just leaves me with 397 then, correct? The one I just. 548 also. Okay, 548 and 397 now. Okay, perfect. All right. Anything else this time? Oh, good. Okay, ready for the jury. All right. Your next witness, Mr. Chu? All right, excuse me, say that again, sorry. Okay, could you spell that last name for me?
Deuters.
Thank you.
Who is that?
affirm to testify truthfully in this case and penalty of law?
I think it's Stephen Daughters is up. I think I could be wrong. There's some woman. I don't know. I heard Deuters. That's what I heard, but I guess not. I don't know who this woman is.
All right.
God, I have
Thank
no
you.
idea what's going on.
Isn't
I
that
think
the extra
think it's his
person
wife.
Would you
I
please
think
state your
that
full name for the record?
was
Yes,
working with
it's,
Amber,
Georgina Diane
the
Duters,
one
but
from London?
I go by
It's
Gina.
not. It's Stephen Duter's
And
wife.
Ms. Duders, where are you from?
London.
And can you tell us a little bit about what your occupation is?
I currently am a freelance creator who kind of conceptualizes and shoots and edits photographs and clips, largely for social media.
And how long have you been doing that?
Just a few years. Before that, I was a visual effects coordinator for movies.
And can you tell us just very briefly what that means?
It's basically the managing of CG and effects in films, the delivery of, and yeah, just the managing of that. Yeah.
And how long did you do that?
From 2002 to 2016.
Any films we might recognize?
Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, The Dark Knight, terrible Christmas movie that I won't mention, Pirates of the Caribbean 4. Yeah.
Do you know Johnny Depp?
I do.
And how do you know Johnny Depp?
He is a good friend of mine.
When did you first meet Mr. Depp?
I met him summer of 2005. It was actually at the Charlie and the Chocolate Factory premiere. My husband Stephen introduced me to him at a dinner after the premiere, and yeah, he was super sweet and warm, and kind of ushered us in to join him at dinner. And I remember being very nervous, like I am now. And yeah, that's when we first met.
You say your husband Stephen introduced you to Mr. Depp.
Yeah.
How did your husband know him?
I'm sorry?
How did your husband Stephen know Mr. Depp?
Oh, he started working with him on Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. He started off in production, but then joined the Depp department during the shoot.
And does he still work for Mr. Depp?
Yeah.
And in what capacity?
Well, he started off as like a personal assistant, and it's kind of developed into a producer-writer type role with Johnny's guidance.
So for how long has he worked for Mr. Depp then?
18 years, I think since 2004.
Now, over those 18 years, where has he been working?
All over the place. It depends on where the film is being shot. So Bahamas, Hawaii, London, LA, kind of all over.
And where have you been during this time?
Well, Stephen and I, our first two films we worked on the same film, but then he went off to do Pirates and I went off to do other films. So I wouldn't always be with them. I know that in between my projects, Johnny was always mindful that me and Stephen didn't spend too much time apart. So he would usually be, kind enough to fly me out to be with them wherever they were.
Okay. About how many times would that happen in a given year, if you can estimate for us?
2 to 3. Yeah. And they'd be like, sometimes I'd be with them for like a month, sometimes just a couple of weeks.
Okay. Can you just generally describe for us very briefly your husband's relationship with Mr. Depp?
It's a great one. They are very close professionally and personally. I know that Stephen really respects Johnny and looks up to him. And Johnny's been a mentor to him and has really encouraged Stephen's career develop.
and they're great friends too.
And can you just very briefly and very generally tell us what it was like on those time periods when you were spending time, chunks of time with Mr. Depp and your husband?
Well, if the,
Your Honor, relevance and character testimony 404, I mean, I'm not sure how this all relates to.
It's a basic foundational fact, Your Honor. Just
I'll allow it. That's fine. Go ahead.
Okay. What was the question, sorry?
just generally describe for us.
Okay, so if they were working, it would be, like on wrap, would kind of have dinner together. And then I'd kind of entertain myself while the boys went off to work. If it was during downtime, it would probably be like a family holiday. So it would include his long-term partner, Vanessa, and their little kids, which was always really lovely, really happy memories there. So it kind of depended.
Okay. How well would you say you know Mr. Depp?
Very well.
Over the course of your friendship with Mr. Depp, and I apologize, did you say it had been 17 years?
I'm not great at maths, but 2005 to now, I think, is 17.
Close enough. Okay. Over the course of your friendship with Mr. Depp, have you ever seen Mr. Depp take drugs?
Yes.
And which ones?
I've seen him smoke weed and occasionally cocaine.
Okay. Have you ever seen him drink?
Yes.
All right. Have you ever partaken of any of these substances at the same time?
Yes.
Okay. About how many times would you estimate you've seen Mr. Depp use cocaine?
Oh gosh. I mean, it's usually like, kind of a celebratory event, like after a gig or a party or something. 20? I don't know. 20 times over the,
About 20 times.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
that's over.
I mean, yeah, I haven't been kind of keeping count, but it's not a regular thing. It's sporadic. It's
okay, and that's 20 times over what period of time?
Gosh, I think like the last maybe 10 years.
And how often have you seen Mr. Depp consume alcohol?
Since I've met him.
Okay. Can you describe for us how Mr. Depp seems to respond to cocaine?
I quite honestly can't gauge much difference in his demeanor. This stuff kind of tends to make the average person a bit chattier and maybe stays up a bit longer than they should. But nothing out of the ordinary.
Okay. Same question for alcohol. How would you say, based on your interactions with him while he's drinking, how does he seem to respond to it?
It's kind of annoying, but he holds his liquor very well. Gosh, I kind of more jovial, or just I've honestly never seen him like drunk. Never been with him in that kind of situation.
Does he seem to drink to excess in your experience?
No.
Okay. Have you ever seen him get angry or violent while on cocaine?
No, definitely not.
Have you ever seen him get angry or violent while on alcohol?
No.
Ms. Duders, do you know Amber Laura Heard?
Yes.
And when did you first meet Ms. Heard?
When did I?
Yes.
Oh, well, we met kind of very briefly on the set of The Ron Diary, but it was just kind of quick greeting in the craft tent, I think.
And just so everybody's on the same page, what is The Ron Diary?
The Ron Diary is a movie that we shot in 2009 in Puerto Rico. yeah, it starred Johnny and Amber, and I was there with Stephen. That was one of the times that I wasn't working, so I travelled out to be with Stephen, and I was around. I did end up doing a little thing for the visual effects department, but mostly it was leisure for me.
Was there anything noteworthy about your interactions with Miss Heard on that occasion?
No.
When did you next meet Miss Heard?
On I think a couple of years later in Rum Diary press tour, I went to the premiere in London. And again, it was just a kind of, greeting. It wasn't, we didn't kind of hang out, chat properly or anything.
And again, just so everybody's on the same page, what is a press tour?
A press tour is when a film comes out, the actors and the director usually travel around with the film and show it in different cities all over the world. And the actors usually have to do interviews to promote it and just get the word out.
Okay. And this was a press tour for Rum Diary?
Yeah.
And what city were you in?
I went to the London one.
Okay. And does anything stand out to you about your interactions with Miss Heard on that occasion?
No.
Okay. Were you aware at that point that Mr. Depp and Miss Heard had started a relationship?
Yes.
And how were you aware?
Because Depp's team, Johnny's team, there's just always an open, constant flow of information, because ultimately, Jerry Judge would be looking after Johnny, so would kind of get updates as to where they were going and what he was doing. And so in that way, we got kind of, notified that, they just got together.
Okay. And you mentioned a name there, Jerry Judge. Can you just tell the jury who that is?
Okay, I don't want to be upset, but Jerry Judge was Johnny's long-term security guy, and he, was a dear individual. We all loved him very much, and he was like family. He was like a dad, and unfortunately, he passed away.
When did you next see Miss Heard after the press tour in London?
Okay, so that was like 2011. I think it was on a trip that we accompanied Johnny and Amber on to Las Vegas for a few days.
And can you estimate for us just approximately when that was?
Or maybe that was 2012. I'm so sorry. I'm blanking on the date, but it would have been after they'd started seeing each other, maybe a couple of months afterwards, and we just went out there for a few days. I don't remember if it was just like a little excursion for them, or if Johnny had something to do there. I don't remember that. It was just for like 2-3 days.
Anything stand out to you about that trip?
I was kind of excited to meet Amber, because she was Johnny's new girl, and but I remember kind of trying to, kind of make eye contact, and I kind of felt a bit ignored, which is fine, we're staff or whatever. So I didn't really chat with her.
When you say staff, what do you
Well, I
mean?
mean, I'm not employed by Johnny, but I'm obviously Stephen's wife, and he's staff, and I didn't really interact with her.
Okay. So can you kind of describe what happened when you saw her then, if anything?
No, nothing of note. Just that she didn't really engage or make, just didn't really acknowledge our presence.
Did you see Mr. Depp and Miss Heard interact at all on that trip?
Yeah.
Okay, and can you describe that for us?
They seemed pretty in love. They were tactile and, they seemed happy.
Okay. When did you next meet Miss Heard?
When Johnny and Stephen had gone out on location to shoot The Lone Ranger. So I think that might have been the next year. So bad with dates, sorry. I think through Johnny and Stephen, Amber and I were kind of put in touch, and we went vintage shopping together, and went to get a coffee once, and then with Johnny and Stephen kind of looked around some galleries, art galleries.
About how long would you say the period was that you and Miss Heard were together in this time frame?
How long were we both out on location?
Right, yeah.
I'm not sure about her, and I know that I personally made 2 trips, which seemed to coincide with her being there. So it was nice. And kind of meeting up to go vintage shopping. She was really, really lovely, really sweet. We got on very well, and it was fun. It was, she's very charming.
Mm-hmm. Did you discuss her relationship with Mr. Depp at all?
I remember going for a coffee, and she seemed a bit, just a bit kind of frustrated that I don't think Johnny was ready to go public with their relationship yet. I think that was, frustrating for her.
Did you form an impression that she wanted to go public immediately?
All right, I'll sustain as to speculation. Next question.
Were you out in public?
Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
When you were interacting with Miss Heard in this time frame, did you notice at all whether she was wearing makeup?
No, I don't think she was wearing makeup. She's naturally beautiful. I remember, just thinking how gorgeous her skin was and how, pretty she was.
And I mean, how could you tell that she wasn't wearing makeup?
Well, I consider myself to be quite the makeup expert. Earlier on in my adult life, I kind of got hormonal acne, which was awful. So I got kind of professional at covering that up. So I think I'm pretty good at telling if someone's wearing, like foundation or concealer.
Have you ever heard of arnica cream?
Yes. In fact, I actually was using it the other week.
You can use the microphone. I was having trouble hearing you. I'm sorry. Oh, there you go. It's on. There you go.
The question was, have you ever heard of it? And she answered it and then continued past. So it's.
All right. She's answered the question.
She's answered the question.
All right. If you want to ask another question.
Sure, Your Honor. What is it?
It's a homeopathic lotion that you use to help bruises heal faster.
And have you ever used it yourself?
Yes, I was using it a couple of weeks ago because I had a huge bruise on my hip after I had a fall.
Okay.
So I know what it is.
And can you just describe for those of us who have no idea, like myself, what does arnica cream look like?
Oh, sorry, that was me. It's kind of like a white emollient cream, opaque, that you rub into your skin. You rub into the bruise.
Once it's been rubbed in, what does it look like?
Transparent.
Okay. And so is the bruise still visible?
Absolutely, yeah.
All right, sustain as deleting.
Understood.
Okay.
All right. After that, those interactions with Ms. Heard on the set of Lone Ranger in, did you say 2013?
I'm not sure if that's an objection, but
I'll withdraw the date, Your
All right,
Honor.
just
After your interactions with Ms. Heard on the set of The Lone Ranger, Ms. Duters, when do you next recall seeing Ms. Heard?
I think it was on the press tour for The Lone Ranger. By that point, I believe their relationship was public, and we traveled to Japan with their kids, Johnny's kids, and her friend Brittany, who I think was, along as Amber's friend, but also to help take care of the kids while, Johnny was working. And
okay. And why were you traveling to Japan again?
Because The Lone Ranger was premiering there, and they were doing press. And then we also traveled to Berlin, I think, as well, and all around.
Were you traveling with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
Yes.
Okay. Did you witness any interactions between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard on these trips?
I mean, just generally on the plane, nothing to note. There was an incident like when we were all at dinner together. And when I say we all, I mean also the other actors and the producers and director. And I noticed that Johnny was kind of hiding a drink on the side of his chair and taking secret sips. And I noticed, she kind of saw that and was quite angry about it. And I couldn't hear what was said, but he seemed to got told off by, the telling off, which was, it was kind of weird. It was a bit like telling off a child.
What was he drinking?
I think it was champagne.
Okay, like a flute of champagne?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay. Do you have any impressions of, how would you describe their body language when they were having this conversation?
Quite, I think she was really angry. So, yeah, just kind of like dominant and just very angry, and just telling him off.
Okay, and how would you describe his body language?
I think quite just exhausted by the whole being told off like a child.
Over this period of time, and just to clarify, were Ms. Heard and Ms. Depp public at this point?
Yes.
Okay, so it was.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when we arrived at airports, there was like photographers everywhere. So, it wasn't very public. Yeah.
Okay. Over this period of time, then, after they'd gone public, did you ever witness them together? Did you have a perspective on their interactions in general?
Objection, relevance, foundation.
Is your mic is on? Because I'm just
Pushed it,
here.
I'm sorry.
There, now it is. Okay, thank you. All right, objection.
Relevance, foundation, leading.
Well, their interactions are directly relevant, Your Honor. I can lay more
Purpose.
foundation if the court wants.
You don't lay a foundation, that's fine.
Did you ever witness Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp together in this time period?
Sorry, could you repeat? Sorry, I know you said it a few times, but could you just repeat it one more time?
Of course. Over this next couple of years,
Yeah.
after the press tour for Lone Ranger, did you have occasion to interact with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard at the same time? Did you see them together?
Very rarely.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe a dinner here or there.
Okay.
Yeah.
From those occasions when you did see them, did you form any impressions about how they were getting along based on their interactions with each other that you personally witnessed?
Still don't think it's established the foundation. It's been a few times that he saw a couple dinners, and she's asking for her perspective on their relationship.
Right.
On those particular occasions,
What's the relevance of her impressions?
I'll rephrase her.
Okay.
How would you describe their interactions on those occasions when you witnessed them?
It's the same thing, Aaron. It's still no foundation.
If she's present,
I'll allow it if it's fine.
They seemed okay. I mean, they could be quite tense, but nothing to note, nothing I would remark on.
were you invited to their wedding?
Yeah. Yes.
And did you attend?
Yes.
Okay. Can you just generally describe for us what the wedding was like?
It was definitely a predominantly Amber event in the sense that a large percentage of the guests were her friends and family. And, a lot of his friends and family couldn't make it because it seemed to happen so quickly. And yeah, they seem to be having, her and her friends seem to be having a wonderful time.
Where did the wedding take place?
On Johnny's Island in the Bahamas.
And did you have any interactions with Ms. Heard during this time period? Or
Yes.
did you talk to Ms. Heard when you were at the wedding?
Yeah. There were dinners, and it was certainly a celebration every day. Amber and her friend Rocky gave me my first taste of MDMA. And everyone, all her friends were on it, and so I tried that for the first time with them. Yeah, it was like a party atmosphere.
Okay. Just briefly, can you sketch out for us in a little more detail how you came to take MDMA on that at the wedding?
Oh, well, it was evening time. I think I was a bit hungover from the day before, and I can imagine those two saw me. And when they first dropped the pill into my hand, I thought it was like a supplement, like a vitamin supplement to make me feel better. But no, they quickly said it was MDMA, and I kind of decided to throw caution to the wind and just try it.
You mentioned that you traveled with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard to Japan and Berlin and possibly other locations as well. Can you tell us where else you traveled with them?
Well, after the wedding, we headed to Australia
And why did you go to Australia?
because that's where Johnny would be shooting Pirates 5.
Okay, and approximately when do you think you were in Australia?
I think that I flew with Johnny and Jerry Judge and Stephen and a few others. I think that was February. And Johnny stayed in a house, and Stephen and I were based like a 35-minute drive away on the shoreline in the hotels. And I think Amber flew in a while afterwards.
Okay. You said you thought it was February. Do you recall the year?
Yes, I do. 2015.
So just so we have the cast of characters clear, who from this group was in Australia at this point?
So we've got on the plane that I was on, it was Johnny, Jerry Judge, Stephen Duters, Debbie Lloyd, and myself, and maybe one other.
Okay. You mentioned a name there I don't think we've heard before. Can you just tell the jury quickly who Debbie Lloyd is?
Okay.
While they do this, I'm going to say quickly, I think she's doing a fantastic job. She doesn't look nervous. She's very calm. She's not hesitant. She's giving answers right away. It doesn't, when you're hesitant, it seems like you're hiding something or you're trying to protect someone. But right here, her demeanor is very, very, very calm, very soothing. I think she's doing a kick-ass job. And I'm very impressed. And I gotta say, this is another day. Besides the one thing with the doctor, I gotta say, JD's in the lead again. Again, I think, and I'm not just saying this because I'm rooting for him. I'm trying to be as honest as I can. There may be a day I'm going to say Amber's in the lead, but
They
today
went to recess.
he's definitely in the lead. He's doing very well.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we just have to take a few housekeeping matters up, so we're just going to have you take a recess for a few minutes, okay? So again, no outside research and don't talk to anybody, okay?
Can we talk to somebody, Judge? Judge, hi, Judge. Can I talk to someone? Is it okay if we talk? Can we do that? Okay, the judge said okay. All right. I just got a phone call. Judge says, sure, you guys can talk. Oh, great. Good. Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome, Speaker.
Listen, I think she's great. I don't think there's anything to worry about here. She seems very sweet, very calm, not nervous. Just I can be that way, and I work in the courthouse. But man, my emotions would be all over the place. I think she's doing great. I don't
Ms.
know.
Duters, I just had a question for you.
I don't know.
Have you been watching the trial this past week?
I've seen clips of it online.
I think she's talking
You've
to
been
you,
watching,
Rob.
so you have seen parts of this trial?
Yeah, I've been watching the
Okay,
trial, Your
and
Honor.
witness testimonies?
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, I told you guys not. I told you, sir,
Does
you
anybody have
can't
any
watch
follow-up
the trial.
questions?
You can't watch anything from outside.
Ms. Duters,
Yes, well, I'm not.
Have you been watching?
I would watch
It
the
doesn't
trial,
matter.
see my
She's been
daughter and
watching
pass
clips
out. That's what I do.
of witness testimony. All right, you're excused, ma'am. You can have.
And I told you not to contact anybody from the outside.
I will instruct the jury. They'll have to strike the testimony of Ms. Duters.
Oh, see,
There's a
that's
rule
not
in the
major.
system.
Did you have any
Oh,
cases?
wait.
I don't think that's
Right.
major. And
I believe
I
that.
want you to
have no
keep this
doubt
in
my
mind.
This is the
One
first you've
sec.
heard of it. Have a good day, ma'am. Thank you.
I think she's
All right, she's taking a break. I want you to keep this in mind.
No,
Perhaps
she
I
said
get the
she's
first time.
excused.
Oh, so she was taking a break. Now she's excused. Okay.
You're next week.
Yeah, because she asked her
She asked her if she'd been watching the
All right, did you want us to
trial
take the afternoon recess
this
now
week,
before we-
and she said you're
Okay, 'cause
excused.
Your videotape. I'll take the afternoon recess, then I'll instruct the jury, okay? All right, we'll take 15
So
minutes. then come back for you.
I don't think she's allowed. She said strike the testimony, so she's not allowed to be a witness. I'm guessing.
Well, I don't know. I'll have to set a rewind. I didn't catch it. You want me to rewind it? Hold on. Let me see what she said. Hold on. I'm going to rewind it and let's try to hear what she said. Hold on.
I'm pretty sure that's what she said.
Okay.
You know.
Okay, somebody said, Leslie Floyd said, Judge, have you seen notes passed by,
You mentioned that
oh,
you
okay, to age
traveled with
first
Mr. Depp and Ms.
day.
Heard to Japan and Berlin and possibly other locations as well. Can you?
Johnny stayed in a house.
Okay, I'm going to keep quiet. Let's see what they say here. It's only 3 minutes.
Oh, okay, they disqualified her.
Hold on. I want to hear everything. I'm sorry. Just let's hear whatever she said. I'm sorry. I don't want to be rude, but I just really want to hear it. And that's my fault because I thought they were taking a break. So I was goofing around. I apologize.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we just have to take a few housekeeping matters up, so we're just going to have you take a recess for a few minutes, okay? So again, no outside research and don't talk to anybody, okay? All right, Ms. Duders, I just had a question for you. Have you been watching the trial this past week?
I've seen clips of it online, yeah.
You've been watching, so you have seen parts of this trial?
Yeah.
Okay, and witness testimonies?
Yeah, I've seen clips of.
You've seen everything. All right, does anybody have any follow-up questions?
She
Ms.
fucked
Ms.
up right there.
Duders,
She said no.
Have you been watching?
It doesn't matter. She's been watching clips of witness testimony. All right, you're excused, ma'am. You can have, you're excused.
Okay.
Thank you. I will instruct the jury they'll have to strike the testimony of Ms. Duders. There's a rule on witnesses, Mr. Moniz.
Understood, Your Honor. This is
All
the
right.
first word.
I believe that. I have no doubt in my mind that this is the first you've heard of it. Have a good day, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. That sucks.
I got it the first time. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. That's that.
Whose
Wow.
witness was that? Johnny or Depp? Or Amber?
Whose was that? Johnny or Depp?
I'm sorry.
That was funny, Carmen. Yeah. Okay.
I'm
So
sorry. I've been up since 5 a.m.
Yeah, she's gone. So everything she gave is gone. I'm gonna have to let Twitter know. Yeah.
But how did they know that she'd been watching clips? Seriously.
I don't know that.
Apparently, Amber sent a note to the judge.
I don't know that.
Good evening.
Hello.
Hello.
Mother
I've got so
Hen
much
is in the house. Hello, Hen.
I've got so much to catch up on.
Very questionable how they knew.
Hen, you just have to go to my
she'd been
Twitter.
watching
You
clips.
could have read everything on my Twitter. I've been dropping them left and
And
right.
I'm not being funny, but if they don't want people seeing clips of things that are in the news or on the internet, then they shouldn't televise it.
Exactly.
How about
Bet
this?
your ass that all her family, her sister, Rocky, Io, you can bet any money that they're all looking at the internet.
How about
seeing
this
clips.
either? How about telling and instructing the attorneys that even though it'll be aired on one pool TV, tell your witnesses that if they're coming, they cannot watch anything. They can afterwards, but they can't until they're called. So once they're called, that's it. After they leave, they can watch whatever they want. That's what the judge should have instructed. And that is the judge's fault, because I wouldn't have known either. I would have took the stand and said, well, first of all, I've seen all this. There's nothing I can do. I'm so involved in this anyway. But as a normal human being, of course that's my buddy. Why wouldn't I want to watch this? Why wouldn't I want to know?
Not
Sorry.
only that. Not only that, Bob. It doesn't matter if you pull up the internet. The whole internet is full of this article: Amber versus Johnny in court. I don't know. There's no way
So-
around it.
What's going on? What's happened?
Right. Gina Duters got dismissed from court. Her testimony has been stricken because she had obviously Johnny's team was questioning her, and Amber's team sent a thing up to the judge and a note up to the judge, and then the judge called for a break, and then suddenly the judge starts asking questions to Gina. Have you been watching the trial this week? And Gina said, I've seen clips. And obviously the judge said, well, you can't be a witness anymore.
Oh,
She should have said
bullshit.
no, in my opinion. She should have said no.
But I
Well,
mean,
she
it's
shouldn't.
ridiculous.
No, she's being truthful.
Yeah, but it's ridiculous because if that's the case, yes, she may have been advised not to watch anything. But if you're in a shop or a cafe or a pub or something like that shows TV, they all show news, and the news pops up, it's going to show it. You can't avoid it.
You walk past the screen, even if you're sitting in your own living room and watching the news.
Exactly.
You know?
And then what about what about Whitney, Rocky, Josh? You telling me none of them, the younger ones, are not going on the internet looking at shit to see what's happening? They're not going on YouTube. They're not going on Instagram.
I bet they are gonna watch.
Going on
They're
Twitter.
gonna watch
Exactly,
Twitter, and
but
they're
they
gonna be
won't.
asked the same question.
They won't admit it, though, will they?
I agree with TJ. It's the biggest case for years. They should all be holed up until after their turn. Yeah, they should be put in a hotel with no access to television if you don't want them seeing it.
Or
No television, no
that's a
internet, no
possibility.
nothing.
They didn't do that. They didn't do that. It's like
that's the thing. It's everywhere. You can't avoid it. That's the problem. So what do they expect the woman to do?
Well, if it's a problem, this should have been in advance. They should have said you need to tell all your witnesses, both sides, that they can't watch any. They got to be, and put them in a hotel with, unfortunately, I don't know, magazines, books, whatever, and just say, sorry, we have to hold your cell phones. There's no laptops. There's no outside. You can't get contact, or give them a regular landline. You want to call somebody, you have a landline. That's it. Give them a.
I bet you when Whitney and that get asked, they'll say no. Yeah. Right. My ass.
Yeah. Then listen, I don't know how she knew, and I have no idea. And if they played their card, they did a great job. They say, hey, let's use this defense. That's on their part. Hey, they get a +1. That's a great shot by them. And again, who can you blame? Well, there's two people to blame here. His side, right? His side, it's their responsibility to let their witnesses know. They better tell the rest of them.
But this is the thing. Just like what Wolvo said, yeah? The jury are even going to see clips of this when they go home at night on the news. So it's stupid. It's bloody ridiculous.
Yeah, it is. And again, like I said, like you guys said, it was a great idea. They should have said, look, okay, we'll put them in a hotel with nothing.
I don't think, but see what Wolvo said there. I don't think it's because they knew that she'd been watching clips. It's obvious you're going to see the news, but it was really convenient at the time it happened, just as Australia came up.
Well, they played a card, like something. Listen, in the sport, I'm gonna be honest with you. In a sport, sometimes in my sport, which is hockey, a sport I love, they have this rule that after the other team scores a goal, you are allowed to call and challenge it. Or in football, you're allowed to challenge, and you get lucky. Sometimes you're like, hey, shoot, I got lucky. I made the right. My team has done it many times, and we've got the call more than we've lost it. So we've had goals go off the board for the other team, and I was like, wow, this is great because the call wasn't made. So sometimes I'm just trying to be partial here. I'm not trying to be impartial. I'm not trying to be biased. I'm trying to say, look, it sucks. It angers me. Yes, but
Yeah.
it was a good call. They got a good call. They found someone who's honest, and they used the honesty against them. That's what they did. And is it fair? No. Should there have been a warning? Yes. Should Johnny's team have done what they should have done? Yeah, I blame their team. They should have warned her. They said, look, don't watch anything. Don't do anything. Just come here and stay off the web. If you see an article, stay off the web. That the case is not over. Stop being negative, please, people. Don't be negative. Don't be
I'm
negative.
not. I'm not being negative.
No, no,
but
no.
my-
Here, look, the case is over. The case is not over.
Oh, the case is not
Johnny,
over. No,
Johnny's got
I
the
just
lead. Right?
believe that
Even
it was
with this,
convenient that they seemed to mention it right at the most important part, which was Australia when he got his finger cut off.
I'll tell you someone who should have been subpoenaed that nobody anywhere has ever mentioned, and I just thought of it now. Mr. Barnaby Jones. Why wasn't he subpoenaed to come here?
Joyce. Mr. Barnaby.
Joyce, that's it, Joyce. I think
he-
Barnaby Jones.
Because he didn't witness anything.
He
didn't
hates
witness
Johnny
anything.
and I'm
No, he may not have witnessed anything, but he knows a lot about what has happened. He knows that she smuggled the dogs in. He knows that she pleaded guilty.
Are
He
they-
knows
are
that
they
she
back
made
yet?
fun of him. He also knows that she named a dog after him as a mockery. And
Are they
she's
back
mocked,
yet, Rob?
she's mocked the Australian government. So you know what? He could have came in and showed what kind of a human being she is. That she smuggled the dogs. She brought the dogs in. Well, aren't they, Mr. Depp? Yeah, but he was filming here. You can't blame him if he's in Australia filming. You bring the dogs in. How do you blame him for that? It's your fault, and that would be huge.
Are
And
they
Mr.
back yet,
Barnaby
Rob?
and he
Oh no,
hates-
is that? Sorry, Rob. Have you paused
Yes.
that, or is it?
no,
No,
Hold
no.
on. No, it's not paused. It's live.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I wonder if they are going to ask the
I'll be
same
back in a
question
minute.
on Amber's defense team. Like, did you watch clips on the internet? Huh? Wow.
Yeah, it's up to date. Yeah, it's up to the very second. I think I'm 1 second behind. 1 second behind. But that's hard because when I went back and forth, it's very hard to get that thing all the way perfect, So I'm 1 second behind, but it's nothing. It's pretty much up. Again, I think that Jones, God, what did I say? Joyce would have been excellent here. Yeah, don't, Kathy.
Yeah.
I know. Just try not to. I'm just saying. Just try to think positive. Listen, the first two with Kate James was great. Isaac was great. The doctor was iffy. Iffy. But really, what has Amber had that makes you say, "Oh my God, this is scary"? One thing. The opening statement of the first attorney. Besides him, I have seen nothing that knocks me out of the park with Amber Heard. Nothing that says, "Oh my God, it's over." Oh, I if I'm Amber's side, I'm like, crap. Okay, good, we got rid of her. So I'm thinking Amber's side. Isaac was kicked your ass, great. All the video footage kicked your ass. Well, that's I can't win that one. I can't win Kate James. I lose that one. So the only thing I have going for me, if I'm Amber, is a little bit of the doctor. That's it. So out of all we've had, the only thing I could see possibly you could feel any good with is your opening statement, which big deal, not a big thing, because Johnny had a kick-ass opening statement, so it's kind of almost a wash. Ellen sucked. She was all over the place, just a mumbled mess. And then you had, like, what have you had? Makeup. This woman, and let me tell you, as a juror, you can't delete what's in your head. I'm telling you right now, if I'm a jury and I heard her statement and they tell me to delete it, yeah, I might not open my mouth and mention it, but I'm gonna tell you this: It's in my head. That cream is in my head. Knowing that she used it and it's still visible, that you can't delete out of your mind. You're a human being. You don't just say hit delete, delete, delete. It doesn't work like
Well,
that.
anyone that's ever used arnica or heard of arnica cream, a majority of us have,
Not me.
knows
Not me.
it
First
doesn't
time.
cover anything. Anyone
First
on the
time.
panel knows what arnica cream is?
Yep.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know. I never used it, so and I hope I never have to. So,
Yes, Hen, I do.
in my Twitter.
Yeah.
Shut up, Gobby.
All right, I'll shut up. What did I do?
Not you, my daughter.
Oh, I think you said shut up, Robbie. It's like, what did I do? Okay, I'll shut up. I was like, what did I say?
Don't tell her to shut up. That's mean. Hello,
Robbie.
Tanya's
Robbie, not
daughter.
Robbie. She can't hear you.
That's perfect, guy. You
I'm
are fantastic,
screenshotting
man.
this
This is
right
like
now.
you're so nice. Thank you so much. The
Um,
latest development
I've
is
used it,
disheartening.
Hey guys,
Wait, the latest element.
someone's made a thing on Twitter here that I was replying to, and it just had to delete it. They were pointing out with proof that Eve Barlow is breaking the rules, and she's I about have my damn pill go down my throat. Ugh. She's
Yeah, I
breaking
think
the
she's
rules, and they got
on her phone or something, someone said.
stuff was just deleted. So I thankfully got a screenshot of it, and I'll be posting that here real quick because I was tagging you in it, Rob. It's like, why would you want to be getting rid of that evidence now? They want Amber's side to look real good. Well, deleting evidence of
Somebody said they sent me a tweet. I'm looking at my instant message, but you know what? Sometimes your names here are different on Twitter. You don't all have the same. I don't know why. I have Rob's Rules here, Rob's Rules Instagram. I'm that everywhere except my Facebook page because I don't care. I don't want people to find me on Facebook. I don't. But if you find me, whatever. But
well, mine's just call me Hen at Huggermugged.
I don't know where this DM is. Really, I got to get to this. I'm sorry, because this guy has been so nice, Rep Surfer guy, 4 days in a row. Seriously, thank you so much for supporting me. Says this latest development is disheartening, but this stream makes me feel better. Listen, I'm just trying to be honest. I'm saying if I'm the judge and the judge said to me, Rob, what do you think so far? Well, let's look at all the days. The first day was jury selection, so there's not really to think about. The second day we had his sister, and like I said, opening statement. I think it went 6-4 Johnny. That was I give some points to Amber, but I give mostly to Johnny. So that was a kind of iffy day. Yesterday was total Johnny. I give that 9-1. There's 1 point. That's all I gave to him. I credited with 1 because Johnny's team messed up with the footage. And again, that's 2 mistakes that Johnny's team has made. 2 big mistakes here. And that pisses me off. Yep, I'm paying you all this money for you to make these mistakes. I know Johnny's laid back, but me, I'd be like, come on, guys, get your crap together here. First, you didn't have the footage we needed of the fake punch, which would have been huge for me. Okay, that sucks because you didn't request it. And the second thing now you've done is you got a witness that was key with the cream, and now we got to throw that away. Come on, man. You just threw a witness away. We got to get one of hers out the door. How do we do that now? So good call, Amber. I'll gonna give them credit. They're gonna get a point for that today. They're gonna get 1.5 points because of the doctor. So I'll give them 2.5 points today. That's where I'm throwing those to Amber's team. I'm just being fair. That's how I feel.
I have a question. Is Eve Barlow testifying? Is she a witness?
No.
No, but here's the thing. I don't think she's doing anything illegal. She's just helping a buddy. There's nothing illegal about passing a note to somebody. The judge will never say, hey, don't do that.
She's using her phone.
Because I'll tell you this.
She's using her phone, Rob.
Right, but there is.
If she can't use the phone in court, if that's not allowed.
You can't take.
That's one of the rules.
Hold on. You can't take pictures in court. That you can't do. You can't.
No, you can't text either in court.
What?
The judge put the rules in that no one is allowed to use their phone in court, no texting.
Wait, but Darth told me. Wait, I'm telling you what Darth told me. He's there. We're not. Just listen. This comes from Darth News himself. The court officer has been going up and down the aisle, and if the court officer finds anybody, he's throwing them out. Somebody got thrown out this morning for doing just that. They got thrown out. They got thrown out of the room, and we didn't see that, but that happened, and I know because it came from Nick Wallace, who's there. So this comes from people who are there, not from us assuming everything. This is people who are there. Now she opened up the laptop open. I don't know she's part of their team. They might be allowing her. I don't know. I don't know if she's allowed because she's media. She could claim I'm media. And if the judge allowed that, we don't know. I don't have an order to tell me otherwise. So I can't attack her. And hey, she's my boo. So why are you guys attacking her anyway? Okay, so stop it.
I'm not attacking her. But anyway, that umbrella
Come on,
guy.
you know Eve is my girlfriend. You guys will admit that. Come on.
Basically,
She's a bit on the
not the
side,
girlfriend,
isn't
but she.
Huh?
She's a lap dog because she follows Amber everywhere.
Hello,
You
Laura.
can't stand me. Hello, I'm sorry. I'm just checking to make sure we're up to date here, and we're still on.
They're back.
There's probably a lot of discussions going on.
It's not planned.
Just in between the umbrella guy.
There you go. Now we're back.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Sure.
Hey, Lara.
Hi.
Hi, Laura.
Just really quick, the umbrella guy found out that more about Gina Döder's removal of the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. He will talk more about it in his streaming tonight at 5:30.
Hold on, I'm going to have an update about what happened in court. I'm going to tell you all right now. Just give me 1 second. I got an update.
They're still discussing, aren't
somebody in the court. I'm going to have it. I got someone in the court. Hold on.
Okay.
It's going to explain everything. Okay. Amazing. I hope I got this all. I don't know if this is the whole thing, but amazing. A well-spoken English lady called Gina Daughters, who spent the last hour telling us about her lifestyle as the spouse of a member of JD's staff and doing cocaine and or weed with JD and MDMA with Amber Heard and Rocky Pennington, has just been dropped as a witness when giving evidence. Halfway through it's supposed to be it says the examination. A member of the AH team stood up and asked to approach the bench. He and the 3 other attorneys went into a conference with the judge. I left the court to start live tweeting. Once the white noise they had inside the court to stop anyone hearing what's been said has been switched off. Once the white noise they use inside the court to stop anyone hearing what's been said was switched off. Oh, like it is right now, like the conference they're having. Okay. The judge turned to Ms. Daughters and said, Ms. Daughters, I just have a question for you. Have you been watching the trial the past week? I've seen clips of it. And okay, so that's what I got. That's what I have. I don't know if I get more, I'll drop it, but that's what I have right now. So I don't know. I don't know how they found out. I don't know and I know you all complain about Eve, and you know, it looks like all the lawyers are arguing. Yeah, that's exactly what it looks like right now.
Yeah, they definitely have a big discussion there going on, aren't they?
I can't blame them because you know what? You got to set the guidelines. You got to set the rules here. It's not fair. I mean, to me, you need to say, look. You know,
the judge is definitely laying down the law with them. Look at her.
Yeah, she is.
Do what I say, or fuck off out of my court.
But the judge.
It's clearly what she's saying.
Again, I know you all pro Johnny. I get it. I'm just trying to be as down the middle as I can be. But I'm pro Johnny too. I mean, you think I wanted her off? I wanted to say, busted. You're screwed. Gotcha. That's what I wanted to say because she was fantastic. I mean, Amber was probably crapping in her pants, and I was very happy. But it sucks. But you know what I'm mad at? I'm not mad at the defense team made the call. I'm not mad if it was Eve.
Hey, you
I'm
know
mad.
what? There's somebody in the bench using the phone.
I'm mad at Johnny's team. I'm mad at Johnny's team. And I'm gonna tell you, I've seen Ben
Mm.
Chu passing post-it notes, and I don't know who's he passing it to. I can't see Johnny's side. I can't see there's someone on the bench behind them passing and it's getting passed on, but I have seen Ben passing post-it notes frequently. Now I don't know where they're going to. Again, I'm just trying to be biased here because I can't see the right side. I can only see Amber's side. Is Eve wrong?
Well, I'm watching the audience at the moment. They all look very anxious.
If
They're
the
trying to
court
figure out
officer
what's going on.
if the court officer throws Eve out, she throws her out. If she's media and she has that right, then who am I to argue? So I just don't know. Is it
Why?
fair?
Why?
No, I think the warning should have been. It's like a baseball game. When I know you guys maybe you don't know baseball in America, but when a baseball pitcher who throws the ball to the batter hits the batter, the umpire comes out and warns the teams. If you do that again, you're out of the game, and if you do that, you're out of the game. That's it. There's a warning. There should have
I
been a
agree with
warning.
Bob.
There should have been a warning. There should have been a warning.
Why are they checking all their phones at this point in the front row behind Amber?
Yeah, I guess we're gonna find out because everybody's looking everywhere. Like Johnny's turned around. The guy's looking down. I don't know
Eve,
what
I know
Johnny's
Eve
looking
is
at.
using a phone right now.
Yeah, everybody's
There's
looking.
somebody
Something's
using a
going on.
computer right there in the background.
Yeah, something is going on. I'm gonna put it on big mode. I'm gonna look on the other screen. Eve is talking to some blonde chick. Amber's sitting there like she's dazed and confused. Johnny's looking at something.
I thought that they had to leave outside the court. Or not.
Dark News, it went outside the court. He's not there. I don't know.
He's there. I can see him.
I don't see it. I don't see it.
He's there to the left with a white t-shirt, hair down.
Is she does she have a black coat?
See a guy with a blue
He's got
shirt
a white,
on.
a
I see
white
a guy with
t-shirt
there he is.
on.
He's behind
A white-
the attorney.
oh,
I see.
The
And he's got
attorney was
long
blocking
hair.
him. There he is. The attorney was blocking him. That's why.
She's with a white shirt and a black
There he
coat.
is. He's right there. He's in the
He's,
second bench.
he's practically
right
directly behind Eve, isn't he?
Yes, he's right behind Eve Barlow. There he is. Yeah. Are they going up again?
Oh, he's laughing as well now.
Yeah.
He's laughing at something.
Dark News is the live long hair, the white shirt, right behind Eve
Because
Barlow.
some of them, I think,
There
are
he
his
is.
subscribers.
What
Yeah.
happened? What?
She's angry.
Guess we're going to find out now.
Yeah, we're gonna find out. She looks pissed.
She
She ain't
does.
happy. She also looks tired.
She looks tired and pissed off.
I would be tired looking at Amber's face all day.
No, listen, you know what? They got to get the rules straight here. They got to get the rules straight, and I'm sure she's.
Yeah.
And I'm sure they made good points. I'm sure they said, "Well, we weren't warned. You know, where was the warning, Judge? This is like that, all right? We weren't warned, and it's true. It's true. She should have gave a warning to everybody. But
Oh,
we'll
wow,
find-
she smelled.
Take that out.
Let's find out.
All right.
Oh, more conferencing. A lot of conferencing here. What is happening?
Pictures.
Speaking to Eve. Who's
They're
speaking
doing
to
a
Eve?
lot of damage.
Leslie,
control
I don't
right
know
now.
what you're trying. Are you trying to say how many witnesses? Because you haven't missed anything.
Yeah, I need to
It's
be
a big
caught up.
conference.
I'm like so far behind. I'm so sorry, you guys.
Listen, if you miss anything, go to my Twitter. My Twitter is so up to date. I have updated everything for you guys. So if you miss anything, please check out my Twitter. You'll catch up. Yeah, what happened real quick? Miss Daughters got dismissed. Amber's team right before Australia was brought up that she was watching the trial. She was honest and she said, "Yeah, I saw the trial. We took a break. We came back, and now it's been straight conferencing. The lawyers have come up and gone back, and gone up and gone back, and people checking phones. I don't know. I don't know if something was dropped. I don't know. I don't. But the judge, 1 minute it looks pissed and
I
tired.
don't
the next
think
minute
it was
she's
that.
smiling.
I think it was basically just a stroke of luck, because anyone, it like TJ said, it's the biggest case at the moment. You're going to see it no matter what. She was probably told not to watch anything, but she's probably seen something by accident. And then when the judge asked her, she said, yeah, I've seen clips. She never said she watched anything. She said she's seen clips. That's it.
Yeah.
But because she's seen clips, the judge said tough.
Yeah.
That's all it is,
I
really.
don't know what's going on at this point, but I saw pictures going by and just the whole notice.
Which
What,
exhibit is this?
whatever.
Well, here we go. Let's find out.
Okay.
Oh,
and
all right.
Make sure they're agreeable redactions first.
I don't think she'd go out of her way to jeopardize it for Johnny.
All right, so 397 with these redactions. Okay. There we go. If I don't give it to Jamie now, I'll forget. Okay. All right, that takes care of 397. Now we're going to have to probably start the video tonight and probably have to finish it tomorrow morning, correct? By the length of it? Okay. And are the exhibits, so you're going to be switching back and forth again?
I think, Your Honor, that we're just going to run this off of ours. I believe the parties have worked out the redactions.
Okay.
I think I could be wrong.
Or is there any objections to the exhibits?
I don't think we've talked at all about what exhibits were coming in.
That's music to my ears.
I know. I don't think we had any. We've just exchanged the objections for this. So.
Oh well, in that case, I think we're handling introducing them to the extent they get introduced, and we'll discuss any objections.
That's how I understand it. It would be
Okay.
like a witness that when it.
Oh, so we're just going to do objections as we get to them.
Yes.
That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. That works out. Okay, so we'll start it when we're at 5 o'clock. We'll see where we are and we'll find a good breaking point. Okay. All right. Are we ready for the jury then? Make sure you're ready.
I'm ready.
Okay. All right. You're ready. All right. Thank you.
You say that, but it is a pointless task to ask someone not to watch it because you can be damn sure the jury's going to see it on the news.
They've been instructed to watch no telly.
As I'm sure all the
By the way,
witnesses have.
just so you guys know, Eve has blocked me. So anything she drops and you guys send me a Twitter link to what she dropped, I can't see. The only way I'm going to see it is if you take a screenshot with your phone and then you send it to me. I can't see it. So there's no way for me to see it. I just can't because she blocked me and I blocked her. So, just letting you know because people are like, oh, check this out, Rob, but I can't.
What do you need exactly?
No, Animation sent me something and said, Rob, check this out, but I can't click the link.
Testimony in its entirety from the record. Okay. Therefore, the court further instructs
Thank you,
the
ladies
jury
and
to
gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, the court is striking Ms. Gina Duder's testimony in its entirety from the record, okay? Therefore, the court further instructs you, the jury, to disregard her testimony in its entirety. Understand? All right, thank you. All right, your next witness?
Your Honor, we call Dr. David Kipper by video designation.
Oh shit, Kipper.
Hopefully he hasn't been watching the trial. God, heaven help me.
Wow, Kipper.
And I represent Amber Heard. Could you please provide your full name?
Apparently, Eve's
Gonna be
left
low.
the court.
This is going to be low, so you're going to have to read it.
Kipper, K-I-P-P-E-R. And what is your business address, Dr. Kipper?
153 South Lasky, Lasky Drive, Beverly Hills, 90212, California.
Now you're a doctor, correct?
Yes.
And an internist?
Yes.
How long have you been practicing medicine?
Since 1977.
And I noticed on your website, it says you provide concierge health care. What does that mean?
That means I provide health care on a retainer-based arrangement.
What do you mean by retainer-based arrangement?
Patients pay an annual fee and all services are included. And I'm available 24/7.
Now, you also practice, part of your practice is addiction treatment. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you've written a book on addiction?
Yes.
Oh, what's the title of the book?
The Addiction Solution.
And by addiction, do you mean addiction to drugs and alcohol?
Yes.
Is there any other addictions that you practice treating?
Well, there are behavioral addictions, but those are far less common.
And in your practice, you've dealt with patients who've blacked out from drugs or alcohol?
Yes.
Who is Lisa Bean?
A former employee in my office.
And what was Ms. Bean's role in your office?
She was a receptionist.
And how long did Ms. Bean work for you?
I don't have that specific information. I believe it was about 3 years.
In working with Ms. Bean, did you find her to be honest?
No, actually.
Why was she not honest?
She was inappropriate with certain patients beyond what I consider to be professional. She discriminated in some regards to some patients. She was divisive in the office and created a lot of problems with the other staff.
Did you terminate her?
Oh, no, she quit.
And who is Debbie Lloyd?
Debbie Lloyd is a nurse that I have known for many years who has worked with me on home care and addiction cases.
Yes, it is.
And is Miss Lloyd an employee or a contractor with you?
She's a contractor.
Does she still contract with you, Miss Lloyd?
Yes, until recently. She now has a new position, so I'm not able to have her services at this point.
What was Miss Lloyd's role in Mr. Depp's care?
She served as his RN, as his registered nurse.
And was Lloyd paid by you for Mr. Depp's care?
Yes.
So would it work that you would bill Mr. Depp for the care that you gave and Miss Lloyd gave, and then you paid from that?
Yes.
And who is Erin Borum?
She's an RN that was employed to help care for Amber.
Was Ms. Borum also a contract nurse?
Yes.
And so did Ms. Borum have any role in Mr. Depp's care?
Only if Debbie was unavailable, Erin would step in and vice versa.
And did Ms. Borum work with you on anybody else besides Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard?
Yes.
Does Ms. Borum still work with you?
Ms. Borum now has 2 little kids, so she's not really available.
I understand. I have 2 kids myself. When were you first contacted about treating Mr. Depp?
Somewhere in the spring of 2014.
And do you recall who first referred you to Mr. Depp?
He was referred by another patient.
Did you talk to Tracy Jacobs at all about Mr. Depp?
Yes.
What did you understand the business relationship was between Ms. Jacobs and Mr. Depp?
That she was his agent.
Why don't we put up, Alex, can you put up Kipper 3, please? Dr. Kipper, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is an intake evaluation that I had with Mr. Depp regarding his treatment.
And do you keep these notes in the normal course of business?
Yes.
And the notes are meant to be accurate?
Yes.
And did you take the notes or did someone take them for you?
I took these notes.
Is May 22nd, 2014 the first time that you met Mr. Depp?
No.
Your Honor, when did you? Sorry, thank you. Your Honor, I would move to admit Defendant's Exhibit 220, which is what Dr. Kipper was referring to there.
Any objection to 220, defendants 220?
Yes, Your Honor. Foundation, authentication, hearsay, and 403.
All right, hold on, let me catch, I can get it here, it's fine. 220.
And Your Honor, Dr. Kipper testified just now that these are his notes that he keeps in the regular course of business of his meeting with his initial consultation with Mr. Depp, which is what he does as a doctor, and and it's his medical records of his report with Mr. Depp. So I think he's established the foundation of that.
All right. Yes, sir. Any response? Mr. Moniz?
We're just having a slight technical issue pulling up the exhibit, Your Honor. I apologize.
Okay, that's
1 minute.
It's just over nothing crazy. He just is his doctor.
Oh my gosh, she's
crazy.
fucking smirking. I hate her.
Yeah, but she's always going to be this way. She's always going to be this way. Look, we're talking to Eve. That's why her and Eve are making comments.
Eve is not in the court. She's not in the room at the
There's
moment.
somebody there. No, look, there's someone there she took something from. Who's that? Who'd she take something from? I can't see.
The other lawyers in the back.
Your Honor, we
Yeah,
would stand
the
on the
lawyers in the
hearsay and
back,
relevance objections. There's a lot of material in this document that is not really germane to the issues in this case. At minimum, and to the extent admitted, it should be admitted in redacted form. In addition, it's not clear that there's any hearsay exception that would apply to everything in here. Not everything in here is a statement of a party opponent, I don't believe. And finally, the medical records reflected here go well beyond any possible relevance to the issues in this case. It's not inappropriate. We would stand on that objection.
All the statements in here are statements of Mr. Depp, so they either be a party admission or it's use of, and it's Dr. Kipper it's his evaluation of Mr. Depp to treat him for his, as you'll see, his addictions. So I think this is all relevant. There's no hearsay, and if there is, it meets the exception. It's all Mr. Depp's statements. It's a business. They've not even argued it, but it's a business. It's clearly a business record.
It's clear from the document, Your Honor, that there's more in here. That the records here are at minimum broader than it is germane to this case. I mean, this goes well beyond any medical records that could conceivably be relevant. We would respectfully submit to the issues in this case.
I understand, but given latitude as to the family history and family medical history, so I'll allow 220 into evidence. Okay.
Understood, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I can't believe they don't want to use Kipper.
I guess can we publish it to the jury?
Not if you're watching.
Oh, well, the way we've, that's fine, Your Honor. We can just have him testify, and then it's fine.
Okay, that's fine.
He's going to testify.
All right,
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mhm.
Mr. Depp prior to May 22nd, 2014?
I met him a couple months before that as just an initial introduction to discuss possible treatment.
And where were you when you first met Mr. Depp?
He met me at my home office.
And did you have any notes of that meeting at the home office?
No.
What did you discuss with Mr. Depp at that first meeting?
At that meeting, I discussed with him my involvement in helping him with his substance issues.
And what substance issues did he say he had?
So to answer your question, Mr. Depp was seeking treatment for substance abuse and wanted to detoxify from his substance abuse.
Did Mr. Depp say what substances he was trying to detox from?
Yes, and as indicated in this note, it was polysubstance, so there was alcohol, opiates, benzodiazepines, and stimulants.
So you referenced the note, which is Kipper 3. In your meeting with Mr. Depp in the months before May 22nd, 2014, Mr. Depp was looking to detox from alcohol, opiates, benzo, and cocaine.
Those substances were in his history. The substance that he was at that point concerned about and abusing were opiates.
And when you say he was concerned about the substance he was abusing was opiates, was this in the conversation before May 22nd, 2014?
I can't remember.
Okay. So you had this initial conversation with Mr. Depp, and then you had this initial consultation with him a few months later. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you met with Mr. Depp in Boston?
Yes.
And Mr. Depp was filming a movie at the time?
Yes.
And in your notes, you say he had history of self-medicating behaviors involving multiple substances of abuse. These include alcohol, opiates, benzodiazepines, and stimulants, cocaine. Is that accurate, what he told you?
Yes, that's in my, that statement's in my notes, correct.
Okay. And in addition to opiates, was Mr. Depp addicted to any other prescription drugs?
No, other than opiates, no.
What is roxicodone?
It's an opiate.
I can show you. I have it.
What is Adderall?
Adderall is a stimulant.
Okay. And was Mr. Depp addicted to Adderall?
No.
What is Xanax?
Xanax is a benzodiazepine.
This first paragraph on this page, these are notes based off of your discussion with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
And then on the second page where it says physical examination, that's just what you conducted at the time on Mr. Depp?
Yes.
And where it says impression on the third page, that was your impression of Mr. Depp at the time of May 22nd, 2014?
Yes.
And under that, the plan, that's documenting your plan for Mr. Depp going forward?
Correct.
Mr. Depp paid for this visit?
Yes.
When was the plan to start treatment of Mr. Depp?
After he completed his current film.
Dr. Kipper, do you recognize Kipper Exhibit 4?
Yes.
And what is Kipper Exhibit 4?
It's a progress note dated June 11th, 2014.
And did you keep these notes in the normal course of business?
Yes.
And did you take these notes?
Yes.
And the notes are meant to be accurate, correct?
Yes.
What is, you had mentioned it before, but
You
what
can
is
pause the video.
polysubstance abuse?
Your Honor.
Poly is multiple.
You can pause. Thank you.
It takes a second for it to catch up.
No,
so-
I understand.
Okay.
Thank you. Your Honor, I move to the admission of the defendant's exhibit 246.
246.
I just saw a picture of
It's the same
Eve
type of medical
with a
record,
laptop.
that was just
Just to let
admitted
you
of
know.
for 220.
Any objection? But I'll give you a moment to read it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just one moment.
I got 5 minutes. I got to step out, and I will be back. I don't know if it'll take a half hour, but I will leave the stream streaming. It's charged, so it should be fine.
I'm still trying to contact Doc for you though.
Understanding Your Honor's ruling on the last record, I think we'll anticipate that the exhibit can come in.
All right. So I will take that as no objection. All right. 246 in evidence. Thank you.
Thank you.
Multiple substance issues, multiple substance abuse.
And you were going to be treating Mr. Depp for multi-substance abuse, correct?
I was going to be treating Mr. Depp for opiate issues.
On the bottom of the first page where it says impression, that was your impression of Mr. Depp at the time? Where it says polysubstance abuse?
Yes.
And were these the drugs that Mr. Depp was taking at the time, which is at the bottom of page 1 of Kipper 4?
I'm sorry, am I relating to the first entry under impression?
It says, what does it mean where it says dopaminergic imbalance with lithium 300 mg bid to be increased to 300 mg TID?
Those were medications that I had planned to use upon our treatment.
So all the medications that are in Kipper 4 under impression, those are medications you plan to use with Mr. Depp, is that correct?
That's correct.
And on the next page where it talks about opiate dependence, right, we'll maintain on current Norco dosage TID until current filming is completed in mid to late July. Mr. Depp agrees to undergo detoxification with clonidine, robaxin, bentyl, and anxiolytics. I can't pronounce it, I'm sorry. But is that correct?
Yeah, you did a good job. That's what it says, yes.
Okay. What does TID mean? Or you see where it says
3 times a day.
3 times a day, okay. And Mr. Depp was also going to undergo a sobriety program, is that correct?
Yes.
And it says to be regularly drug tested in my office. How regularly was he to be drug tested, Mr. Depp?
That was dependent upon his progress and my understanding of how he was doing.
And if he was progressing well, how often would Mr. Depp be drug tested? Okay, you can answer.
The answer is what I said. It would really depend, Adam, on how he was doing at the time and how he was progressing through his treatment.
Do you recall how many drug tests you gave Mr. Depp in 2014?
No.
You gave him at least one, correct?
Yes, I believe so. I'd have to check through my records.
Okay. And Deborah Lloyd was going to be Mr. Depp's nurse, correct?
Correct.
You can take down Kipper 4. And can you put up Kipper 5, please?
And Your Honor, we would move into evidence Plaintiff Exhibit 40.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 40. Is there any objection?
So my understanding, you're putting in, you want to move in the entire document, 123 pages.
We have redacted portions of it. Yeah. It's just 40.
Your Honor, I would just have to look to make. I'm generally okay with it. I'd have to, with 123 pages, and then there's certain redactions. I just would need to see what was redacted. I'm
Right.
generally okay with.
All right,
submission of the document.
so I'll enter it, but with reservation for redactions that need to be made, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
We can do that. All right, that's fine. 40.
I don't know if they're publishing it, but I would ask that they not publish it and just let the video play as he testifies to it, and then we can discuss what needs to be.
Is that okay?
Given the lack of agreement, confirmed agreement on the redactions, Your Honor, I think that's
Okay,
fine. We can
sure.
just play the video.
Do that.
Thank you. And Kipper 5 is a long document, came out of your files. Do you recognize the document?
Yes.
What is Kipper 5?
It's a progress note dated the 12th of June, 2014.
So this exhibit, Kipper 5, which I will refer to throughout the your deposition, is a multi-page document that is progress notes throughout from multiple dates that that came out of your files. Do you know who created these progress notes?
I created these progress notes.
It wasn't Miss Lloyd?
No, these are my notes.
Okay. All right. And you kept the notes in the normal course of business?
Yes.
And again, the notes are meant to be accurate?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let's go back up. So there's 6/13/14, that is your notes.
Correct.
Okay. And it says, met with patient in his apartment. Patient continued to be pleasant and cooperative. He stated that he initially started taking opiates after some dental work and became dependent on them. Do you recall that conversation with Mr. Depp?
Yes, those are my notes.
Okay. And it's also accurate that patient is fearful of coming off of opiates, but knows what he needs to do?
Yes, that reflects the conversation I had.
Okay, and then patient also expressed some emotional trauma, which causes him depression and anxiety.
Also true.
And if we go to Kipper 54 of Kipper Exhibit 5, these are the medications that Mr. Depp's assistant gave to you?
Correct.
And going down, it's accurate where it states that patient states he currently takes oxycodone 50 mg BID and oxycodone 30 mg at bedtime?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. I'm going to scroll down a bit here. And we're going to go to Kipper 60 on Kipper Exhibit 5, the notes for 6/22/14. This is again a note that you prepared. Is this a note that you prepared, Dr. Kipper?
I'm reviewing this. Please.
Okay, sorry.
Yes.
Okay. You see where it says in the middle, patient spoke about his difficult childhood and current mood swings.
Yes.
What did Mr. Depp tell you about his mood swings?
That he had evanescent changes in his mood from good to bad.
And did he give any more information about what a bad mood would be?
No, it was implied that would be depression, sadness.
What about anger?
That was not. I don't remember him saying that.
This note also said that he'd been depressed for the past 3 days. Right above where we just looked.
Yes.
And Alex, keep this up, but put out Kipper Exhibit 6, please.
Oh, okay.
Your Honor, we would move into evidence Depp Exhibit 42.
42. Any objection to 42?
And this is another redacted document, counsel.
So mine's not redacted yet, correct?
I don't see any redaction.
We have a redacted copy, which we can provide. Also, I believe this is unobjected to on our exhibit list.
All right. So pending redaction.
Well, I'd have the copy we had didn't have redactions, so I'm not sure. Non-redacted, I'm happy to have it included, but I would need to see the redactions.
Well, I'll reserve on redactions then, as we did with 40. Okay, so 42 in with redaction.
Understood, Your Honor.
Decisions. Okay.
And Dr. Kipper, do you recognize Kipper Exhibit 6?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a summary of the treatment and encounter with Mr. Depp from June 22nd to June 24th of 2014.
And you keep these notes in the normal course of business, correct?
Yes.
And again, they're meant to be accurate, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And these notes reflect that you saw Mr. Depp in Boston again?
Correct.
Okay. And in the second paragraph, you write, we discussed the need for compliance with his medications. We also discussed his nicotine habit and agreed we would address this when we completed the opiate and benzo detoxification. Mr. Depp's filming will be completed around mid-July, and we discussed the planned detoxification. Mr. Depp prefers to do this in his home in the Caribbean islands. The anticipated duration is between 10 to 14 days, and he will be completely isolated without any professional or personal obligations. Does this reflect the discussion you had with Mr. Depp?
Yes, it does.
And you also discussed that Mr. Depp understands that a nurse, Debbie Lloyd, will assist me with this program, and I will initiate this withdrawal and supervise daily, visiting him at the end of his treatment to design the next steps in his therapy. And this protracted therapy will include a 12-step private counseling and personal psychotherapy and couples therapy with his fiance, Amber. Both are in agreement to this plan. Does that reflect the conversation you had with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
And was misheard at this conversation as well?
I don't remember, but the last sentence implies that both were in agreement. So it's very possible that she was, but I honestly can't remember.
And during this detoxification, who was going to be with Mr. Depp at his home in the Caribbean islands?
His fiance, Amber, and the nurse, Debbie Lloyd, and whatever staff members he had.
Where was Miss Lloyd going to be each day in the Caribbean islands?
She was going to be on his property in a separate area.
And who was administering the medications to Mr. Depp?
Miss Lloyd was giving these medications and supervising that. And there were periods of time at night, during the evening, early morning, that Miss Heard was also helping with this.
And would there be times where Miss Heard was administering the medications to Mr. Depp without Miss Lloyd being present?
Correct. Under supervision, but without being present.
And when you say under supervision, what do you mean by that?
That Miss Lloyd would give Miss Heard the direction on how to provide these medications.
It wasn't necessarily going to be physically present there when the medications were delivered to Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Depp admitted to you that there may be traces of cocaine since he'd been using the substance prior to the initiation of this program, correct? Is this note correct, what you write here in Kipper 6, that Mr. Depp admitted there may be traces of cocaine?
Yes.
Okay, can you, let's just go back to Exhibit 5. And if we go to, easier this way. You see the note of 6/24/14 at 1200?
Yes.
Is 1200 the time?
Yes.
And it said, are these your notes again?
These are my notes.
Dr. Kipper, these 18 pages came from your production, and I'll represent to you that there were no drug tests that I saw for 2014 or 2015 for Mr. Depp. You know why that is?
The only thing I can, the answer is no. I don't understand that. We had a flood in our office in 2014 October. The office above us flooded our office and the basement, which is where we kept certain records. but I'm not sure which records relating to Mr. Depp would have been involved in that. But other than that, no.
Would drug tests for Mr. Depp for 2014 and 2015, would those also be kept electronically?
No.
Who did you work with to conduct the drug tests of Mr. Depp?
Yes, I ordered the drug tests.
And what company did you work with?
It appears that it's MD Lab. That's the lab we use.
And the drug tests that we do have, they came from your files, correct?
Correct.
And they're meant to be accurate, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that drug tests that you took of Mr. Depp in the 2016 through 2019 period showed Mr. Depp testing positive for cocaine, correct?
Correct.
Drug test showed Mr. Depp being positive for cocaine, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And for THC, Mr. Depp was also positive for THC, correct?
Correct.
And for benzo, is that correct?
The answer would be yes. I'm looking for benzo. The answer would be correct because he was maintained on benzodiazepines.
Okay. And how long was Mr. Depp on benzodiazepine?
He was on benzodiazepines pretty much throughout our relationship during this period of time.
Wasn't one of the objectives to get him off of benzodiazepine?
It was, and we actually used a medication to accomplish that initially, but he didn't tolerate that medication very well. Not everyone does. So he was put back on his benzos.
On page 3 of Exhibit 7, what's being shown here under where it starts with cocaine metabolites?
This is a listing of substances with reference ranges. And I think if you scroll down, you'll see his specific analysis related to that.
And on page 4, Robert Wells was a name for Mr. Depp, is that correct? An alien? Correct.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And this is a drug test for 11/21/16, correct?
Yes.
And what is it showing Mr. Depp positive for? What drug?
Positive for cocaine, amphetamines, and benzodiazepines.
And on page 5, this is a drug test for November 21st, 2016, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And it's showing, what drugs is it showing Mr. Depp was positive for?
It shows cocaine, benzodiazepine, cannabinoids, and amphetamines.
And again, you did take, the drug tests were taken of Mr. Depp in 2014 and 2015, correct?
Correct.
Now, you had mentioned before, and the note said that the plan was for Mr. Depp to detox on his island in the Bahamas. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. And were you going to be going to the island at any point? Were you planning to?
Yes.
Was it going to be throughout Mr. Depp's entire detoxification, or when were you planning on being at the island?
I was planning to see him and did see him towards the beginning as we initiated treatment, and towards the end when we were transitioning from that treatment into the next phase of his treatment.
I mean, at this point, it's kind of
Well,
annoying, even
on
though it's Johnny's attorney. I get the
8/14,
point that
it says, "Arrived on
they
island
want to
today.
say he's trying to
Plan is for patient
detox.
to continue to take routine meds
I
through
hope they're going
tomorrow
somewhere
at
here with
HS. At that time, he will not take his oxycodone, and detox medications will be initiated." Do you see that?
Yes,
Okay. Is that you arriving at the island, or Miss Lloyd arriving at the island?
that's Miss Lloyd.
So that 8/8/14 note is her note, correct? So some of these notes are hers and some of these notes are yours.
These notes going forward are her notes, appear to be her notes.
Okay. What type of system were you putting these notes into?
I don't understand your question.
The notes just appear to be continuous, and you said some are your notes and some are her notes. I'm trying to understand how they got together.
Because I put all of his treatment notes together to be in one place.
Would Miss Lloyd type these notes, or were they handwritten?
She would type these notes.
Okay. And then who put them all together?
I did.
Okay. You see 8/9/14, patient expressed fears of never feeling normal without his drugs. See that?
I see that.
Was that, did Mr. Depp ever express that to you?
Yes, in some form, he discussed that with me.
Hold on one second. Oh, sorry. You see.
So we can conclude that afternoons are boring and mornings are exciting.
Kipper 71, where it says MD's flight has been canceled. Arrangements are being made for him to arrive on the island on 8/12/14.
Yes, I see that.
Okay, so is it accurate that you arrived in Mr. Depp's island on August 12th, 2014? Is that accurate?
Yes, that's accurate.
Did you go to assess Mr. Depp on August 15th, 2014, according to these notes?
That's correct.
And by the way, fiance is Miss Heard in these notes, correct?
Yes.
And patient is Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
And this is a Kipper 77 on Kipper 5. Text from fiance: the patient is upset and irritable. MD and RN went to assess the patient. Is that accurate that you came to see Mr. Depp at 1 o'clock in the morning?
Yes.
And after receiving a text from Miss Heard?
Correct.
And Mr. Depp, the note says he being Mr. Depp, states he had a fight with fiance and is questioning whether or not he can emotionally and physically handle detox. Do you recall this conversation?
I can't remember that conversation, but I do know that he was struggling at that point.
And how was he struggling?
Again, he was frustrated. He was uncomfortable physically.
Dr. Kipper, this is a email. Well, do you recognize this document?
I do.
And what is Kipper 8?
This is an email that I sent to his sister, Christy.
Christy Dombrowski is Mr. Depp's sister?
Correct.
Okay. And you sent this email to Ms. Dombrowski on August 18th at 7:54 a.m., correct?
Correct.
This email was shortly after you had met with Mr. Depp in the note we just discussed, correct? Oh, 7:54 Pacific. So it was sometime in the morning in the Bahamas, correct?
I guess. I don't have that calculator in front of me.
I thought he said
3 or 4 hours
Beyonce.
ahead,
Yeah.
so it's either 10:54 Maybe it's 11:54 in the morning.
Correct. I guess that's right. I mean, I assume that's right.
Okay. And you wrote this, and why did you write this email to Ms. Dombrowski?
We were planning to transition back to Los Angeles. We had completed the initial phase of his detoxification, and I wanted to update her as to my impressions on how he was doing and how we would proceed going forward.
And you wrote this to Ms. Dombrowski because you were concerned about Mr. Depp, is that correct?
I wrote this so that she was aware of where we were in the process of his treatment.
And you wrote this after he had an incident with Ms. Heard, correct?
I did not witness the incident. I wrote this after we were called to see him because there was an alleged incident, but he clearly was uncomfortable at that time when we came to see him. And again, we were getting ready to transition off of the island, and I wanted Chrissy to have a clear understanding of where we were at that time.
Can we pause? I was going to move for
And then at 12:30,
thank you. I was going to move for the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 268.
268.
And Your Honor, we're going to have a substantial hearsay and speculation objection to this exhibit. This is a communication from Dr. Kipper to a third party. It's hearsay from start to finish and not within any exception, to say nothing of the fact that it contains speculation.
Okay.
I think there is certain hearsay in the first paragraph and in the third on the second page, but the rest of it is Dr. Kipper's impressions of Mr. Depp.
It's an out-of-court statement offered for the truth, Your Honor. It's
All right.
hearsay.
I'm going to sustain this to hearsay. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Mhm.
you and Ms. Lloyd met with Mr. Depp?
Yes, according to these notes, yes.
Okay. And do you know, was this now in the Bahamas or was this back in Los Angeles?
I need to go back to the date, not the time. Can you scroll up? Thank you.
8/20/14.
And I'm just looking at my calendar. Yes, we were now back in Los Angeles.
And in the notes on 12:30 on August 20th, Mr. Depp stated he was done with the process and no longer wanted MD and RN services. You see that?
Yes.
You recall Mr. Depp telling you that?
Yeah.
And you recall Mr. Depp saying that there was tension between him and Ms. Heard?
Yes.
Was the plan for Ms. Heard to take a few days for herself?
Yes.
And Mr. Depp is it true that Mr. Depp wanted to stop taking all the medications you were providing him?
Yes, that's reflected in this note.
Now you mentioned you did text with Mr. Depp on occasion, correct?
I believe so, but I really can't remember any specific time or message that I sent to him.
Dr. Kipper, Mr. Depp has produced a number of texts in this litigation between you and him, and they're in this chart here, and we're not going to go through all of them, I promise you. But I want to ask you about a few of them, and we'll do this kind of throughout the deposition. I have control here. Okay. And on 8/21/2014, it says Dr. David Kipper this 310 phone number, was that your phone number at the time?
Yes.
Okay. And this is a text from you that says, to Mr. Depp, that says, glad you're better today. Respect you as much as I love you. You're impossible not to love, but an easier job not to respect. You're making my job a pleasure and honor and a few sleepless nights. Stop firing me. I know what I'm doing. You recall sending that text to Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Okay. How long had you been working with Mr. Depp at this point? As of August 21st, 2014.
And can you define by working with him? Are you talking about specifically the detox, or are you talking about our initial meeting?
Well, even if you go with the initial meeting, how many months?
Your Honor, as I mentioned in the deposition, Defendant's Exhibit 1063 is a long list of text messages between Dr. Kipper and Mr. Depp, a number of which are going to be testified to today or Monday. And I would just ask that the ones that they testify to, we would provide in a redacted form, which would just be just the text that they're testifying to. And it would be for a number throughout. I can get up each time, but I was hoping I wouldn't have to do that.
Your Honor, I think we're going to have to maintain a hearsay objection. It's a text by text issue, whether it falls within any exception. So we're not going to be able to agree that the entire document comes in. It's possible that some may come in, but I think that's going to be something that needs to be worked out between counsel afterwards.
So we can reserve it. He's still going to testify too, because we've already gone.
Right. Understood, Your Honor. The testimony can come in, but that doesn't mean the document itself is admissible.
I can reserve on 1063 and we can figure out the redactions.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Happen.
So about 4 months.
Okay, and you write stop firing me. In that 4 months, how many times did Mr. Depp tried to fire you?
I believe that was the first time. And again, this was in reference to him not wanting to proceed and not wanting our help. This is actually, I'm sorry, this is the second time, because the first time was on the island, just as we were getting ready to leave, that he did not want to proceed. He didn't think he could do it. That changed after a conversation. He was back on board. And this came from, I think, followed that incident that we just referred to in the notes, where we were asked to come and visit with him, and where he didn't want to proceed. And again, at the end of that visit, he was back on board.
Okay. Now, on August 24th, 2014, shows a text when it shows him, that's Mr. Depp, to you, David Kipper. And Mr. Depp wrote, forgot to tell you, had a hopefully very positive and free of ego squawk with Amber last night that went very well, ... And then I shot a few Negroes in a club on Sunset Boulevard. So far, so good, ... Do you recall this text from Mr. Depp?
No.
Okay. Was that Mr. Depp's typical language?
Again, I don't recall the specific email, so that may have been an attempt at humor.
Dr. Kipper, Kipper 10 is, and do you recognize this document?
No, but I'm looking at it.
Let me ask you this. Do you recall if arrowsarc@icloud.com is Ms. Heard's email address?
I assume that by looking at this document.
Exhibit 5 at Kipper 101 at 9/22/14 at 1:25. You see it says, RN received text from patient stating that he had been in an argument with fiance and she had a quote nasty freak out and would like nurse to give him some quote some fucking knockout yum yum. RN instructed patient to take PRN Neurotin 300 mg, PRN and Seroquel 50 mg, and that RN was on her way. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And this is a note from Ms. Lloyd?
Correct.
Okay. And then it says at 3:30, upon arriving at the home, patient was sitting in kitchen with scraped and bloody knuckles on our hand, meaning his right hand, correct?
Correct.
Patient stated he punched whiteboard in kitchen after fight. Patient stated he'd been texting his friend explaining why he didn't show up to play music, and fiance got upset he was not giving her enough support, and the fight escalated from there. Called the MD at 1:45 and instructed to give a stat order of Ambien 10 mg to help patient get to sleep as he has an early work day. Do you recall Ms. Lloyd telling you about her visiting Mr. Depp and him having bloody knuckles and a scraped hand?
Specifics, I'm reading the note you're reading, and yes, I remember there was an incident.
And an incident where Mr. Depp had scraped and bloody knuckles on his hand?
As indicated in the note, yes. I did not see bloody knuckles. I did not see a punch board. This was a communication that I received through the notes from Ms. Lloyd.
And do you recall if you had it does say you recall, do you recall if you had a conversation with Ms. Lloyd about?
Yes, I recall having spoken about there had been an incident. I don't recall the specifics of that conversation.
Okay. On Kipper 5 at 10, at the date of 10/14, to show you there, which is on Kipper 110 of Kipper 5. And then going down to 1930, it says patient finished filming and was extremely agitated leaving the set. Patient kicked in the door of his trailer and refused to speak to director. Patient was verbally aggressive to another person on the set for no apparent reason. Per MD, patient is to take Xanax 2 milligrams to reduce his agitation at this time. You recall that, Dr. Kipper?
I do remember this entry, yes.
And you remember being told that Mr. Depp kicked in a door of his trailer and refused to speak to his director, correct?
I don't remember the specifics, but I do remember there was some disagreement between Mr. Depp and the director.
And where it says per MD, patient is to take Xanax 2 milligrams to reduce his agitation at this time. Is that an increase of Xanax that he was to receive?
Yes.
And you see at 10:15 at 6:45, it says patient awake and states he slept from 2200 to 4:30. Patient continues to be agitated about work and is verbalizing having desires to escape with drugs. Do you recall seeing this note?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall Ms. Lloyd telling you this about Mr. Depp?
I don't remember if she told me that he wanted to use, but I do remember her telling me that he was upset.
And is that reflected in the note of 8:45? MD informed his state of mind and continued agitated. He's on his way to assess patient. Is this
can you,
accurate?
Can you show me that note?
Yeah, it's right under, it's right here, 8:45.
Oh, okay.
The note's accurate, that MD informed of patient's state of mind and continued agitated. He is on his way to assess patient.
Yes.
And then at 12:30, as patient had fallen asleep and is now awake talking with MD, it has been decided patient is under too much stress as it would be best for him to stay home and rest today. You see that?
Yes.
You recall having a conversation with Mr. Depp about his stress?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall anything that Mr. Depp told you? You can answer.
I remember he was very upset. I don't remember the specifics of that conversation, but I remember he was upset.
And how was Mr. Depp displaying that he was very upset?
He expressed himself very well, that he and the director had some misunderstanding and that he was upset about it.
Was Mr. Depp yelling?
No.
Was he doing anything to display his being upset other than his words?
Just his words.
You don't doubt the accuracy of this note, though, do you?
I can say that the note was written and I believe it was good reporting. I trusted my nurses that they would report what they were told. Not for the opiates.
Not for the opiates, is that what you said?
Correct.
More positive for cocaine, for instance?
Yes.
Now, on November 17th, 2014, in 2014, Mr. Depp texted you and said, I have been to see Amber downtown. Yeah, interesting to say the least. Wow. Anyway, I'm still awake and don't foresee slumber arriving anytime soon to this broken instrument of a squash situated atop my shoulders. I would love to speak whenever you get a minute, dear David. Though honestly, if I were you, Debbie and or Aaron, I would, capital letters, run for the fucking hills, 3 exclamation points. I love you, Doc, ... Cannot thank you enough for all you've done, not only for me and my poor pack of wolves and my sweet, capital letters, fucking brave Mikey, ... These are the things that remind us that life should be a fucking gas. I'm waist deep in big muddy here, ... Hit me when you're drunk, ... It'll be far less boring. Love you long time, brother, ... And of course, the beautiful and luminous Chanel, ... And by now, 8'6" Sam, exclamation points. Mucho, mucho, ... From those of us who are not as others, X JD. You recall this text from Mr. Depp?
No, I don't. But clearly I see that I received that text.
Okay. Alex, can you put up Kipper 13, please? Do you recognize, Dr. Kipper, this email chain between you and Colin Cowan?
I don't remember it, but I'm refreshing myself with what you're showing me.
Who is Colin Cowan?
He's a psychologist that I had referred Amber to see.
Is there any, Dr. Kipper, are there any ethical rules to report reports of violence if you were to be told of violence?
If I were to see the violence, I would be obligated to make some reporting. I never saw any violence.
And you didn't report either Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard, correct? Because you didn't see, your testimony is you didn't see any violence from Mr. Ms. Heard or Ms. Heard to Mr. Depp, correct?
I never saw violence between the two of them.
Okay. You heard reports, but you never saw it as your testimony.
Correct.
Dr. Kipper, do you recognize Kipper 14, which it looks like is an email between you and Alan Blaustein?
Yes, I recognize this.
Okay. And who is Alan Blaustein?
Alan Blaustein is the psychiatrist that I referred Mr. Depp to.
And when you wrote this email as of March 1st, 2015, was it your understanding that Mr. Depp was in Australia at the time?
Yes.
At some point, you flew to Australia, is that correct, in this March 2015 timeframe?
Yes.
Was that were you always planning to fly to Australia to visit with Mr. Depp in March of 2015?
No, I hadn't planned on it.
What made you fly to Australia?
He had wanted to see me. He had just wanted to check in. He wanted my company at that point.
He being Johnny Depp?
Yes.
Do you know when you arrived in Australia?
No, I don't. I can't recall.
Miss Lloyd had gone with Mr. Depp to Australia?
Yes.
She wasn't staying with Mr. Depp, correct?
No, she was not.
You know how far away Miss Lloyd was from Mr. Depp in terms of time to get from where she was staying to Mr. Depp's house?
I would guesstimate somewhere between 20 minutes to 30 minutes.
And when you went to Australia, how far away were you from Mr. Depp in terms of time?
Exactly the same.
Were you and Miss Lloyd in the same hotel?
Yes. Actually, that isn't true. I was in a hotel around the corner from where the nurses were staying.
And in Kipper 5, at Kipper 157, you see this note for 3/7/15 at 11:30. 11:30, it says, MD received a text message from client that he had been arguing with wife and that he had cut his finger. According to patient, his assistant and security were on their way to pick him up. You see that?
Yes.
And whose note is this?
That would be from Miss Lloyd.
Okay. And is this note accurate?
Yes, it's accurate.
Okay. Now going back to Kipper 9, give me a moment. At Kipper 7, at Depp 7790, there shows a text from Mr. Depp to you on March 7th, 2015 at 5 p.m. And it says, hi, fucked, man, had another one. I cannot live like this. She is as full of shit as a Christmas goose. I'm done. No more, all capital letters, 3 exclamation points. The constant insults, the demeaning, belittling, most heartbreaking spew that is only released from a malicious, evil, and vindictive cunt, 5 exclamation points. But you know what? 2 question marks, capital letters, far more hurtful than her venomous and degrading, endless, quote, educational ranting, ... 3 question marks. It's her hideously and purposefully hurtful tirades and her goddamn shocking treatment of the man she was meant to love above all, ... Here's the real deal, mate, ... Her obsession with herself, 2 question marks. It is far more important, ... She is, capital letters, so fucking ambitious, 3 exclamation points. She's so desperate for success and fame, ... That's probably why I was acquired, mate, ... 2 exclamation points. Although she has, capitalized, hammered me with what a sad old man has been I am, 3 dots. Cowan has done me the most cruel of favors, ... I'm so very sad, ... I cut the top of my middle finger off, ... What should I do? Exclamation point, 2 question marks. Except, of course, go to a hospital, ... I'm so embarrassed for jumping into anything with her, ... Capitalize, fuck the world, 3 exclamation points, JD. Do you recall this text from Mr. Depp?
I don't recall the text, but I do recall him reaching out after this incident.
Is this text a typical type of text you would receive?
In retrospect and in reading this, no, I think it reflected the fact that he was injured.
Right, and Mr. Depp told you in the text, I cut the top of my middle finger off, correct?
That's what it says.
Okay. And then you responded, call me. You see that? That's the next text.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And did Mr. Depp call you?
I can't recall if he called me, but I know that I went to the residence.
Okay. And did you go with Miss Lloyd?
Yes.
Okay. And back to Kipper 5 at 1300, it says on March 7th, 2015, patient was having a hard time leaving the house, so security suggested the MD and RN go to house to see patient. Upon arrival, the house, patient was sitting in car ready to leave. MD assessed patient's finger and will spend more time with patient at the location he's being moved to. So did you see Mr. Depp in the house?
Yeah, I saw Mr. Depp outside the house in the car.
Okay, so this note is accurate, correct?
Yes.
Was Mr. Depp intoxicated when you saw him?
I don't.
Was Mr. Depp coherent?
Yes, quite. I don't recall what he said. I remember that he was very clear in speaking to me.
Okay. What did he, other than his finger, what did he look like?
He looked like someone who just had part of his finger taken off.
Anything, what did the rest of his hands and arms look like?
Nothing unusual.
What did the house look like?
The house was a mess.
Anything else you can describe about the house?
There were things on the floor. There were things that had been thrown around. It looked like there were just things were out of order in that house.
What rooms did you see? What rooms did you look at in the house?
I was in the kitchen, and I believe I went downstairs. Don't really remember. I saw it was more of the same, that things looked out of place.
Did it look like there was painting on the wall? Someone had written things on the wall?
No, I do. It did look to me like there was blood on the wall, not an actual painting.
How long were you in the house for?
10 minutes, 15 minutes.
And what were you doing in the house?
I wanted to see what happened. I was trying to figure out what happened.
Did you talk to Miss Heard?
I did.
Or what did Miss Heard say?
Again, I can't recall specifics other than they had a fight. And the specifics beyond that, I don't remember.
Before seeing Mr. Depp that day, when had you seen Mr. Depp previously?
I don't remember.
You know if it was the day before?
I can't remember.
Do you remember if this was the first time you saw Mr. Depp since your arrival in Australia?
Again, I can't remember.
Dr. Kipper, I'm showing you what's been marked as Kipper 15. And my question is, do you recognize this email?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And it's an email, and you told Miss Lisa Bean to please print for the chart. See that at the top?
Yes.
Okay. So that it is being printed for Mr. Depp's chart, is that correct?
Correct.
And Raja Sahani emailed you, you see that?
Yes.
And he writes, thank you for your time, David. Attaches a copy of my notes. for you to use as necessary, re Robert Wells. And Robert Wells is Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
And this was from March 8th, 2015, correct?
Yes.
Is it accurate that his heavily contaminated hand and fingers with dirt, grime, and
Yeah, I was going to move for the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 370.
370.
370, yes.
Just one moment, Your Honor. And Your Honor, we would, Your Honor, we would maintain our objections on grounds of hearsay and the other objections asserted in our objections to the exhibits. This is an email communication between two non-parties to this case. It's hearsay. It's not within any exception, certainly not within the medical exception, and it's not admissible.
I think it is in the medical exception because it's from one doctor to another doctor to treat Mr. Depp's hand.
I'll sustain the objection as hearsay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That's accurate.
is there anything other than the coherent here that you find that's inaccurate?
No, the rest of that seems accurate.
Okay. And when you saw Ms. Heard at the house in this March 7th, 2015 timeframe, did she seem like she was on, was she coherent?
She was coherent.
Dr. Kipper, do you recall seeing Kipper 16 from the Gold Coast University Hospital?
Yes, I do.
And when do you recall seeing this note? At the time on March 8th, 2015 or around then?
It was around then. This was the emergency room doctor that saw him, and then he gave him sort of temporary care. Mm-hmm. And then he was referred to, Mr. Depp was referred to the other doctor that we spoke of before this, who was the surgeon, who was the hand surgeon, I believe.
Did you talk to this doctor who wrote this note?
Yes, I was present when Mr. Depp was being examined and treated.
And at this point, you were, as of March 14th, 2015, you were telling Mr. Depp that you weren't going to be able to treat Mr. Depp anymore. Is that correct?
The purpose of this note was to make sure that he was strictly compliant with everything, because he needed to have his finger reconstructed. And I wanted to be sure that he was following our guidelines for the drug treatment.
Mr. Depp was not following your protocol as of March 1st, 2015, correct?
Yes, I had concerns.
Mr. Depp was not following your protocols that you were giving him as of March 14th, 2015, correct?
Correct.
Dr. Kipper, do you recognize Kipper 17?
Yes.
So you were withdrawing your care for Mr. Depp at least as of March 15th, 2015, correct?
I was withdrawing my care if he did not comply.
And as of March 15th, 2015, Mr. Depp was not complying, correct?
Correct.
Was Mr. Depp
someone's mic on?
Move for the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 390.
Rob, your mic is on.
And Your Honor, we would maintain our objections on grounds of hearsay, relevance, and 403. It's hearsay, not within any exception. It's a communication from a third party, not admissible.
It's not hearsay. It's a letter from Dr. Kipper that doesn't have any hearsay in it, and it's
Well, it's hearsay because it's a letter from him, not of court.
It's not offered for the truth of what happened. It's offered for what was occurring with Mr. what was occurring with Mr. Depp at the time of March 15th,
Well, that's
2015.
for
By
Judge, the
definition, Your
truth
Honor,
of the matter.
that's
sorry.
being offered for the truth.
It's offered for notice of when Dr. Kipper was not continuing his care of Mr. Depp.
I'll sustain the objection.
Thanks.
Compliant as of March 14th?
The answer is yes, he was not compliant. And the problem at hand, no pun intended, was he was about to have surgery. And for him to have surgery on a finger, he needed to be strictly compliant with what his medications were, what his behavior was. And I did not think he was stable for surgery. And I could not clear him for surgery. And that was what provoked the letter.
Right. And Mr. Depp had been breaking promises to remain sober, correct?
Correct.
And then, did you ever stop your care of Mr. Depp?
There was a week, I believe, and I'm fuzzy on the time frame, but there was a short period of time after sending that note before he connected back with me, asking me to take care of him and promising me compliance.
Was Mr. Depp compliant with the program going forward after March 15th, 2015?
He was compliant around his surgery and post-operative period.
And then he became uncompliant again?
I would have to refer to my notes, but I don't remember him being out of control. I remember him being, compliant with what we needed him to do. There were times when Mr. Depp sort of went underground. Some of that time was when he was out of the country and was hard to connect to. But I do not recall him going off the reservation as far as his drug and alcohol issues.
You recall him testing positive for cocaine after March of 2015?
I believe so. I can't tell you specifically when.
Going back to Kipper 9, there's a text message from Mr. Depp to you on March 19th, 2015. And he says, my most sincere apologies to you, Doc. I understand your decision based on my immunity to do the right thing. And I truly thank you for your concern. I must apologize for not having had the presence of mind to respect the man who has been the most kind and who has done more for me than anyone ever. There was no call for my spineless and base behavior toward you. I honestly understand the reasons for your concerns in your letter and can say to you now, they are no longer an issue. Thank you for everything. I've chopped off my left finger as a reminder that I should never cut off my finger again. I love you, brother Johnny. Do you recall this text from Mr. Depp?
Yes.
And is this the text, do you recall, where Mr. Depp was saying that he would be compliant going forward?
Yes.
Okay. You're basing it off of this text. Was there any other conversations with Mr. Depp?
We did. I know we had a conversation at some point around that time that validated this message.
And going to back to Kipper 5, which are, again, the notes. And we're going to go to Kipper 167. And at for 413 at 1500, the note at the bottom says, patient is in good spirits and said he's not smoked marijuana in 3 days. States he feels majority of his issues with his wife have been from him using drugs and alcohol. Patient states he'll no longer sneak/use and wants to enjoy clarity. Do you see that note?
I see that note.
And who is that note from? You or Miss Lloyd?
That's from Miss Lloyd.
Okay. Did Miss Lloyd report this to you?
In this note.
Okay. And there's no reason to question the accuracy of the note, correct?
Correct.
Now, at Dep 168, 12:15, it says on April 15th, 12:15, arrived the patient's home. Assistant was in the hallway, informed RN that patient was in a bad mood and told assistant he did not need anything from him today. RN was let in home by security and knocked on patient's bedroom door to let him know she was there. Patient screamed, "What?" RN informed patient she was just letting him know she was there and would be downstairs. RN, a little more down, RN left property and informed MD of the events. Do you recall Ms. Lloyd telling you about these events of April 15th, 2015?
Well, my memory is refreshed by looking at this note, yes.
And Mr. Depp had yelled at Ms. Lloyd, is that right?
I'm not sure he yelled at Miss Lloyd. I think he just yelled, wanting to be heard. I can't say I wasn't there.
There's a text from Mr. Depp to you on April 15th, 2015. And he says, "My dear brother David, if there's a God, then I'm positive it's you. Thank you, darling man. I'm fine. I didn't know it was Debbie until I'd already thrown my voice toward the door. Thought it was Stephen, who is no small cauldron of hot water." 2 exclamation points. "I'll call Debbie to apologize. ... My boundless love and infinite thanks." So you recall that he texted you and called Miss Lloyd to apologize?
No, I don't recall that specifically. I'm reminded by this note, but I don't recall that specifically.
Now, Mr. Depp sent you a text on June 28th, 2015 that says, "Thank you, my darling Kipper. All those technical abbreviations left me fluxumed and in the dark." 3 exclamation points. "Soon, soon, I must see you and just hang out." 3 exclamation points. "My deformed finger and I have no friends." 3 exclamation points. "By the way, ... Amber and I have been absolutely perfect for 3 fucking months solid." 4 exclamation points. "I've locked my monster child away in a cage deep within, and it has fucking worked." 4 exclamation points. "We're goddamn best friends now." 3 exclamation points. "Amazing." 3 exclamation points. "Big love to you, my brother, ... JD." You see that?
Yes.
And what do you recall what is refreshed of your memory?
That there was concern that he was taking more Xanax than he should have been. And I needed him to tighten that up and to go back to what he was prescribed. And also there's a reference here to the phone calls. I had asked him not to respond not to engage in these phone calls because those were that always precipitated problems between the two of them when they were in a bad phase.
Phone calls between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
Correct.
And Mr. Depp responds on July 1st, 2015, and says, "I am and have been at peace for the last 3 to 4 months. It's been amazing, but she's somehow locked into this very unpleasant and belittling mode in the last 3 days. The accusations, the verbal abuse and insults, stooping to one, the most unjust. You haven't changed, you fucking desperate hypocrite. You didn't out the monster away. You're full of shit. You're a pathetic fraud. Man, you know how hard I have worked to put that motherfucker in its cage, and I did that, me. I took all those other problems and rid myself of them. There's a whole lot more. I won't bore you with it. The Xanax takes the edge off just a little. You know me. It would take more than a few to really affect me. Seroquel scares me for the reasons I were off of it. If you're worried about the Xanax, prescribe me something different, but with more potency. I don't take them all that often, just when the brain is inundated with this horrible badgering and half-truths from my wife by the WSY. I don't know if you meant by the way. Do you recall this text?
Again, I do in looking at it, yes.
Okay, and Mr. Depp again used the term monster, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Depp goes on in this text. He says, by the way, he sends another, sorry, here's my, by the way, Cohen should be run out of town in utter shame. He's a fucking sump who's done absolutely nothing but giving her the verbosity that she uses ever, whenever she feels like she must explain to me the psychology of life. 3 exclamation points. Ludicrous, 3 exclamation points. Yes, sir. Cowan should be shot in places no one wants to be shot in, 3 exclamation points. He's a goddamn charlatan big time, 3 exclamation points. I'm not going to continue to pay the fucking yes man to do nothing but stare at her tits and agree with everything she spews. ... Tell him to tell he's leaving the business or something, or I too will become a regular client, whether I am welcome or not. 3 exclamation points. Thanks and so sorry. I lobs GU. You recall Mr. Depp informing you that he was upset with Dr. Cowan.
Yes, I remember clearly that he was upset with Dr. Cowan at a certain point.
You know, do you recall this text message from Mr. Depp that I just read to you?
Yes, in reading it, I do.
Okay.
All right, you want to go ahead and pause it? Looks like a good time to break it. It's 5 o'clock. So. Perfect. Thank you. All right. Any objection to breaking there for the weekend? All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll pick up with this testimony on Monday. Since I'm not going to see you for 3 days, I just want to reiterate the same jury instruction I gave you in the beginning of the case when you were first impaneled. Not all of it, but some of it. I just want to make sure you understand for the weekend that you're not to read anything about the case. You're not to watch anything about this case. You're not to listen to anything about the case. This applies to television, newspapers, magazines, the internet, and any online sites. Further, you're not to read, watch, or listen to anything about the case on any social media networking sites such as Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, or similar sites. In addition, you must not communicate with anyone about the case, whether in person, over the phone, by email, text, or instant messaging, or by any other electronic or non-electronic means. This includes your friends, family, coworkers, acquaintances, and strangers. I also instruct you that you cannot do any research or make any inquiries about this case, whether online or by any other means. What you learn about this case is limited to what you learn in the 4 walls of this courtroom when proceedings are underway. All right? So have a good weekend, and we'll see you bright and early Monday, okay? Thank you.
All right, well. All right, we'll talk about it in a second. I don't know if they're going to show anything else. I doubt it, but.
God damn.
No, they're dismissing the jury now.
All right, I'll just end this. I'll stop streaming it. No need.
Damn.
Wow.
I wanted to take the piss out of Elaine then.
Well, there's nothing to show. They're just going to stand and they're going to push the camera away, and there's really nothing really.
Yeah, but I could have took the piss out of her.
Yeah, so there's really nothing more to show. We're just going to end
how her neck joins into her chest.
I'll be honest, I didn't pay attention to a lot of that because it was kind of dull.
Got a bit boring.
And I keep telling everybody's getting mad. Like, listen, here's how it works. Again, in baseball, what happens is the offense gets a chance, and then your defense has to come on the field. And when your defense is on, you can't get out of it until you finished. And the same thing with the offense. Your offense stays on the field until their defense gets rid of you. So both sides have a chance. If I'm Amber's team, am I going to ask about the finger? No. I'm not going to do anything that benefits Johnny Depp's team. And if I'm Johnny Depp's team, I'm not going to do anything that benefits Amber's team. At least I'm going to try not to slip up like Elaine did. So don't get, what about this? Why are they asking it? Because it's the Amber's team. So he's got, if they say, hey, did Johnny Depp say that he cut off his own finger? That's the question. I have to answer. I can't put whatever I want to. The judge will stop me. They'll stop me to say, I didn't ask that. Time out. Strike that from the record. They'll do stuff like that. And the more uncooperative I am, the more hard it's going to be when the other side asks. So.
Oh, do you see that, Darth?
What's that?
Darth. I called you Darth.
Yes, you did. Did you see that, Darth?
Yeah. I meant because I was
going to try to talk to the cops here.
I read that comment.
Huh?
About Eve, I believe.
Yes, about Eve.
Well, it's not the cops, by the way. They're court officers.
No, there are cops outside.
Yeah, but they can't do anything. It's going to be the court officers, the inside. He's going to have to talk to them to try and get the word to the judge. Talking to the cops, they're going to look like we have no jurisdiction. We only have jurisdiction outside. We don't have jurisdiction inside the courthouse. That's where the officers.
I'm sure they'll point him in the right direction anyway.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. What happened? He said Rob Dart told me only lawyers can use text and notes. Oh, we'll see. I mean, listen. We'll see. That's why I was trying to say, man, maybe I can get an email and send a picture, and that a picture I have of Eve with the laptop, and maybe I can,
There's a whole video of it on Twitter.
So,
is it?
Yeah.
I don't know why the court officer didn't stop. The court officer calling the dog was going up and down. Like, where's the court officer? Where's the court officer telling her to put it away?
I didn't see a court officer there walking up and down today. Did anyone else?
No, I
didn't. Maybe she was doing it when they were showing the video on the screen or something, because most of it was on screen today, wasn't it? On the video definitions. So maybe that's why we didn't see it.
So since you guys were going crazy about it, I really didn't pay too much attention to it. I'll be honest with you, because I was like, whatever, What did you guys get from it? I didn't get anything. But what
wasn't good.
Boredom
wasn't good.
What happened?
So, no, Kipper's testimony so far has not been great.
I
don't. For the time, it doesn't look good, but whenever his team gets to go, it'll clear it up. And plus, the things that I just posted, it contradicts everything that just happened and what was said.
But like Rob said,
a lot of explaining to do.
They're only going to ask him stuff that benefits them. So they're not going to mention what the doctor in the Australian hospital said. They're not going to mention the audio recording.
Well, the thing is, Johnny's team wanted that communication, and the judge said no.
What communication?
To what?
The communication between the Australian doctor and Kipper. So they said they wanted it submitted to evidence, and the other team said no, it's hearsay, and she said,
"Oh, is it?
No,
I don't. Am I the only one that don't like her? Because I liked her before, but she seems very pro Amber's side when it comes to objections and stuff, and when it comes to Johnny's side objecting, she's like, no.
Yeah, she didn't allow another communication that Johnny's team objected to as well, so it was fair. So
yeah, but she seems to do it more for the other side. Maybe because they object more. I don't know.
Well, they do object more. That's obvious. They object way more because they're scared. To me, it's like, oh my god, object. That's like, Jesus Christ, there's so much.
Damn, I lost count. How am I supposed to know how many shots to do?
Yeah.
And there's also something that what the umbrella guy mentioned in his Twitter, that Johnny Depp says he's driven to substance abuse because Amber Heard belittles him and treats him like trash. Amber's team has skipped that totally.
Well, Shiny, they'll probably continue on Monday with Johnny's side. They'll whatever little questions they have left from her side, they'll finish up, and then they'll continue with Johnny's team's questions, and you'll get to hear his side. So you can't. I don't know if you could really judge this too much. I'm gonna have to hear it again because it was just like, he does drugs and he does, and I started phasing out when I kept hearing the drug stuff. I'm like, all right, we know he does drugs. Is there anything else you got? I mean, what do you got?
That's where the monster part comes from, because she was belittling him and whatnot, and treating him like trash. That's why he called her a monster.
And in Texas, listen, I'm sorry. And I said this before. I said this in my video. People vent.
Yes.
Yeah.
People vent.
I have an issue with in 2 texts. He said, I cut off my finger. 2 texts.
Yeah, people vent. It's normal. If I'm mad at someone or something, I'm not going to do it per se here. I'm going to say, hey, look, you know what? I had a problem with my friend and whatever, and this bastard and blah, blah. Yeah, I'll probably go off and then I'll get over it, and then I'll move forward. Whatever.
It's not the venting I'm on about. They've now got 2 documented things where he says, "I cut off my finger."
Right, but they're gonna disprove that. They're gonna say, and probably when Johnny
No.
stands
The thing is, because the email between the doctor and Kipper from the hospital has been not allowed.
But when Johnny gets
But
up,
they've
there,
got
got
the
the
audio.
evidence.
They've got the audio of her shouting, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do it."
Yeah, but that could be anything.
so go in it because they have bleach. And
She'll argue that was something else.
Yeah, but the others are on the audio going, "She cut off his finger."
It has to be totally clean.
Yeah, but they weren't there to witness it.
Well, let's put it this way: you guys forget one thing. Even if Kipper can't knock it down, Johnny's got to take the stand, and he's got to go at everything. Like Elaine said, we got to go for April, May, June, July.
I think
when they get to May and they question him, and it's his side, they're going to say, "So what happened in Australia? This is what happened in Australia. Why'd you say you cut your finger off to protect Amber? What really happened?
Yeah, well, we all know
She
that.
cut it off. How did that happen? With a vodka bottle. He'll say all this. He did this in the UK. What? Yes, ma'am.
Can I have the donut?
Yeah, go. Yeah. You can have the donut.
But what I found weird was the whole letter that was sent
I
after
do
that.
believe she's shitting bricks right now.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Listen, I don't think this did much. I don't know why everybody's panicking
Okay.
and going crazy. Oh, what about it'll come up.
I
Remember
will-
we got next week 4 days.
I
We got
will
the
say
following
one
week,
thing.
we got plenty of days coming. This is not the end. Go ahead.
I will say one thing. I was watching Johnny when the court cameras were on him, and when the camera first came on, the thing with Kipper first came on, he was still anxious over what happened with Gina. You could tell he was still anxious over that.
Right.
But within a few minutes, he was much calmer. So I don't think he's worried. But yeah, I'm a little bit concerned. I am a little bit concerned.
Somebody on Twitter made the point that I made, because I'm telling you, I work in a courthouse. They said, I don't care that she took this person out. As a human, you're not going to forget it. And that's what I said.
No.
And I can tell you this because lawyers tell me this all the time. They said, yeah, we try to strike it from the record, but you're not a computer. You can't just delete that and then you don't see it anymore. It doesn't happen that way. It happened. They saw it. They heard what she said. And the other side didn't get to rebut. If you wanted to kick her out, why didn't you put a defense against it? Why didn't you cut? Because you know what? That's where they messed up. And I'm going to tell you, I don't care that they pushed her out. They gave nothing. They gave
but
zero.
she was about to speak about Australia, wasn't she?
Yeah, that's probably the only thing you protected. But you know what you didn't protect? The makeup. And that to me is something, I'm sorry, as a juror, I'm not letting that go. I don't care what the judge said. I don't care if it doesn't count. It doesn't count. I don't, because she watched some of it. So what? Her testimony had nothing to do with watching. Big deal. This is someone she knows personally. This isn't a stranger off the street. This isn't a YouTuber or a Twitch. This is someone who knows him personally. So I, as a juror, yeah, whatever. You tell me strike it, okay. But I'm going to remember that. That's in my, like right now, that's in my head. That's big. And I don't care. Oh, I can't delete it. I know what she said. I know what she said. And to me, that's not going to change if I'm a juryman. I'm not going to forget the fact that she said, I use it on bruises. I use it myself, and my bruise is still there. It didn't go away. You can still see it. It helps. It helps. But it didn't go away. Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, the way the lawyer asked that question it made me just.
I mean, depending on how bad the bruise is, depends on how quick it cuts the bruising down. Like I said yesterday, when I took the tablets, not the cream, after I had my son, and I was black all over down below. But
yeah,
that was for 6 weeks, and I was taking arnica, and it cut my bruising down by from 8 weeks to 2 weeks. But if you've got a little small bruise on your cheek, it'll probably cut it down by about a few days.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is a good point. And Web Server Guy, again, thank you. You're so kind. Seriously. Thank you so much. JD's text messages were so over the top. It was clearly venting, which I've been saying. I'm irritated at the news media articles talking about the horrendous texts. But they don't mention when Amber Heard and her friends are hashing out a plan to murder John. Wow.
Well, they won't. They won't, will they? They're not going to. They're not going to out her. They're her lawyers.
Yeah, that's what I
the
keep telling
news
you.
media.
You're gonna hear one side.
Oh, right. Okay.
Go ahead. Say it again. Hen?
Hen said the media. I thought she meant the
news
lawyers.
media.
Yeah, it was the news media. Yeah. Again, listen. When you're media, you want to get clicks and views. You're a YouTuber. You want to get clicks and views. What's going to give me click? Let me put up, and this is the secret, let me put up a nice thumbnail because you're going to click it if it's really nice. Or let me put up an awesome title like Johnny Depp did this. So right away, Johnny Depp, your eyes will go to it, right? Johnny, and that's they want to catch you, draw you in, and make you read. So that's called the hook. It's called a hook. So they hooked you in because they're talking about Johnny Depp. So they mentioned it. People see it. People want to read it. They're fans. They're like us. Whether it's true or not true, they listen. Like I read one article that said in the body that this is what Johnny Depp said. So I believe that him and Jolie might have had something going. I found out, no, wasn't true. That was the one video I did that wasn't true. I didn't know at the time. I wasn't around earlier, so I forgot they were in a movie and all this. And I was like, oh yeah, they were in a movie. So I started believing it, but then I was like, people were like, no, this can't be true. They said this before. I didn't know they said this before. What did I know? They gave so many reasons it could be happening. So, again, this is clearly venting. I never knew that venting is a crime. As far as I know, you have the freedom of speech. You have the right to say whatever the hell you want. And I'm sure they'll bring up all the Paul Bettany, burn her, and I'm going to fuck her in their body, and blah, blah, blah. And then Paul's responding back. But you know what? Did he do the action? It's like a police officer would say to you, did the person that you're calling us about, did they do anything to you? Well, no. So what happened? Well, they just said something. Well, we can't go on something they just said. Anybody can say anything. It's their given right. But did they make that action? So I don't care what Johnny said. She's a cunt. She's an asshole. And she's a bitch. And who cares? So what? What, she didn't curse him out? It goes, okay. Tell her I'll be done in 15 minutes. So it goes both ways. I said 5:30. I'm in 5:30. So it goes both ways. I'm sure Amber cursed him out. I'm sure Amber went after him. I'm sure Amber did things. And they'll hopefully in the next 16 days bring this up. So don't say, oh my God, this is horrible. So it's not over. It's just the defensive side. The offense gets to go on Monday. The defense will finish up. And now the offense gets to bring in their questions. Johnny's got to take the bench. You can't stop Johnny Depp from talking about it. He was there. It's his life.
Oh, check this out. Check this out. The real Laura B put on Twitter, anyone that was in the front row has a designation to sit there and allowed devices to work with, communicate with, for legal team is what they have announced. So obviously this is about Eve Barlow, isn't it? And people are saying, well, it don't seem right. Why is she sitting in the back now? Yeah. And then someone with a blue tick, I don't know who it is, has put, one of the women was told to leave the courtroom after she was spotted with her cell phone out. But then she was allowed to come back in a short time later. I wonder if that was Eve Barlow, because she was put in the back, wasn't she? She was then at the back. Yeah. She wasn't no longer at the front.
Yeah,
I wonder if she was the one thrown out.
Now listen, I did write to Lara, and so maybe she saw a bunch of us writing. I did send her the picture. I did send her stuff because I didn't know how else to get in touch with. I figured Darth probably won't get it, but she'll get it. So she probably responded instead of just responding individually. People probably sent her stuff, and she probably, and that's fine if that's allowed. That's why I said Eve could be media. She is a journalist.
She's not. Yeah, but she can't report on this because she's there as Amber's friend.
Right. So if they're allowed in the front and they're allowed an exception, like I said, we don't know the judge's rules. We're not there.
Legal team is
Only
allowed.
legal team.
Oh, well then, like I said, I guess we'll find out. We'll see if there's any.
But it's the bit where that woman has put that someone was spotted with a woman with a cell phone was thrown out.
Yes,
and
I
was
said
allowed
that.
to come back in a short time later. So I reckon that's Eve.
Yeah, could be.
And that's why she was no longer allowed at the front.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe they complained about it. Maybe that's what happened.
But wasn't it someone else earlier on in the day that was thrown out?
Well, that could have been Eve. Maybe when Nick Wallace said that, maybe that was Eve Ball. Maybe that's why she didn't come back. Again,
No, because she was at the front. She was at the front after that. She was at the front when I came home from work.
I don't know. This was at 10:06 p.m. Someone's put this up, so I don't know.
Yes, yeah, that's the thing. I don't know what time these things. I don't know. We're not there. It's hard because the angles, they're showing you videos. We're not really seeing the crowd all the time. Once in a while, they show the crowd. So I don't know. Like I didn't know there weren't people in the afternoon until I looked and said, "Wow, where did the people go?" I didn't know. I was so focused on the witness, and watching some of the video. I didn't know what happened. I didn't. Hopefully Mondays, but we'll find out Monday. We'll find out Monday. Like I said, just remember both parties get to ask questions. I know it's annoying when you hear tit for tat and these little things and the question rewrite it 100 times. It is annoying, but they're trying to get their point across and they're trying to find a way that they can put the other point across. They get paid a lot of money here. They get paid a lot of money. Imagine you paid me a lot of money to represent you. You're going to want me to bring everything I got. You're going to want me to get my points across one way or the other. And it's frustrating and it's irritating. You could see it bothered Isaac. It got on Kate's nerves. It was getting on Johnny's sister's nerves.
Hang on.
It's
1 second.
It got on my nerves. I was questioned. I got on nerves. I was on the stand.
Rob, 1 second. TJ's put in the chat. Q was apparently taken out.
Q?
Oh, Jax. Q. The name's Q.
Oh, I don't know. I have no idea.
I haven't seen that anywhere yet. I'll have a look.
What did Lily say? Rob, can they still say it was Amber on Monday or not? I don't know what you mean. Can they still say it was Amber? I mean, they could say anything Monday. Yeah, I mean, what happens is attorneys prove, right? Because now they're going to go against the defense. So now the offense is going to start. And they're going to disprove what they said, or at least try to, and they're going to prove something else. All right, Johnny said this and Johnny said that. But, and they're going to bring up their points. So it goes, it's like one side hits the ball and the other side gets it. And the other side hits it back. And then you hit the ball. That's how it goes. And you just got to see who does a better job and who's a good witness, who makes great points. Today was okay. I mean, I didn't see anything. Like I said, Kate was great. The doctor or whatever her name, psychiatrist, whatever. She was all right. She didn't hurt us too bad. It was a little hurt, but not much. So the morning I thought was okay. And the afternoon, we started off great. Even though she got kicked out, I don't care. It's still in my head. It's not going to go away. And then we had this doctor who, I don't know, I didn't see too much damage. I haven't seen much damage to the point that it's like, okay, he chopped us. But we know what happens. We know why he did. He's going to get his turn. Now, if they say and they prove that Johnny did it to protect her, and Johnny, the only reason why he said it was him is because he didn't want her to go down, yeah, that's a loving guy. That's a guy who cares about his woman. Yeah, he's trying to protect her, protect her career. So why do you say he did it? That question's got to come up, especially when Johnny's on the stand, maybe week 3 or week 4. They're going to say, okay, Johnny, so why did you say something like that? Because I wanted to protect her career. I knew I had a career, but I wasn't sure she was going to have one. What happens if the world finds out she chopped off my finger? What happens to my wife at that time? And that's what I would say, flat out. And what's wrong with that answer? What's wrong with you're not leading me. You're the one who was there. You did it. It happened to you. Who could say it's leading, foundation, it's hearsay? It's not hearsay. I lived it. I was in the hospital. I had the Mars. I couldn't work for Disney. You can't argue. How are you going to argue that? You could try to. But once he says, I did it to protect my wife at the current time because I was fearful that she'd lose her career.
Oh.
What do you say to that?
Listen to this.
I will protect my wife if I have to, if I felt the way he felt. You know.
Do you want to listen to this?
Go ahead.
This might be why they know how Gina was using social media or something. Eve Barlow was using her phone in court to look up JD's witnesses. Found she liked tweets and sent a note to AH. Judge told her to stay off her phone and to move to the back of the room. Now, I don't know how true that is, but it's interesting. Maybe that's why she was using her phone to look up his witnesses.
Yeah. Maybe you let Johnny
But I
speak.
think she probably would have known who Gina was because Amber knew her, so she probably would have told her who she was.
Yeah. Listen, Gina was great, very calm on the bench. And to me, she was big. Kate was big today. The doctors were, whatever. You know, I didn't feel any loss. I didn't feel like, wow, he did drugs. Okay. This has been mentioned 500 times. So what? We're trying to prove here that Amber Heard that her career went down the tubes because of what he said online. They haven't proved that. That's the key here. Has Amber's side right now, in your mind, proved that Johnny Depp caused her to lose her career? No. But then again, I look at Johnny's side. Has Johnny Depp's team right now proved that the act is about him? Neither has done that. In my mind, if I'm a juror, I'm like, okay, you're here because you want to disprove that she wrote this op-ed, right? Okay, you haven't shown me that yet. You're trying to show me she's a liar. She has a horrible attitude. She treats people like shit. I got all that. That's been put across my head. It's been put across that makeup doesn't cover these bruises. It's been put across that she looked fine. She had no cuts, no bruises, no scrapes, no nothing. That's all been proven in my head today. Johnny curses her out. Okay. Johnny does drugs and alcohol. Okay. But when he does drugs and alcohol, how is he? Chattering. He drinks a lot, but no one's seen him piss-ass drunk, violent.
Well,
so the
that's
only thing you can say is some bruises that a doctor saw that she didn't report. Why not? That if you, how you, a therapist, and you're not reporting something like that?
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't sit well with me. I wouldn't want you as my therapist. Because I was told once when I had therapy, they said, well, you know, I'm just going to warn you. If you feel suicidal, you know I have to do something because you could sue me or your family can sue me.
Yeah.
Yes, mandated reporters. Yes,
Yeah.
that right there. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay? So I want to prove that to you. Now, am I a therapist? Am I a doctor? Am I a lawyer? No, but I'm sharing you my life experiences. And if I've been told this, it makes total sense. My surgeon, I'm going to tell you one thing. My surgeon would not do another surgery on my leg for the fact that he feared that if he did that surgery, my foot would never be the same again. And he could be, I would have a huge malpractice suit and he'd be buried. And I agree with him. And
there you go.
You know,
I found Benjamin Chew's company's bloody Twitter account.
Well,
his lawyer's Twitter account.
Please feel free to send it to me. I do have to go. We've been streaming for 8 hours and 10 minutes. I want to thank Animation, Dolly, Tanya. Thanks. Oh, Carmen was here. I forgot. Carmen, thank you. And Hen. If you girls want to say anything before I go, go for it. It's got to be quick.
I've got to review what I went on today because I wasn't here for most of it. But, you know, yeah.
The only thing I have to say is about the whole drug use and the alcohol abuse. I mean, remember what his first wife said? That he never was violent against her. And back then he was in his younger days and basically using drugs as well.
Yeah.
You have me backstage, Rob.
Sorry, I didn't hear the bell go off. I'm sorry.
You had me punished.
Sorry, Carmen.
Aw.
But Carmen, you've done a great job when I haven't been here. You've read my texts. I appreciate what you've done today. Thank you very much.
I was right here.
No problem. That's what family for.
Listen, you guys are all invited again on Monday. We're going to do this again. And you're all invited. Stream will be wide open. I love you all. You guys have been fantastic this week. Yeah, exactly. Stay positive.
Everyone have a wonderful, restful weekend. Build up that
I'm
energy
leaving
again, and let's
late
come back on
tomorrow.
Monday, all hyped up and positive.
Yeah, there is no court tomorrow. It'll be
I
back
am sleep.
Monday.
I'm waking up late tomorrow.
So get
Yeah,
some
but there's no
sleep,
park.
relax, detox. Stay positive. We
Or
got more
get
of this.
drunk, one or the
I
other.
did want to
Yeah.
add something.
Go
Oh
ahead.
yeah, the teacher never took roll call.
Would it be
happened?
okay if I add something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, whenever they were talking about the drugs and stuff, I said I was going to bring it up later whenever we went to break. And real quick, hey baby, can you come here? Baby? Because my husband here can help me with this because I know what I have an idea of where they're going with this bull crap. It's a blackout defense.
Yeah.
The exact drugs that he is on, I am actually on those exact drugs and the dosage. Now, the blackout defense would be him, doing cocaine with them. Yeah, even without doing narcotics, you can black out on those drugs mixed together because it is incredibly dangerous. You have to moderate them very closely. They're not even supposed to be used together, but in very certain situations, they can, but it is rare and it is very, very closely monitored. Like every week, I have someone coming over here and checking up on me because I'm on controlled substances for my pain and everything. But with the blackout defense, they can make you black out and do anything. You can, you can talk, you can act. It's like sleepwalking. Anything can happen. Like literally, unfortunately, anything can happen. My husband has witnessed this. My counselor has witnessed this. My psychiatrist, everyone has witnessed this. I have done all kinds of weird shit. Nothing like bad, just play video games and I don't remember things. There's stuff like that. It's totally blacked out and I have no recollection. I think that they're going to go for that. And if you're on narcotics, it ups that chance. And there is the potential that you could become violent. But like my psychiatrist told me, with everything, the chances of that are like in the 0% child. Like no one he's ever had has ever gotten violent, and he's been my doctor for like 8-9 years, and he's been doing this for 30 plus years, and he's given this combo out plenty to people like me and like Johnny, coming off detox, also went through that. But what they're trying to go through is
that kind of medicine can basically cause you to lose all recollection for anywhere from minutes to hours to even to a whole day.
Yes.
You could be seemingly completely coherent at the time, but once the medicine wears off, it's as if there's an entire blank spot in your memory for that time frame.
Yes. Mm-hmm. You will have complete amnesia, and if you're stressed out, that stressed out, yes. If you're on this combination with so much stress, you won't remember a damn thing. Nothing. They're going to try to push for this really, really hard. I can see that. And with him being on other substances and whatnot, they can say they're going to probably, push and lie. I could definitely see that they're going to be like, oh, because of this, we're going to use a blackout defense and say, well, he did this because he was on this combination of medications and we have no idea what he did. They could actually try to put ideas in his head, and I bet they already have. With the whole finger thing, they could actually have tried to make him believe that he did that to himself and that he did all kinds of things. And like with the mirror situation, we don't know whose blood that was on there. It could
There's red
have
lipstick on there.
We don't know. And another really good important thing is whenever you are in that blackout state, you're kind of like a zombie. And my husband can attest for this. You could literally drag me around and do anything to me, take me anywhere, and I'm not going to be aware of it, and I'll do everything and anything. You have no idea what's going on. It's really scary. It really, really is. So how do we know that Johnny wasn't in a state like this and Amber did God knows what to him or set him up with other things? Like, she's, dropped the R, and I just pulled up the article about that. Jerry, unfortunately, is no longer with us for witness standing, but Connolly is, and someone else there, and Kipper was also there during this situation. So we have that on our side, and Johnny has that as well. It may not have looked the greatest to everyone with the whole Kipper thing, but it actually wasn't really that bad. It was actually really more on our side and on Johnny's. No one likes to hear that kind of stuff, yeah. But whenever you have a more in-depth knowledge of this and you watch it, you're like, there's nothing really to worry about. They're just trying to make Johnny look bad to people that don't have inside knowledge, or they're not going to look into it. They're going to be like, I just want to be done with this, and get the hell out of here, situation. It's like, this is the kind of information that needs to be brought to the public that their defense is not going to, because they don't want to make Johnny look good, but his defense has got to be on top of that and bringing that front and center. And while they can only do so much, it's like people like us, we got to be the ones that, get that information out there, nonstop. Be like, dude, yeah, to where it'll help him and hopefully can counter her team from, piling on more lies and crap.
Okay, people, I have to really go before I get screamed at here because we got a lot to do. So I love you all. And with that, I'll bring that up on Monday, the pre-show, and I'll see you. I'll be back on 9:15, and we'll talk about it. I love you all. Open stream Monday. I'll see you then. Get some rest. Love you. Be safe.
Bye. Have a nice weekend.
Happy weekend.
Thank you, everybody, for being here. Love you. Bye.
Bye.